ready? Yes. Another back-to-back damage over and over and over. Sleeping getting really low. Having to tap to give himself back up, and there he goes down. Another taking so much damage again. Silencing on another. And he goes down. OMG from South Korea. Lift for death. As he got freaking out of one. They converted on to Sleeping. Off, and here we go. Now he's going to be silenced. Necrotic Strike is stacking up right now as he's trying to fake getting those is death foil. Wantry still, look at that. So low on life right now. The dance is coming out as CKY to stop as much damage as he can, and Wantry goes down. Yeah, even with the spear out, where's the poly? Where's the blanket siren?
All right, what am I looking at? It's kind of loud, huh?
Staying in the game.
All right. What am I looking at?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 Cataclysm Classic Arena Tournament. 8 teams from each region will be competing for their share of the $50,000 prize pool. We'll be crowning those champions on Championship Sunday. Hello, everyone. My name is I'm here with Zico, Suptees, and Ven. Zico, I know you've been playing a ton of Classic. You're ready for these games.
Absolutely ready. I'm super excited. You know, Kata was a special. I have a special kind of place in my heart, I guess. Yeah, it's a very nostalgic expansion for me. So when I, made my first video, so been playing it a lot. Been having
Anonymous
a lot of fun.
to Rich, to Richard Rose. Thank you so.
watch the
Anonymous is
games,
insane, man.
be,
You're the reason I'm here, buddy.
kinda a
Thank
little
you.
bit different from what we're used to, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's good to kind of shake things up a bit. I totally agree. Suptees is
But
this
also
nostalgic
Cookie,
for you as
100%.
well?
I mean, it's we're kind of like deja vu, not deja vu.
I love you, buddy.
We're jinxing each other. Like my first YouTube video was also from Cataclysm.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
I was playing with Snuts and Sharpstar. I think we were fighting against Vinruki and Talbadar or something in the video. Our composition was pretty OP at that time, so in that matchup. But yeah, it holds a lot of nostalgia, a lot of good memories. I think
Lee won the 40-3-7 as well.
Gladiator in.
It is the CCAT.
The end of Wrath. I was finally able to break that with this. In
EU
These
was
are
a
some of the most
Cataclysm
hyped tournaments also from that era in time.
Classic
Actually,
Arena
like
Tournament.
3 of like all-time greatest tournaments for Cataclysm, and now with the
I'll change
competition
it to
today,
Cataclysm.
It's interesting. Snuts gets
No
like
longer
a second
name.
chance to be a Kata champion after getting knocked out by Jung Yup in that clip that we had in the video earlier today.
Yeah, so true. We're seeing a lot of familiar faces. Ven, I feel like now I gotta ask you, since we got Zico and Suptees, was this your first video? Was it also in Cataclysm?
I don't remember. Maybe. I think it was about that time when everyone started making videos in Cataclysm. So
Probably
it
was.
definitely could have been, but I'm not gonna commit my answer on that one. But yeah,
Praise gonna be Kata?
Cataclysm-
That's fair.
Yeah, Cataclysm's awesome. I mean,
They'll be.
what can
I think
say?
they're at Pharaohs. I
Like
don't
you
know
said, seeing that intro video.
I'm
for
not
this,
fully familiar with what you bring.
Back when I was competing and stuff like that, and I'm really excited to see, how this kind of older game is going to evolve with some of these players we're going to see today.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Suptees kind of mentioned
There's
it
one Red DK in the upper
already.
bracket, so we're gonna see at least 2 series of Red DK today. There's a ton of
familiar teams. We're seeing some new faces.
Rogue Mage, I think.
How do you feel like they line up? How do you feel like there are any stars that you see in the mix already?
I'm fairly sure.
A lot of them actually. The entire tournament is very, very stacked. So the team of DXB is definitely a huge contender in this tournament. And look at that, we got the bracket right here. You can see them up there in the top.
So
bracket.
wait, let me get out the fucking pin here real quick.
DXB gonna be Abizura, Geku, and Laners. Very experienced
We're
players.
looking at Steamrolls. It's interesting. It's an awkward matchup for both sides.
I had the pleasure of playing against them as well. These guys.
That's Red DK.
They also have multiple
I
comps
think Rogue
in
Mage.
different
I think Rogue
teams.
Mage.
It's a very versatile team. And
I don't
very
know.
experienced one. And we also have the
Obviously, Jungle was probably a Pharaoh.
Kata tournament champions. Jungle Unplayable. We got Homer J and Shixie joined by Black Betty on the healer. And Homer J and Shixie both were on the team that won in Wrath. So that could be kind of a repeat champion if they can make a run in that lower bracket. We also have Pump or Be Pumped, Cervantes, Clyde, the solo shuffle champion, making an appearance here with Lidex. There's just a lot of great teams in this tournament. We can't forget about Chas as well in the workshop there. Maybe we get to see an RMP.
Wait, Chas is playing?
DXB
Ooh.
and the workshop, which
Oh, the
is
workshop
Chas,
RMP.
Mir,
Okay.
Albright, Also another super highly skilled RMP.
Yeah, and that gets awkward though because you don't necessarily get to connect the priest instantly.
RMPs in Europe.
They'll try and defend you. They won't let you just get to priest for free.
A lot of very solid players in the tournament, and
It's
we'll get to
not
NA,
a simple
of course,
matchup.
versus
It's an
Games shortly.
uncomfortable one.
We're in EU today. Super T, is any meta, any comps that you think are going to be shining today?
I mean, in this region for EU, it seems like hunters are very popular. We got like the 2 RMPs and then a whole plethora of different types of hunters, mostly Feral Hunter and Death Knight Hunter.
What was Death
seems to
Hunter?
be dominating in this region.
Ooh.
The upper bracket is, I believe,
Ooh.
Hunter Death Knight versus RMP and Hunter Death Knight versus RMP. Lower side bracket, we got some jungles. I think we've got one team that's running
Wait,
Warrior.
Combo Team does not Hunter Death Knight.
I think it's in the first.
So it's Hunter Death Knight
in that lower bracket.
in this bracket. So that means no tears, just dreams. This is P. I think this is PhD then, and this is Ret DK.
Back in original Cataclysm, and it still actually is the best comp, or was it? Just
I
like
think.
first ball kind
Wait, maybe Cervantes' team is not Ret DK.
I think competing with that composition in the
Oh shit.
Yeah, certainly a lot of questions in the air that we're going to be answering in just a minute. We're getting Team Jungle Unplayable and Jumek.
This will be fun. Thank you guys for being here.
They're down there in that lower
I know
bracket.
this is like very not
Before we get these games
my normal
started,
time.
For any players that are more retail players that are more used to AWC, what can they expect from this weekend's games?
I had a nice 2 hours of sleep. It was a good 2 hours of
That's a
sleep.
good question. I would say for me, playing Cataclysm and watching the games, it's very momentum based. Like having a good start in Cataclysm is really important. So that means when you come up with your strategy, you want to make sure that it is completely dialed in. If you have a good opener, you can ride that momentum to a victory. If you have a bad start, it can end up being a very bad time. So I think these teams making sure they have a really solid opener, getting that initial pressure and momentum is going to be really important this weekend. And I would say
PhD is even more all in if it's PhD.
Yes, most games are 2 minutes or less.
All right, well, we're going to be expecting an explosive
No
series
damn.
up here. It's elimination as well, best of 5, like you guys
Team-
are used to.
it's
Game
kind of by
1 starting
design.
off on the Grand.
Basically,
So we got
wait, they're in.
Steve and
Wait, there's no.
Jungle Unplayable, and we're gonna see the Kitty
Is it
King,
lower bracket first?
versus,
Oh, yeah, it is.
the Jungle.
Oh shit.
So I don't actually know
Of course it is.
who is
I know what to
favored in
expect.
this matchup. I feel like it should be Cleave. At least
let's
it's
think.
like a longer game, but it's gonna be a lot about shutting down these
This is an interesting one. We played against both these comps a good amount, not with Shaman on the Kitty Cleave though. So one of the big differences in Shaman Kitty, when you're looking at Shaman Kitty, the Shaman doesn't bring might. So these two classes are missing 20% damage, which is a lot. So it isn't as a... Oh, they literally had a little clip that showed up of him playing back in the day. That's crazy. You see that?
Slow start, but
That was kind of cool. They have these little throwbacks.
will move in.
It's like all nostalgic.
Oh, Homer J just
That's crazy.
there is going to get knocked out. Scatter comes in though. Homer J initiating crowd control. Looks like they're going to be opening up onto the Shaman.
That's wild,
Comes
man.
in. Chixie at the same time. He's getting peeled up.
Throw
taking
down
a
Homer
little bit
J.
of damage. Cyclone comes in to slow down the Warrior. But I really am a bit afraid for this Shaman here. It seems like he's going to get out of line of sight.
It was very subtle. It was just for a second. It popped up, Liam. Instead of a cam, it just popped up like a clip of him back in the day. For a split second. That's a cool, it's a really well thought out thing though.
Huge damage potential. His spells are not going to be costing like basically any energy here. So if he can connect onto Homer here, he's going to have a lot of pressure, but not able to do so. He's going to swap.
Full
over to
trap
Razzle.
onto Asmo.
Instead, it's gonna be a full
Asmo.
trap secured from Homer J on the other side. Razzle with no bark skin, stuck in a main stun. Chixie trying to take
So
him
Hunter
out.
CC may be the dominant thing in this matchup because right now they're not able to actually connect with Homer at all.
Razzle's still very low here. Can he get anything more?
Huh?
Silencing shot
Yeah.
from Azumu. Can they get anything
Oh, there we
more?
go.
Doesn't look like it.
Hunter
They get
walks
a
in,
Cyclone
is
there.
getting
Azumu,
blasted. There's first
Razzle,
deterrence.
What's he gonna do here? He doesn't have survival instincts. Doesn't have anything really. Just tanking it out in bear with that frenzied regen. Feral druids in bear form are extremely tanky, but surprising pressure coming out here from Homer J.
Think jungle takes it? I mean, again, the Hunter. Here comes the next Hunter CC.
Monkey into
Eden, he ate the trap. He ate the trap. That is an Eden trap into Hex. It gets cursed.
And Razzle is gonna, I think, dispel it there, but good pressure coming out here from the jungle.
Yeah, Chixie taking a little bit of damage.
So Homer still has readiness.
Homer J, who is the
Hasn't
main
used.
Target. Can he kite? Can he get away? Both Shamans free from crowd control for the time being. Black Betty has burnt through a lot of mana though. Now into an instant cyclone.
I mean, these games are going to be
Crowd control for
fast,
the time being.
so
Homer
the
J
teams will be
doing
really messy
voice
looking, but
damage. Doing
right
the best
now,
he can, but
it's
Razzle
actually a
all
very
over.
controlled looking
Asmu's coming in.
game.
Like Asmu is going to be under fire as well.
Interestingly
Chixie trying to get some
also,
damage
this is a
rolling
dwarf hunter,
onto the enemy
isn't
here.
it?
Full scatter into a full trap. Is it going to get dispelled? No, I think it got grounded there. So that crowd control is not going to land, and Homer J is still under fire here.
Yeah, Homer J could be in a lot of trouble here. What is he going to do? Trying to just tank it out for now, but yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to tank this Blade Storm damage. Taking a lot of punishment right now. Stuck in the throwdown. He's going to trink it out and disengage back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think he has the deterrence right now to trade here, and Homer J might just go down there. Finally, in the nick of time, the Spirit Link connects there from Black Betty, but they need to get some offensive pressure here, potentially with this next freezing trap. They landed onto
Uh-oh.
I don't know if Homer's going to be able to survive with that. They're not going to be able to build any momentum. They need some cyclones. Razel is
He
very
is
low, but
just
Homer
dead,
is
man.
huge damage connecting, and he will fall to the Jmekli.
Oh, they do miss the link though. I don't know. We'll see.
Did a really good job. That intimidating shout there at
Yeah, you see the
end
Shoxy thing?
to slow down some of the damage.
Wait, no,
allow
it's just
the
that's not
Hunter to get
nostalgic.
away. Was a great
That's a
start.
wait, no.
Position, it's looking very durable. That's the
What
thing.
is that? Is
Warriors
that from back in the day, or is that just new? I thought it looked like it was from back in the day.
jungle, so
They might just have play. I don't actually know.
he's in bear form. He's very durable. So as long as they can get uptime on the Hunter, it seems like they really can start building that momentum lead.
Yeah, I feel like from what I've experienced so far in Kata, going up against Feral Druid, it seems like if you can catch them in cat form and you can stun them, they can take just a tremendous amount of damage and you can kill them. But the moment they get into bear form, it's so hard to get through the frenzied region. It heals for so much for the druids, so they're going to be very durable in that time. Whereas warriors, I actually really like hitting warriors in Kata. I feel like they take good damage.
They do.
And they don't have too much defensives. But
He's okay. They do. They do overlap those two.
This is a
That's the
really
link.
Kind of important moment in the match where Homer J, I feel like if I could critique anything, I think he was way too greedy with his readiness. He forced Black Betty to trinket Spirit Link. He had a readiness and use the deterrence anyways. So I think that was the major overlap that kind of cost them the game because
I mean, Link's not a crazy cooldown.
the overlapping defensive cooldowns. You need those cooldowns to trade at the right moments during those crowd control chains. And if you don't, if you misstep that, that's
I would, Matt. I'm in that same position myself, and I'm using Magma Heroic Mace.
Yeah, I feel like the jungle didn't really get that much pressure. They had like a couple of good setups there in the start. They forced all of the Feral Druids cooldowns, but weren't able to quite get the momentum.
One of the big things to look at here is look at Homer J's damage as a hunter.
Was like somewhat low,
Hunter
but,
dam,
there was just
not
so much
super crazy. I mean,
but jungle.
he doesn't have
they
good
have a lot
targets.
of
Is his
path
issue.
trajectory, which is the cool thing about jungle. Like they can go after the warrior.
They should go warrior, I think.
Shaman and just,
They want to keep their plan, I think, is to put Feral in bear form. So for those that don't understand maps in this, they can't pick in the Grand again, but they can pick it again after game 2. So like the rest of the series could be played in a Grand. You could see after Blades, the next map has to be Blades, Ruins, or Dalaran, but then it can be literally just Nagrand. You can the series can play out in the Grand after the second game.
Actually, I don't
You
know.
just keep picking it.
It's a small map, I guess. I don't know. I feel like your option. So the interesting thing about Kata,
Blades doesn't seem very good for them.
a lot of bad maps.
everyone just wants the grand.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? So right now you've already played Nagrand. Then you have your choices are Dalaran, Blades Edge.
Then back to the Grand.
Like, what are you picking here? You know, I feel like they're all not ideal to go up against like a cleave on.
And maybe so the map preview there for Blade's Edge is a little bit of a lie because there's no side ramps in Cataclysm.
Yeah.
You jump down, you're stuck down there for a long time. So it could be like maybe Homer J wants to position by
The weird thing is he's not playing with the priest, so he can't be gripped up.
Just running laps like that, allowing a shaman to maybe play up top every single time he jumps down.
My guess is because they want to. The only reason you pick this is if you want to like
So
pull the shaman into an awkward spot by dragging him across. That's what they want to do. Okay, I think what they want to do is they want to drag. They want to push the shaman in, and then the shaman's just kind of gonna have to sit here-ish, like because Homer's gonna pull back right to his side. So I expect Homer to kind of play like do laps like this around the map, and as that happens, Asmal will just have to naturally push up, and that will be their plan. I think that's their plan. Whereas on that map, they had to play on top of Asmal, and they didn't like that. So they're gonna try and make Asmal play on top of them this time for CC.
It's a lot of pressure in the opener. Can definitely kind of ride that momentum.
This is an insanely good hunter, by the way.
Really well on Blade's Edge.
yeah, main thing I'm seeing in this matchup is basically Homer J getting bullied, he's getting disarmed, he's getting thrown down, he's getting intimidating shout. We'll have to see how Homer J does in this one. I think a lot rides on how he kites, how he lands his crowd control, because that Hunter crowd control is extremely powerful.
Wait, no, this is literally someone with a camera.
Get the monkey
It's
blind,
on back in the day thing.
scatter shot into the trap, and it's a
It's
very
now.
long extended crowd control chain that you can put out. That's going to be their path to victory if they can find it.
Yeah, hunters in Kata, they have so much instant.
Yeah, they actually do have.
It's really.
It looked old school because of the thing, but yeah, someone is holding that camera 100%.
After the warrior this time, I like this a lot more. Going after the warrior, get the silencing shot there onto the healer.
Warrior's good.
No follow up there onto Asmo. There's the scatter shot, but they're all stacked up here. How is Homer gonna land this? They forced the
He
shield, which is
actually-
pure pressure right now. Which is
They get
brutal.
wall,
The
monkey
trap
monkey
into
blind.
the turrets, and then he can place the trap in the turrets without having to deal with somebody trying to micro CC him. They get a full freezing trap. They have a
Bash,
cyclone out.
trouble.
They're getting good momentum here on the side of Jungle.
It's not what I said. They're playing aggro. That's Link.
They do manage to get the spear
Hold
down
on.
right before that
They are
cyclone
out of
strike, but
CDs.
This is a fantastic opener here from the
Kitty
Jungle
Cleave are
Cleave,
completely
and I really like
dry.
that they're going after the warrior instead.
He hasn't readiness yet.
Yeah,
No,
Homer
he has
J
not.
He's got readiness, goes for the silencing shot. They're still just going after
Next
the
CC
warrior.
chain can win.
Path help. There's the full scatter. Can they find the trap out of it? Is there any more crowd control? Doesn't look like it.
Oh, he's getting crushed though.
Having to kite away. Black Betty will top him off, but now Razzle's getting low.
I assume there's no gear in this.
Getting absolutely destroyed right now, but there's still decent pressure on Homer J. They land a full trap on Razzle as he's trying to kite away, but now that they've connected, his health is just going to melt. He's caught into a full stun.
He's sitting with, oh, hold on a second. I think there's a bit of a mistake here. He's sitting with the shield on. I don't think he intends to do that. Does he? He's just sitting with shield on.
Oh, they get the scatter shot. The trap. Can they eat it? They get the full freezing trap. The Warriors in so much trouble. Shixie trading out the cyclone there.
He's not getting any counter pressure.
And he can follow it up.
He can only spam shouts.
Beautifully done there by the Warrior, making sure that they can't continue that chain. There's a monkey blind there as well onto Razzle.
There we go. Okay, 2 rounds up.
Here. They're basically isolating the Warrior there in a 3v1, but really, really nice, intimidating shot. He's going to shut it down, and now here comes the Kitty Cleave onto Homer J. Doesn't have too much defense. He has the deterrence. Might need to pop it, but maybe doesn't want to use it just yet. He's going for a trap there, looks like, and Shix is going to be sitting through a cyclone. They're trying to build up the pressure onto the Warrior. Big blades.
Oh my god, there is gear. You can inspect people. This is crazy.
Big damage onto Homer J as he is stuck in the throwdown, taking a lot of punishment right now as Razzle is also connecting. There's a full cyclone though onto Asmo. Shixie trying to start up the chain here. They get a scatter onto Razzle. Can they get the full freezing trap onto Asmo? There's the bash. Homer aims it. Homer lands it. And
Oh no.
Adios for him, I think here if they can connect a little bit of more damage. Shixie hard casting a cyclone. He gets interrupted on it. I don't think they have the damage to actually finish the job here, Van.
How is he still alive? I can't believe it. He tanks it out with the sword and board, continuing this pressure now onto Homer J, but he needs to get that two-hander out eventually. Get the pressure rolling. Looks like he put a little damage here onto Shixie. A full cyclone lands once again, but Shixie's getting absolutely smoked. Warriors just line of sighting the Hunter and destroying this Druid. Doing a really good job now, pushing forward, feeling confident, getting the damage rolling.
Just looking at everyone's gear real quick.
Into a full bash. Is there anything out? The Warrior's so low. Is he gonna go down? He gets silencing shot into a maim. He trinkets out, still just barely holding on by a thread. Trying to connect, but the Hex does land. Super unfortunate, and it looks like he will actually get topped off somehow. He's still alive.
Oh my god, he's full HP.
Topped off for the first time, and now I think Homer J's in trouble.
Yeah, I think the Kitty Cleave has finally left the station now. Homer J, what is he going to do? He's got no defensive. They did get the trinket.
They have Link.
Back there onto Asmo as well. So
It looks like they have Link.
Pure confidence right now. Nice cross kick there onto Black Betty as well, as Homer J is trying to drag them further and further away. But meanwhile, the Warriors taking a lot of damage here. Can they find any crowd control?
Incon.
Could be enough to
That's Incon.
nice cross kick there coming out from
This is scary. Incon's gonna fuck him up.
Freeing up Homer J here. Nice
There's a Link.
Spirit Link coming out from Asmo there, thinking he might get scatter trapped in that moment. So if you try to pre-link it, but Homer J holds on to it. They still have the.
We're close to wall. 30 seconds, but this is still income for a few more seconds.
Not land it here onto Asmo. Actually, it looks like they're gonna swap it there for just a second. They get a full cyclone onto Asmo.
Then Rage Regen comes out.
Into the freezing trap
He
potentially.
needs to win
And they
now.
need it, they don't get it, and Adio now in huge trouble.
15
here.
seconds on
Asmo is
wall.
Sleeping right now on the job, and meanwhile Asmo sitting through a full trap hex. Beautiful cross CC chain here, but still Adio is just surviving.
The Terrans coming back. Their cooldowns are rotating.
Earth Shield.
Here comes Wall.
Shield wall in just 1 second.
He's got rally too.
Are available for the Warrior. Audio just going to completely push forward here onto Homer J. I mean, just barely hanging on by a thread. Beautiful cyclone there by Shixie, not allowing Audio to get a good
Another
space
trap.
with that shield wall.
Full trap. There's the wall.
Land stun now onto Homer J. Once again, this Warrior's just in so much trouble. How many times can he barely hold on? trap finally fades.
The biggest thing
Now
is,
into Asmo.
can he
Adios
dump enough mana here to top him? Like it's really expensive each time.
Bladestorming, just trying to
Nice
stay on
exchange.
target, trying to
Immediately
really
deterrents
limit
it.
what Homer J is able to
They're
do.
pushing. They're trying to win
Once
right now.
again, he will
Hang
move
on. He's going straight back to a shield, I think.
Paying dividends here for this team.
Yeah, the Shaman really doing a lot of work here, but the Warrior's still not out of the woods yet. 20% HP. Shixie in a throwdown, just trying to slow down the damage here. Defensive throwdown, but Homer J is still out here in the back line. Asmo with no mana left. Full monkey blind connects. They charge over to Homer J to make their final stand. The freezing trap connects onto Asmo. He had no grounding for that one. Adio super low. Homer J as well, though. Could fall. Razzle trinketing out here, getting aggressive. Adio on 1% HP. Intervenes to his healer. Charges back to Homer J. The Spirit Link connects from Black Betty. Can they finish this Warrior? Full Cyclone onto Shixie. I think Adio is going to survive. Asmo still has a little bit mana left in the tank here to keep him rolling. Cyclone now onto Homer J. Shixie with another Cyclone throws it out onto Razel, and it's going to be about which Feral can land the Cyclone first. Black Betty still has his trinket, but also dwindling on mana and no real coolness to trade with it. Full Cyclone connects onto Asmo. No trinket. Adio charging in, trying to get a little bit.
I mean, they're both This goes anyway. Either direction.
For just another second, but still down to 20% HP. Asmo finally free casting heals in the.
Oh, he's pushing. He's got a 2-hander on this time. He is not getting away. He's not. Oh, he gets kited on his Bladestorm. Has to turn around, man. He's backing up. He's backing the fuck up. The Warrior's hard gemmed Razil, by the way. He's full gemmed Razil. Every socket. This is like a 4.2k Razil Warrior. Nah, it's not quite. He's got a trinket on.
Homer J into a stun though, can't connect the damage. Intimidating shout still is available. It's such an important.
This Warrior is still top damn in this game with a shield on 90% of the game.
Once again, just chasing down the hunter, trying to stay on target. Finally gets the opportunity, but it has not been easy for this Warrior in this match so far.
Are they landing? They actually might be. It looks like they are landing.
Between 10 to 50% HP the whole match. Finally manages to get completely.
He's playing it really well. Shixie or their team, Adiu is playing it really well.
Look at Black Betty. He's got so much mana. He got a big drink in the midst of those things.
Is shield that worth? I mean, it's got to be, right? Who am I to? He is playing extremely defensively with his gearing. Extremely defensive with his gearing, and he's still doing top damage. So it's hard to say that he's not doing the right thing. He's still going. He's still swapping when it matters, I guess. He might die anyway.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch hex coming out there. He's going to force out Razel's trinket. He's going to dispel it.
That's crazy. Homer's got a. He's at every cooldown. Homer can double death this guy. That's not good. You don't want to have to deal with. He can readiness and finish this game whenever he wants, I think. Here comes a deterrence, probably. No, he's actually just so. He deterrents that. He has nothing. No, that's a retail in this version of the game. Not die with a sword. You play. He's just doing that out of desperation. Readiness from home whenever he wants it. Oh, he already used it actually. He readiness scattered. I mean, this guy's almost got wall again. This is about to be. Full stun. Full clone. How is his health going up, man? What is this shit? There's the wall. There's the wall. He loses a good chunk. Oh, he put a shield on. He put a 200 on. He's gonna take a fuckload of damage here.
On camera saying a little prayer. Why won't you die? Please go down. And Adio just refuses.
Honestly.
On at 20% health for the last 7 minutes in this game. I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Bro, what is Shaman Mastery, man? What the fuck is this?
Again, pushing forward here onto Homer J. Bladestorm comes in. It's not going to be doing that much damage. And once again,
oh, he fell.
So he falls off the side.
Oh, wait, no, he's back.
Slips. It's happened to the best of us, I'm sure. Asmo can he still connect the heals? And I mean, this is just unbelievable. The thing is, it seems like they have decent uptime here on Homer J, but they just don't have the damage.
I mean, Homer J is also defensively good, extremely, and he's playing dwarf on top of that.
I mean, how long has Asmo been completely?
Razzle is not getting much done though. Razzle's bottom dam in this game. Homer J is second bottom dam. I think he's using all his like scatters on Razzle. He reverses CC. He CC's Razzle there. That was intentional. But they are just gonna. I worry this game is gonna end. It's gonna time out at a certain point. Not really though. Asmal's hold. I mean, he's doing top dam. This warrior is doing it's a really specialized. Like this is obviously highly evolved, the way he's playing this. And this is the advantage of playing with a shaman over, say, a paladin, right? Is the game can be super damp like this. There's no damp. No, there's no damping at all. You don't need it. Cataclysm plays out perfectly fine without it. Healers suck at healing. Basically, everyone's playing with dampening because all the healers do 20. Like basically, everyone is doing 30% less healing anyway. No one can heal for much except for rep paladins, ironically. Everyone else like has like a 2-minute cooldown of being able to top you quickly. That's why you're noticing this warrior has been low health this entire game. It's also why Shaman's good in this expansion, because Shamans have a mastery that makes them do more healing the lower health someone is. So the Shaman is just pressing Riptide, and they're letting the mastery do the work. Does he die here? Another moment. Another big moment. Blade Storm.
Can they do it? The jungle is looking hungry right now. Can they find that final killing blow?
Bro, that jungle needs some damn bad.
How is he doing it? The enraged region is keeping Adio.
It's not even their fault.
They got a full pound stun onto Adio.
Look at his health, man. It's actually kind of ridiculous at a certain point.
It's just not doing anything. Asmo's just standing on top of his.
This is just a warrior, by the way, that is playing with tank level armor and Resil stacked.
Actually does go down here, but Black Betty being able to just play up top, just basically immune to crowd control, isn't going to be caught in double fears, it's not going to be easy for Razzle to land cyclones. I think this map pick and the way Jungle Unplayable is playing this map is a huge part of why they're able to go for so long, and Homer J just really hasn't been in trouble. Black Betty just faces no threats playing in this top position.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely on something there.
They've slowed. It's funny listening to the casters. The casters have slowed down too. They've realized that they're basically. I don't actually know if jungle strategy can win the game. We're at a point now because in 25 seconds, Adiu is going to have shield wall again, and they've got trinkets, so there's no huge danger here. The game, it's gotten to a point where it's slowed down enough where we're like, okay, who can die here? And I don't know what they're supposed to do. I see a world where maybe the strat is to ride their healer or something. I feel like shamans can die.
He takes no damage, but I don't know. This warrior is still topping damage, but also just not dying. So I don't know what they can do here. Maybe go after the healer.
The warrior is topping damage by he lives. Hang on. Bash. Big damn. Big damn. Big. He can't press Riptide, man. They've done it. Look at his mana. There's not enough for a Riptide. He did Riptide. He got the Riptide, don't worry. He found a way. Oh, wait! There it is! This guy can die. And Shaman can't heal himself. He will die to auto attacks. Shaman. It doesn't matter, man. This is what I was wondering about. If they can just straight up kill this guy while he's Yeah, this is a very 2 strat, but they're gonna do it. Extremely 2v2 strategy here. They're just like, we can kill this guy. There's got to be a point of vulnerability. And it's actually possible he used less Resil. Let's have a look. Asmal? He's Resil stacked. I mean, Asmal will just slowly die. He's dead. But
where's the damage? Shixie's there, and Black Betty is there, but Homer not.
There he goes. So
Shixie able to deliver the final blow, and you can see
that was the same fight. They literally got to a game. They got to a point in the game where they realized the warrior wasn't going to die. He was just surviving through like basically he was at a point where they were not able to burst through shield, sword, and Riptide with all this stuff. So they just realized they had to do something different, and they swapped the shaman, and the shaman died very quickly because the shaman was pretty close to basically was So I thought it was smart.
Becomes a lot less manageable. So I
We can look at Garen stuff here too. I'll show it to me with the warrior.
I do think we're
To give you an idea.
small map, like really
So warrior is
but,
full
I
Brazil.
think jungle unplayable. They had a really good
Apart from
idea
pants, you're only has 20 hit gem in there, but he is Brazil gemmed.
eventually near the end of the game.
You can see he is going crazy with Brazil.
Jump down from that position, and I think this might
He's
be
got an Ashkandi,
going on the
and he has he'd be playing
what was going on.
4K plus Brazil, and he's playing with a shield on most of the game.
Just seems
So that's
like
why he was living.
once you have so much mitigation, so much physical damage mitigation with plate armor and a shield and D-stance.
He said
and
Ashkandi.
cooldowns you can rotate through.
I don't know.
It's
I think it's as
really
pronounced.
difficult to take down a warrior,
I know it's also called
especially with how
that the crit.
mastery is.
Yeah, so we actually have the AWC companion updated for Cataclysm. So if you do Exhibition Gear, you can see exactly what these guys are running in terms of their talents and in terms of their gear as well. If you want to get some inspiration or see exactly what's going on, because I'm kind of with you there, Van. And I do think that the warrior, he is rocking maximum Brazil. He's rocking full PvP gear. He's rocking actually an Ascandi. Great Sword of the Brotherhood in his main hand, and he's got Heart of Rage, which is a PvE proc trinket that procs a lot of strength, like 2,200. But that's pretty much it. Everything else is PvP gear, so he's wearing about as much resilience as you can, only having two kind of non.
Both pharaohs are playing offensive gems, by the way.
I think
Like,
it's just the sword and board that makes it really tough for jungle. Does jungle actually have like a lot of armor penetration outside of I guess like the bleed?
the issue they've got, the reason what they're going to come to here is the way that Hunter works. Hunter doesn't really have consistent damage. It's got burst. It can he gets chunked by every chimera, but then he's just kind of sitting there doing nothing. After that, Hunter damage is super weird. They got really good CC, but not a whole bunch of overwhelming damage. And then the feral does actually penetrate armor really well, but only some of the time, I think.
But we are going to be going to Ruins of Lordaeron, so no cheeky top.
We can, yeah, we can gamble 100%. Let's gamble. Let's fucking gamble, man.
Play on the small map.
Gamble.
Could be like you said. I tell that they want to do like
This is
a
game
tournament
3
shaman. Do you think Kitty
between jungle, unplayable.
quite easily, or are they going
Wait, who's the second team?
conservative strat and just go after Hunter? I guess we'll have to wait.
It's Kitty Cleave. We'll just call it Kitty Cleave.
Do a possible
Because you guys only have like 2 minutes until it starts anyway.
I'm getting word that the warrior's name is pronounced Adu, like Sidu, which is like the Adu.
I do. All right.
Adu.
What were we saying?
Adio. That was close.
Audio. Yeah, I do. If we get any of the names right, I'm
All right,
happy to.
gambles are up. Oh my god, someone went all in on the Kitty Cleave. No, 2K on the Kitty Cleave. Not as all in.
But yeah.
A little bit all in.
So jungle, not looking too hot in this match.
Is my mic quiet?
We're able to get that
It shouldn't be.
here, Van.
From my point of view, I'm like hitting -10 on my thing. I mean,
Rough for jungle actually.
is it quiet?
Somebody down.
Yeah, they all seem really durable. I mean, I think the big reason why that map felt so difficult.
Oh, here we go.
for Feral Druid to
You
actually
guys can
take
vote.
down
I
is 'cause
I
you get
believe.
shot control on the shaman. So I think on the smaller map, it's going to be a lot easier for Razzle to potentially land cyclones. Maybe Adu to find, the intimidating.
It could be.
shots.
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to put it louder.
Should have Tremor Totem Floor. We'll have to wait and see.
I can actually. Hang on.
Happening, but yeah, it does.
Is this louder?
Both the warrior and the feral druid are
How's that?
targets to take down. However, jungle and
I can go even louder than that. If you want. Hang on. How's that? Is it too loud now?
Definitely put them in a good position for the late game.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of a little bit worried about. If
Now it's maxed. So it should be about 20% louder.
right off the rip here, big damage coming in onto Asmo. So far, it's just Chixie over there. Homer J not able to connect. Razzle is going to be sitting through a bash, full fear connecting there onto Homer J and Chixie. Looks like Betty was able to drop the Tremor Totem there and get them out of crowd control, but still, so far, not a great opener here for the jungle.
I think they should go warrior until he's and then go shaman again. I think going warrior just keeps him defensive and makes the matchup it makes it stable, and that's what they're going to try and do again. I think. Nah, they pull the way you bug it is you get the boss, the goblin boss inside of Deadmines, the one that comes off like he's riding on like the giant dude, right? And he jumps off the giant and jumps onto a player, and the player like hearths or something with them on his back, and it brings him into Dalaran or into Stormwind.
Crowd control. Usually, when one of the DPS eats one of those traps, he's definitely on point with that. But as I said,
You can do it unintentionally. If you're wiping and you bubble with him on you, I think it happens.
getting the shield wall and spirit link overlap from the Jmek
Well, they probably just leave dungeon. They probably have to bubble her. They probably just leave dungeon with one on their back, and it probably ports them out.
Back. Homer J still has his readiness available if he needs it. Gets a full trap here on a Razzle. That gets dispelled. Homer J maybe in a little bit of trouble, but doesn't seem like he's too worried for the time being. Adu is not able to actually land any kind of damage, and they're just going for a bit of a split strategy here. So maybe their strategy is to just get them out of mana. Shixi forced into bear form, and Adu can finally hit Homer J for the first time in this game. Gets on target, but immediately he's just going to disengage, and it just seems so difficult for this warrior to actually get uptime on the Hunter in this match, which is so crucial for him to actually take him down.
Yeah, Homer J, what is he going to do? Getting a lot of damage. He's stuck in this throwdown. He has no trinket. A lot of damage.
He's okay.
But a beautiful peel coming out so far on to Shixi. But Shixi now getting the Cyclone there onto Razzle. Adu taking a lot of damage as well, down to 50% HP. But his shield wall is only a minute away. So he's going to have that if he can stay alive for a minute. Asmo has no trinket. And the warrior has no defensives as well. So if they can secure a nice long CC chain right now onto Asmo, they potentially could take him down. But there it is, the nice kick onto Asmo. Can they chain it? There's the silencing shot overlap a little bit, but they get the full Cyclone. It's not the cleanest setup, but if they can land the Monkey Blind Trap or the Scatter Trap, it could be it. Black Betty Trinket, Tremor. Can they find the CC chain? Adu on 1% HP.
Either one can die. Adu's not sure.
Can they get it?
Oh, he got him.
And they do manage to
Both.
take the warrior down. Jungle unplayable now up 2-1 in this series. They found that miraculous little moment, and I will say it's because the
Jungle unplayable wins this one.
The shield wall and the spirit link earlier. That was the window of opportunity that was given to the jungle, and they took it.
All right, game 4 predictions up. You guys can vote. How can you check what gear they're using? It is abc.gdcd.tv right there. That'll be the case for all the games today. You just go there and it'll show everything.
Basically all of Blade's Edge, and if they ever overlap, that game would have ended way faster. And just these little overlaps, like you mentioned, and they puts them in a spot where they basically have no defensive cooldowns. Seemed like at this point it was basically do or die. Warrior wanted to go forward. To be fair, Homer J was incredibly low on health as well. He got away at like 20% health, so this could have easily gone the other way. You know, barring a few critical strikes, something like that coming in from the Warrior. Almost getting that execute off was a really, really close game number 3.
Definitely. A little bit unexpected for sure that they were going to be able to get the kill there.
They should a lot of demo.
Edge game. You're kind of, in the start of that Blaze Edge game, I was like, ooh, the Warrior's low. But then you kind of got used to it. So in this game, a little bit surprising, but they had that little short window.
I wonder if he just purges a Riptide there as well.
Wait, are we going to Ruins of Lordaeron again?
Yep. They're figuring out the map rule. You can lock the same map as many times as you want.
Same map you picked twice.
I guess so. I think so, yeah.
All right.
Pretty sure. I mean, if not, we're not going to be going there. So it looks like, yeah, it is within the rules. Sleep Comp wants to once again.
Once the first map gets played, you can pick the same one.
Yeah,
You can only pick Nagrand twice, once. Wait, you can pick Nagrand. The first game, you got to play something else.
And one thing to keep in mind is,
And they can keep locking whatever they want after that. You go back to Nagrand. I'm surprised that I'm actually genuinely, I'm really, really surprised. I'm not sure if they realize this. There is no universe that Ruins is better than Nagrand, is there? Like, I actually genuinely can't think of like that they won on Nagrand by being able to pull away. And I feel like the Warrior, if he was able to run away in line there, seems way better, but we'll see, I guess.
Everyone just trying to play that one comp as good as they possibly can, but we got jungle unplayable right now. Just one away here from eliminating the Jmek Cleave. Just one more game here on Ruins of Lordaeron for them, or we could be going to a game number 5, of course, if the Jmek Cleave can have it their way. But yeah, the Kitty Cleave, I feel like if they don't overlap any defensives, the game doesn't look too bad. But I do like also what Jungle Unplayable did. They wanted to go after Asmo a little bit more in this matchup, like a lot earlier. In a Blade's Edge game, they went for him when he was like and he had nothing left. But in this game, they actually went after him in the opener. Shixi went after him by himself. That part didn't look too good, but maybe, I don't know, maybe they had a different idea to get Homer over there as well. But when he did Trinket, they had gone on Asmo, and then they
We play tomorrow, so we're not playing until well, we're upper bracket, so it goes lower bracket first. There's 2 lower bracket games, then there's 2 upper bracket games. We're playing 3rd or 4th tomorrow. I think we're playing 4th tomorrow. So this is only the first series, so we wouldn't be playing until probably like 1 or 2 p.m. my time, like 4 p.m. EST or so, is my guess.
They have 3 heals. They have Healing Stream Totem, Earth Shield, and Riptide. That's like 90% of their healing in this game. So if they don't have Earth Shield, then they're missing. You know what I mean? Like if you crowd control a Shaman, you kill off the Healing Stream Totem, and you're on a target that doesn't have Earth Shield, then 60% of their healing on that target is no longer there. So I think it is really important that you're kind of bouncing around, forcing the Shaman to kind of guess who you're going after, and I do like that adaptation.
You know, one of my team names in original Kata was ES Riptide AFK. I was very salty towards the rest of Shamans back then. But here it is, match points. Jungle Unplayable versus Jamek Cleave, lower bracket match. If the Jamek Cleave loses here, they will be eliminated, so they need to grab a win if they want to stay alive in the tournament. Black Betty, Homer J, and Chixie just kind of sitting back here, chilling near the starting area, kind of waiting for the enemy team to get a little bit closer to them. And on the flip side, it looks like the Kitty Cleave is doing pretty much the same thing, with the exception of Razzle. He is kind of behind enemy lines, but finally Adu and Asmo are going to, I believe, move forward. I think they are at the tomb. It's a little bit hard to judge the nameplate distance there, but I do believe that they are positioned. Yep, they are at the tomb, so potentially an opener happening here. Or I don't know, actually. Do you think it's good to wait for the eye to spawn and try to like get an opener on the enemy feral?
This is a weird one.
Maybe that's what they're opting to do. I just feel like Asmo probably just wants a.
Okay, he's not gonna leave that pillar. Yeah, that's what they should play in the Grand, I think. But yeah, he's not planning. They wouldn't have killed there if he was playing on that pillar. That's how they feel about it, I think.
So yeah, I guess we have a little bit of a standoff. Inevitably, the eye will come up though. But it seems like they just really want to deny any kind of opener that Razzle can have here by just standing behind that flare. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. The eyes are up now, so are they going to go for it? Because when you take the eye, you also take extra damage. So this is kind of smart from the warrior. He's going to take the eye on his side, because if he takes the other eye,
he's grabbing both.
Might just open on him.
He's grabbing both.
Damage, but as I say that,
he can see.
Going for the other eye as well.
Wait, no. What are we doing here? He wants to grab the feral, then go to the eye? I don't understand.
Well, no, he had the debuff. He didn't take this eye. He said this eye on this side is still open.
Oh, okay.
They are, both teams are unwilling to play out of their comfort zone. This is wild. There's no way the warrior is going to play in there. There's no chance. It's crazy that they actually are going to do it. They're respecting it. They're going to go in there. But they shouldn't. This is their map.
How would it be to just go after the Shaman? Like, just risk it. Go in, go after the Shaman, try to get crowd control on Homer J, and
arena map where it's super, where it go either way. I mean, the Grand is the probably most balanced, like traditionally thought of as the most balanced arena, I think, just apples in terms of map.
Really just trying to get
Super hard to have a, very few teams have a big advantage on the Grand. It's just like medium sized, but with line of sight for both, like relatively available line of sight.
In this small space, I don't know if this is working out for the Jungle Cleave.
Yeah, I don't know how good.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. It doesn't seem very good. The jungle should want to play on the open. That's wall. Well, it's always the first game for that reason, just apples. They actually, in ABC, for the last 7 years or so, it's always been the Grand is the opening game because it's considered a pretty balanced map. That's the main thing you'll see with that. In this particular case, you can keep picking it over and over again, but yeah. So the game's kind of devolving a bit. Blades is the least balanced map, in my opinion, that I've ever seen. The Blaze design, I'll go if we see it later on, I'll show you what I mean. But it's like it's designed in such a way that it's incredibly unbalanced.
Trades out the turrets here. He wants to get aggressive with that though. Maybe get a trap. There it is. Scatter shot coming out. Do they have any follow up? There is a monkey blind, but look at Razzle just stacking.
Turn this up for you guys a bit.
Perfectly on his healer right there. Not able to get that freezing trap, but Chixie could potentially bash him into a freezing trap. Oh, they bash Razzle, and they get a full hex onto Asmo,
Nice.
switching it up there. Beautifully done there, Black Betty, once again in the back line. And if Razzle shifts here to dispel the hex, he's immediately dead. They get a full cyclone. To follow
It's
up on
it's
that
just
as well.
they are
But
landing.
look at that
It's not
frenzied
like
region.
specifically a
That's what I'm
land.
talking about. Feral Druids, once they're in this situation, their HP just goes up. So at that point, unfortunately for them, Ruzzle is going to be able to recover. And this is kind of why I like the Warrior more as a target, because Frenzied Region is just crazy in Kata.
Yeah, it seems really, really strong. Let's see if they can land that full trap. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to land. Black Betty is just getting stunned up right now. Homer J still under fire. Is Adu and Razzle are trying to connect. Full trap does land on Asmo, though. This is finally the crowd control that they need, but everyone is just basically full health. Adu taking a little bit of pressure, but it seems like he's going to be nice and stable for the time being. And Jungle Unplayable, they had some good pressure there on Razzle, but they're just not finding those extended crowd control chains that they need to take down the Warrior for the time being. He's down to about 50% health, but they're continuing their push onto Homer J. Homer J maybe has run out of a little bit of mobility. If they can reconnect, Adu just going for it once
That's some
again.
trouble.
A bit of a duel between the Hunter and the Warrior.
Definitely some
That's what
trouble.
we saw in the last game. In the last game, it was the Warrior that did fall, but I do feel like Homer J could be in a little bit of trouble. Both Shamans about half mana at the 5
So Homer J's
mark in the
entire
game.
kit comes up in 20 seconds.
Not able to find a freezing
It's
trap right there. Could be big trouble
deterrence,
for him, as now the Kitty Cleave can play with confidence.
readiness, and
20
deterrence are
seconds or
both
so.
coming up here.
He's gonna have that actually in about 10 seconds. Homer J does manage to catch a big heal there from Black Betty, still just keeping him nice and topped as they force out another Spirit Link here from Asmo. They get another full Cyclone there onto Asmo, and Adu could be in trouble here. Shixie has another clone proc. He gets it onto Razzle this time.
They're
Boots
doing
coming out
Shaman
there
much
onto
earlier
Asmo.
this time.
The bash, Shixie doesn't have it just yet off cooldown. Finally does have it now. Gonna go for the bash right there. Homer J is silenced, so he can't place the trap there. He would have liked to, but he's gonna just continue the chain with a scatter shot, and he walks all the way on top of him. There's the freezing trap, but they don't find it. It's not gonna connect, and that's 2 traps in a row for Homer that are not gonna find their target, which is bad news. But once again, Black Betty trying to save the day there with the Spirit Link Totem.
Homer J still on fire. He's got his readiness available if he needs it, but needs to be really careful. Has that trinket available, but everyone from his back cleave is just full health for the time being. Homer J down to about 50% health, but they do connect once again. Black Betty is keeping him alive, but now has found himself with a lower mana than Asmo. Full trap lands though. This could be danger for the Warrior. He pops the shield wall immediately, trying to just avoid as much incoming damage as possible. Continuing this push onto Homer J. Has to be unafraid in the match. Cannot allow Homer J to get too much distance. So you just have to keep pushing forward as that Warrior, even when you're low health. Keep pushing forward. It can be a scary
It's
thing to
interesting.
do,
I
but
don't get
it is the
that
right
trinket was really
strategy.
that great.
When you're a Warrior, you have to be brave and fearless. That is what it takes right now. He's actually going after the monkey here a little bit, and
Killing Pet would be devastating, but
yeah, I don't know about that. He's not being very brave right now, picking on somebody smaller than him like that. But beautiful cross CC coming out there as they get a Razzle into a trap. They get a full hex there as well. Shixie is going to be taking a lot of damage, though. They didn't really get much.
Oh, there's an
They did
adaptation
go
here.
after Asmo there just a little bit.
Shixie is
They
not
kicked out
running
Asmo
as
well,
often, but
actually,
it's
into a side
definitely looking
roll.
annoying for the
Shixie
Warrior.
Gonna get interrupted on that. Nice charge coming out, and here comes the Warrior. Colossus Smash. Big damn here potential for the Warrior, but he's not going to be able to connect just yet. He gets slowed. Homer J trying to do what he can to get a little bit of distance between him and the Warrior. Nice scatter shot connecting. Goes for the freezing trap launcher, and it is going to hit its mark, but nice cyclone there onto Homer J. It's going to slow down the jungle damage, and it should be enough defense here for Adu on that Warrior, as Shixie takes a massive chunk of damage and is forced to trade out his survival instincts.
Can he hold on? Interrupt here onto Black Betty. Adu just going to be going after him. Getting that pressure rolling onto the Shaman as well, kind of just cleaving everybody down. Mana's not looking good for Black Betty. Shixie is still just going down, making it really awkward to heal both targets. I like the split strategy. Stun on Black Betty once again is used just all
Shixie.
over this Resto Shaman.
Uh-oh,
Meantime, Razzle's
mana.
just going after
Big
Shixie. This
problem.
split
Nice, and
strategy, I
Devine
love it.
misses
He
the
needs
trap, though.
Unfortunately, not
Does
able
not.
to, but it just doesn't seem like Shixie and
So,
Homer J really
anything
have the
big?
damage to follow it up just yet, and this is looking really good for this Warrior Feral team. They can keep pushing and stay on target, get the damage rolling. I don't know if Black Betty's going to ever be able to recover. It looks like
They're
he's
being
sneaking away for
tanked.
a drink, but Asmo is there to shut it down. You do not want to allow him to recover any mana. Really important at this point of the game.
You know, honestly, this warrior is maintaining crazy damn. 7k DPS is a lot.
Just when the warrior swaps to him there to auto attack him to stop the drink, he swaps to the water shield just to get at least like one little tick. Nice little min-max there from Black Betty, but can they get any offensive pressure here? Homer J sitting through a Cyclone, and Razel also sitting through a Cyclone. Shixie is going to have to try to start up the chain here with the cross CC, but Razel actually getting a restuff there, I do believe, but not able to connect with the stun. Adu, sorry, taking a lot of damage here. They silence shot him there as well to deny the fear, denying a lot of that utility from the warrior. Scattershot connecting here onto Asmo. Can they find the freezing trap? Looks really rough here. They chain it with the monkey blind. Homer J trinketing.
Shixie full stun. No.
Trap, but doesn't look like he was able to find it. Shixie has a bash in 8 seconds, so maybe they can bash trap if they can continue to interrupt here onto Asmo. Nice silencing.
Are you dying?
Cyclone is going to be trinketed there by Asmo, and there's the Spirit Link as well for good measure to keep the Kitty Cleave offensive. And Black Betty is not looking too good here on the mana. Nice wind shear there on the Asmo. He's looking for the Hex onto Black Betty, and Black Betty just trying to outrange it, trying to keep up his teammates, but I don't think the jungle has a lot of time left here. They have maybe one more go before it is going to be lights out, and Adu has a lot of response.
He's sort of trying a healing wave.
I think Chixie might just fall right here.
There's the link.
Gets traded. There's the Spirit
And
Link
trinket.
as well, and the jungle is definitely in shambles right now then.
Edge Khalib doing a really good job, but everyone is in danger right now. Shield wall is available for audio. See what he can do. Shixie right now still on the run. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever.
Oh, Shixie dead.
Back foot looks like you will go down. Black Betty's got no mana left, and Shixie does fall. Game number 2 here on Ruins. Overall, game number 4 in the match will go to
I don't know what map they'll go. I'm curious because Blaze doesn't look good.
Asmo was getting those drink stops that he was making sure that he would stay on top of the enemy shaman.
The big thing here. I'm sorry, Cookie. That's not good. We don't love that. Good morning, Johnny.
Drinks during their setups. So it was nice that they were able to shut this down, but clearly
Who I want to win? I don't want anyone to win.
Kitty Cleave
I guess I'd like to see more of the Kitty.
as it was picked twice in a row. So
I guess I'm more interested in seeing that matchup. I've seen a lot of jungle played on NA. I haven't seen as much Kitty Cleave, and we're playing against Kitty Cleave. We're fighting Kitty Cleave on Sunday, Saturday, tomorrow.
But you can see here towards the end, there really wasn't much left here for Black Betty. He just used his trinket Spirit Link in the setup before that, and then his Feral did end up dying. 11 minutes and 4 seconds long game. I feel like this is for Kata. This is a very long game duration. I feel like there are some outliers, obviously, that can go like really, really long, but I feel like this is definitely one of those matches that you would expect it to be faster.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a lot of peels coming in from the Feral Druids. I mean, both Feral Druids are not great targets in the match for either team. Resto Shamans are one of the more durable healers, I would say, in Cataclysm for sure. Their healing is just, it's quite strong, even with limited mana. But what I really want to see, so we're going to Blade's Edge. I think that's a good pick here for jungle unplayable. But what I really want to see for Jamek Cleave is I feel like they need to make the map smaller. They need to play up top, go after the Shaman a little bit. Because I feel like if they do play that same position where Black Betty is just up top by himself doing whatever he wants, it seems kind of unwinnable. Like if he's able to just drink whenever he wants and he can free heal and he's never in any crowd control, it seems like it's a really, really easy matchup. So I think Jamek Cleave, what I want to see them do, go after the Shaman up top, and if they, if the Hunter follows, then maybe you can make some swaps, but I don't think you can leave the Shaman up top completely uncontested like we saw in the first game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for them to shut that down. I feel like it might be up to Asmo maybe, because Asmo was positioning in a way where he was sitting on top of his warrior the whole game, but maybe he can also play up top and just like shut down the drinks because his team goes faster. I mean, he's obviously doing that to deny a lot of the traps, so maybe they just die before that point if he doesn't stack on his warrior. I guess that's the kind of trade-off for them, but maybe at some point, if they're ahead, they can kind of re-adapt their positioning to just make sure that they always have some.
Yeah, the Warrior is actually playing the most defensive gear I've seen too. Kind of wild. He's literally playing full defense.
So we'll see. Blade's Edge. It's kind of interesting that teams are allowed to pick the same map again. That's definitely a new one.
The reason they did it in both classic
tournaments, there's like how many maps? 15 maps. Only 4 here.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, if you have a best of 7, right? What are you gonna do? So yeah, that's cool. It definitely makes for some interesting strategies because you can really like.
I don't like blades for them really that much. I guess that's what they went on though.
Maps like certain strategies, so it's cool to see.
The only thing I can think of
from the jungle
with this map,
with their
I think they'll have an easier time getting drinks, and that does matter.
we'll see.
They went
if,
home.
if it's enough for them to get the win. Whoever loses here is eliminated from the tournament. It's a best of 5. All the games this weekend will be best of 5s, except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7s.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this one does play out. I mean, going into this matchup, who did you think was going to win? I feel like Jungle Unplayable, they've got a pretty big name, right? In like the classic scene. So I would be surprised to see them go down at this point of the tournament. I guess a lot of teams did sign up. Like there was a lot of teams in this tournament.
Huge tournament, bigger than retail ones in terms of competitors.
This kind of top 8 position that we do.
In terms of
see now.
viewership, let's have a look.
We are going to be playing through that
10K
first, like we did say. So
for a
our
CCAT
first 2
tournament.
series of the day will be elimination series. So obviously a lot on the line for these teams, discussing all their possible options here before we get into this final match on Blade's Edge.
Yeah. Gonna take their time here, make sure everything is ready to go. I wonder because they're on the TR like you mentioned. They have access to just like basically all kinds of gear. So I wonder if somebody's gonna take.
Is Rivas not the team?
Here on the match point, like maybe one of the Feral Druids is gonna go after.
Something went wrong there because it's showing someone won.
Maybe one of the Shamans.
That's the wind sound.
He hasn't been targeted at all. Opts for playing just like a lot of regen gear or. We'll
When I was when we were competing,
how they decide to
I think
switch it up. It is the final game in this
getting to play with full gear is interesting too.
tournament.
Oh, we're ready for Stunts team? No, they're a team that is extremely tough. So not quite, but there's a lot of,
And for you, Van,
there's so many pieces to work with here.
Druid is getting knocked out.
If you gem Brazil and you get attacked, it's pretty fucking great. I'll tell you that much.
I'm gonna be honest. One of my favorite things about Cataclysm is that you can root Feral Druids. Like as a mage, that feels really good. That's like Frostnova on a Feral Druid. You can't just shift out of it. But enough with that mage propaganda. We'll get into this final game here between these 2 cleaves. We've got Jungle Unplayable. Their jungle has been looking really solid. Black Betty going to be looking to
Thanks, OC buddy.
position on the top side of this map, which is going to open up opportunities to drink. I feel like for Jemekleave, they're going to have to really change their strategy. I don't think they can just ignore the Shaman and allow him to play up top. So we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, let's see here. Shixie already taking a lot of damage here in the opener. They're maybe just feeling it out a little bit. Asmo actually going to be the target of choice here as he's taking a lot of damage here. Can Shixie connect onto Asmo? Looks like he will. Pops Berserk. Big pressure.
This is interesting. They're going for it, but Shixie is dying. So just so you guys are aware. Oh shit.
Needs to be very careful. Their trinkets out.
So just so we're aware, the Druids in this matchup are not stacking Resil. Everyone else is. Both Druids are playing low Resil.
So he's not going to be a great target.
Big bite.
Homer J. Oh no, disaster. They overlap the Cyclone there, ended the terror. And there's no heals coming out here on the Homer J. Just so much damage. Full Cyclone.
Every cooldown.
Overlap again. Beautifully done here by the Jmekleave, getting so much pressure here, forcing out the trinket from Black Betty, the Spirit Link.
So this is one of those things, when you go for an offensive strategy like that, it unravels really quickly.
Master's call allowing him to cut away for the time being, but
there's no like next go really.
This game, going after both the Feral Druid and the Hunter, they are not making this easy. Full,
but they are very behind.
Immediately trinket out of that one and does land a full trap. Finally, some control coming in here from Jungle Unplayable, but is it too little too late? They have no cooldowns left. Shixie's now into
it may stabilize, by the way. This is all unraveling from that Shaman opener. They didn't have any pressure on the Warrior. The Warrior went crazy for a bit.
Landing, though, Asmo needs to be careful. He's going to just trade out his trinket, try to keep his Warrior aggressive, and I would really like that Jemekleave.
So they're controlling the game a lot more. There's a link.
Yeah, but they know they're so far ahead on cooldown, so they're just gonna trade and try to stay on target. And this is where Homer J
you got a blade storm.
Extremely scared, but they get a nice full trap there onto Asmo, despite the whole team being stacked on him. Homer J really
full throwdown
there in the nick of time, but he's stuck in a throwdown. A lot of damage connecting. Onto Asmo. Adio, what is he gonna do here?
Clones him low, but I think it's good.
Onto Homer J, slowing down the pressure there from Razel as they switch over to Shixie, who still doesn't have his trinket for a little bit. Nice fear connecting here on to Homer. Homer and Shixie as they make a big push onto Shixie. Is he going to stay alive? Homer J, what is he going to do to save his teammates? He can't do anything, but the survival instinct is beautiful for Shixie, and now Shixie could get a full cycle onto somebody. He's going to find it onto Razzle. They need to get crowd control onto Asmo. Asmo's got nothing left, but unfortunately for him, he's got snake dots on him. I can see that Asmo is green right now. Finally, that snake dot, I think, disappeared from him as he gets monkey blinded, but they don't get the freezing trap, they don't get the hex, and they don't get the setup then.
Yeah,
He pre-disengaged the thing though, by the way. That was insane.
That deterrence is available if he needs it.
Yeah, we're getting to safety.
On the top side of this bridge, kind of an interesting kiting path here. Black Betty just running with him, trying to stay ahead of his hunter. I really like the positioning here for Jungle Unplayable. Their kiting has been good, working together as
Just
a
overplay.
team.
He's off a bracket,
Honestly, a
so
really
I think he plays
disastrous
fourth.
start, but it seems like they're going to be able to recover. Readiness.
I think he's in the
almost
I think he's the
available
lower
at
part of the upper bracket.
3.5-minute mark in the match. I will say both these shamans are kind of getting close to running on fumes in terms of
There
mana.
is
coming in
deterrence.
here from Homer J.
29
trying
seconds
to
of
avoid some
vulnerability.
this uptime from the warrior, but
Now last
still
time,
looking a little bit scary here, fighting around the map. Just
does
trying
he?
to
Oh,
do
he
the
has
best
Zerk
he
active
can.
right now.
Heading
That's why
back
he uses
now.
turns.
That's going to allow Black Betty to play up top, but they are shutting it down. I really like that they're just ignoring Homer J. Just keep him down there. Allow the warrior to just connect as much as possible.
Trapped his
They're not
clone
falling for the trap.
or his root.
What we saw in the last time these two teams did play is a great adaptation here by Jamet Cleave.
So that's both incon. Wait, this is Shixie's Berserk still.
Any of those drinks, and
It's
they
over
are
now.
kind of winning on mana. They have all of their cooldowns rotating back up here for the Kitty Cleave as well. And we can see Shixie now doesn't have Bark Skin, doesn't have Survival Instincts, doesn't have Trinket. He could easily go down in a throwdown, but at the same time, Adu is taking some punishment, forced to be a little bit defensive here as they are looking for that CC chain.
Mana's super even, but Betty's gonna get a drink right now, I think. And we've got a deterrence available to trade from Homer J with readiness. He just readiness now. He's getting ready to drink, but he's getting ticks.
He's gonna have a lot of mana here potentially. They don't shut it down. What a nice
One
bash
big tick.
there by Shixie into the pound stun, and Black Betty is coming back with 30-40% mana here for the Jungle Cleave. And
Super important,
despite,
though.
like you said, despite that completely disastrous opener that they had, things are looking
We've rotated.
fantastic for Jungle Unplayable as they get the warrior very low. They recover the mana disadvantage. They force Asmo's Trinket, and they got the warrior without shield wall then.
Yeah, this is a really good position to be in. There's the Spirit Link totem from Asmo. There's basically
Asmo's
nothing
really
left here
aggro
for
with
the
that.
side of Jamet Cleave. Jungle Unplayable has fought it back despite the disastrous opener. There's a full cycle and that does land though. Black Betty's just gonna.
I don't know if those are
decide to
like good
immediately
links
trinket out of
or
that.
just like
Wants
super
to keep
safe
his
links.
Team aggressive and might actually sneak away for a drink once again. Putting on the water shield in the mid map right now, sitting down, getting mana, needing to shut it down. It looks like Adu will charges over, gets the hamstring up, takes out the two-hander, and trying to get some damage rolling here onto the Restoration Shaman. We'll see what he can get done. Just playing the top side of the map by himself.
Attacking
and this
Betty's
is
not doing a
really
whole bunch.
interesting kind of target choice. Razzle's downstairs, trying to go after the hunter.
They're still doing
Adu is
it, but
just
I
going
don't know if
after
it's
the
doing
shaman.
anything. He's
We'll
getting
see
no
if the switch
pressure.
strategy ends up
It's a
working at
Resil
all, but
stack
so far it doesn't
shaman.
seem like they're really getting much pressure.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Asmo is not getting a lot of mana here. He's actually the one going Meanwhile, Black Betty has actually recovered so much mana. Oh, big swap!
Oh, shit.
Can they take him down? He does
Link.
have Spirit Link. He does manage to get the Spirit Link off in the nick of time. I forgot for a second that Shamans can drop Spirit Links when they are silenced. And he was able to utilize that to stay alive there. Black
Oh,
Betty's
no.
still not out of
He
the
has
woods yet,
no
but then
wall.
Swift disconnects. He's taking a lot of damage.
Is he not
Pre-Stoneform
playing-
stun here, and that should be
I don't-
enough defense for him, hopefully, but maybe
He
not.
is playing Ghost Wolf
Asmo's
talents,
taking
but
a
he's
scatter
not
shot,
getting
going
much
after
distance.
Razzle
He got
from back
rooted.
home. They do have a Cyclone proc. They managed to get it there onto Adu, and Adu has no trinket, so that Mortal Strike effect should fall for Black Betty. The warrior,
Oh, he's
the
there.
warrior reconnects. The Mortal Strike gets reapplied.
There's the
Black
freedom.
Betty gets freedom
Kick.
by the hunter, but this is now a healer.
Kick
raid.
is not
Black
good.
Betty, how he's gonna make it out alive here? He gets caught up with another.
Razzle
full
in
stun.
trouble.
The Kitty Cleave is powering through for the win, but at the same time,
There's the
he gets
trap.
crowd control
He
on
lives
Asmo.
really
He's
soon.
just
He lives
Black Betty
really soon.
Staying alive right now.
I think he's
and
away.
They do manage to get a stun there onto the
Full
warrior.
clone
Black
into
Betty,
warrior.
No Mortal Strike here.
Root.
If he can kite this warrior, that's all that matters.
It's incon.
So much damage coming out. The warrior's gonna connect.
That's it.
No, he gets counter, so he finally connects with
So
the
unfortunate, man.
execute. And the Jamek Cleave is gonna eliminate the former champions, Shixie and Homer J, out of the tournament. We're just getting started this weekend, Ben.
Yeah,
Wow.
first series was quite good. They're going to try to play it out, but I don't
Nah.
think they're going to be able to battle it back here. Unfortunate for jungle, unplayable.
Wow.
But Jamek
That-
with a beautiful healer swap. And honestly, when we see the replay, I think what was so great about that game is the Feral Druid just really keeping the damage rolling on the Shaman, even in bear form.
Yeah.
Kind of just taking him down. Like, I was surprised to see how much damage he was losing with a bear on him. Like, look at Razzle in this game. Really well played.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
Right, when they first started attacking him,
the next one.
Yeah, the
you know
next one.
what?
When
I
Razzle-
swear to you, the most important part of this game
So much damage actually.
is,
He has full
I'll
bleed.
show you.
Honestly, Black Betty.
It's actually worth going back to. I'm gonna go back to it.
Over gets a ham.
I'll show you the moment
Like
this game falls apart.
And you can see as 34 jungle unplayable.
From Asbait, he's just gonna getting side to immediately trinket out of down. It looks like
It's right here.
Charges over, gets a hamstring,
It's right here. I'll show you why.
and trying to get some
Look what he
damage.
does. He's safer. He's taking no damage. It's a little uncomfortable, but he knows, you know, in this position right here, you've got a druid. The druid that is on his team is Razzle. Razzle's right here. He's safe right now, right? But look what happens. Somehow he's gonna get down. He doesn't have to.
Here, onto the
He
restoration
decides
shaman.
to jump right after this.
Just
and it
laying
is the
dots on
biggest
map
mistake
by
he could make.
himself, and this is a
Look.
really
This is what seals his fate. He doesn't really have to do this. They're actually generating more pressure with the 2v2. I would imagine the better play for him here is to head across to here so he can still be like helped a little bit. But the warrior really isn't getting much done on him at all. It's because he's Resil stacked, right? It's a Resil stacked warrior attacking a Resil. The part that gets crazy is you'll see that once Razzle gets bleeds on him, Razzle's playing full agi gems. So Razzle blasts him. But yeah, he's literally at this point. I thought it was funny because he's doing so little damage to him. But this opens up the whole game when he jumps here. This is what causes him to die. Not like it's a hindsight thing, but that was the most crucial moment.
You with these players, do you feel like there's a favorite in this series?
I don't know. One of them, I feel like you.
We'll
might
see that
know,
team play again today.
One of these teams, I think Team TY or like Thank You, I guess, is Swapsy's team actually. So they
Yeah, you're
got
correct.
Swapsy. They're playing Feral, Lock, Shaman. They actually eliminated Hydra's team, I believe, to make it here. So I do think that experience-wise, they definitely have an edge on the side of TY, but Real as well. I think is a jungle cleave.
Yeah,
so,
they're a crazy good team.
Kind of depends. Usually
Didn't
more
expect that.
well into jungle.
Considering like how big of names they are.
I'm gonna confidently look
That's
at
like-
Swapsy W here.
I mean, it's like is Waz playing in this? Did Waz
I mean,
compete?
I think that's totally fair, Ben. You know, we know that he reigned supreme as well.
It'd be like
back
Waz
then,
getting limited
so
on retail
How are we feeling about him now?
in the first round of lower bracket.
I always feel good about Swapsy. He's been so consistent for so long. It's hard to ever count him out, but Real's looking pretty real too. You know, they got the Wrestler Shaman, the Marks Hunter, the Feral Druid. Really, Jungle has been
Oh, it's another jungle team.
composition.
Jungle is
Let's
what?
see what Real actually lost to. So Real lost 3
IRLS one?
XP, which is RMP. So there's success against Jungle. I'm not really sure about. I'm kind of feeling just compositionally that maybe the Jungle might have an advantage, but I'll have to wait and see. It seems like Europe really does like their Feral Druids.
Yeah, we certainly will. We're going to head to a break. Before we do that, we're going to do a special
Nah,
version of
in the
Spellcaster.
end-
We're gonna go
In the end, it didn't actually matter at all. The start was really, really awful for the jungle, but the jungle actually ended up getting back to parity. They had every city to die through. He was able to use Link. He was able to use Trinket in that go. The Hunter got his readiness back, so the game just continued as normal.
Enables your playing to be cast on friendly targets.
Oh goodness
Blank
gracious!
something ICAL effects.
Something that you're.
Is that a talent? It's a talent, right?
That you can cast on friendly targets, and I guess
It's got to be something with Shadow Priest. It's a spell, right? It's a priest thing because I think Shadow Priest can't get it.
No, Shadow Priest can't dispel. They only have Master Spell.
That's what I'm. Yeah, that's
But
what I'm
they
saying.
can-
So I'm
oh.
saying it's purification or something like that, right? It's got to be. It's something for Disc Priest so they can.
It's gotta be
dispel on friendly targets, 'cause
absolute-
Shadow Priest can't, so it's got to be like something like that. That's my guess.
Purification,
It's the thing that
probably.
enables- I think so. Yeah.
But
I think
Absolution doesn't sound like the Paladin one.
No, what Absolution
One's
is,
the
I don't know what
Paladin
it is.
one.
I think it's the thing that allows.
One
priests,
makes. One's the
like Disc
Paladin.
Priests
I think it's
to
Absolution.
dispel on friendly targets.
I think Purification's the Paladin one.
I think it's a glyph. Yeah, I think it's.
I think it's Absolution.
I don't know
Could be, yeah.
I'm
think it's
looking at
glyph-
purification. I'm looking at purification as well.
Does Purification sound like a Paladin one? Which one's the Paladin one? Absolution? I think it's Absolution. Purification sounds like a Paladin thing.
I think it's something else. It's also
Nah.
Purification's my guess.
And
Yeah.
I don't think
Absolution is Paladin Riz. It's Purification then?
All right.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, it's 50-50,
Let's
but
lock it in. See what we got here. Oh
Ah,
no.
I was right. It is Absolution.
Okay,
You
well,
were
it's
right
right
about
about
the
what it is.
class.
I
Yeah.
just didn't know the name, but
Purification-
I knew it was a thing, so
It-
I get at least a half point.
I think they sound like similar things. They're two words or they're one word. It's got shion at the end.
Purification sounds like so basically the other one is the Paladin talent.
I can't.
Okay, wait, what? What is this?
I think
You gotta
it's D.
guess the ID.
That's my guess, yeah.
Wait, what?
Does it go?
What is this even an icon of?
Of the spell. Oh, what we just
Oh.
said, Absolution.
Oh, of absolution. Wait, show me notes again. I feel like C is a warrior. It looks like a warrior thing. It looks like a B looks.
Against B.
None of these look like priests.
I feel like
Almost.
what they remind me
look-
of. You know, like when warriors overpower like your heal and wrath, and it reduces like
Yeah.
the healing effect. That's what C and A reminds me of. So based off of that, those are in my head warrior icons. B
Okay.
looks. B could.
Looks like
could be,
it could be, like based on the
But-
description, right?
Yeah, but I think it's a bait.
think
I
D.
feel like D. I feel like it's a D. It's a D.
I'm pretty confident.
is-
in D, but I
You were
don't know.
pretty confident in the previous one as well, so let's not forget that.
Okay.
Well, let's not forget
alright.
that I guessed exactly what it was.
It was B.
It was
Oh.
B.
Oh.
I should have went with B. I thought it was gonna be a bait.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but
It felt like
Wait,
a bait to
isn't
me
D-
too.
I mean, the bait was clearly A and C.
Paladin, isn't that like a?
That's Sacred Shield or something.
Isn't that a paladin thing? Paladin knight?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure D is Sacred
It's
Shield.
like shieldy.
It
gonna
looked
be
like
a
it was Saved by the
long
Light or
weekend.
something.
It's gonna be a long weekend of guessing
Oh
these.
my god, we need to know kata tooltips and icons.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry. Them's are the rules. You didn't see it in your contract?
I don't know. I've been playing 15 hours a day. I don't know that one.
All right, well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have more EU Cataclysm gameplay coming up next. Stick around. We'll be right back.
So it looks like the Death Knights are both upper bracket. I didn't realize there was two of them. On NA, there's only one. It's only me. I think I'm the only Death Knight on NA's team, NA's bracket. There's two of them to look forward to today. So I'm very excited to see that. There'll be at least 2 games of DKs on NA or EU. And they're both upper bracket games. So I get to look at their gear. I'm really curious to see if we see Cervantes play high resi. Because so far we're seeing almost all these teams play that. But Death Knights are a little bit different. They have crazy strength scaling. So for a Death Knight to go full result, I actually, to be honest, haven't tested it. That's something I thought about back a very long time ago. I'm like, do I play this? I haven't played it. And I'm curious about what we'll see. But yeah, give me 1 sec, guys. I will be right back. We got a few minutes until this game starts. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're on the second series of the day here in the European region for the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. We're eliminating yet another team. Stupid Tees, we've got TY versus Real.
We got a lot of Feral Druids in the lower bracket. It's just Feral Druid versus Feral Druid down here. Jungle Cleave for one side, and then Warlock Feral Shaman on the other. So quite a difference in playstyle between these compositions. One focusing a lot more on just overall damage, and the other one focusing on control. So it'd be interesting to see those archetypes going head to head.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we had a series go all the way to game 5 in that first one of the day event. Do we feel like these teams are going to be just as evenly matched here?
It's hard to say. I would say in terms of like skill, they probably are evenly matched from what I've seen so far. But compositionally, I am wondering who comes out ahead. Like, is the Warlock going to be in a position where he can just kind of get ran down by the Hunter and the Feral Druid? Is it going to come down to maps once again? Like when we go to Blade's Edge, Swapsy all of a sudden on the Warlock is going to be able to use, you know, the top side of the bridge, just jump down and then port back up, making him really difficult to take down. I think there's a lot of variables in this match. We'll definitely know a lot more after seeing the pacing of that game number 1.
Yeah, we certainly will. We are also speaking with White from Real before we headed into this weekend. He says that their team is very quick thinking when it comes to cooking up strategies. So hopefully that will come in handy because elimination is on the line for both of these teams. It's game number 1, TY versus Real.
All right, who's going to be the Kata champion? We saw the Kitty Cleave making it through on the top side with the Warrior. So this Hunter here trying to represent the Jungle Cleave on the side of Real with Nerve on that Resto Shaman, Psyhawks on the Marksmanship Hunter, and White Shadow onto the Feral Druid. His new on the Resto Shaman, Scrappy on the Feral Druid, and Swapsy on the Affliction Warlock. You know, I was surprised to not see any Balanced Druid Warlock, the Feral Druid version of it. Feral Druid's a little bit more tanky, I'd say. The instant cyclones are really nice, but its overall damage is much lower. And also its ability to kill healing stream totems. I think it's going to be super important in a matchup like this when you have a Warlock against a Shaman, is that you're sniping the healing stream totems as much as possible. Swapsy's going to have to keep an eye on them, use the Fell Flame, and use his pet to try and go behind pillars to snipe those totems and remove them as much as possible. You can see the Hunter just turtling behind the pillar with the flare down. In a very defensive position. Now White Shadow is going to move away from the pillar and his team as the Fell Hunter is connected. It's going to be a bit of a standoff, it looks like, initially here. They don't want the Hunter starting off right on top of them. Scrappy's in a really defensive position. Seems like we're going to have these standoffs in a lot of matchups. I mean, neither team really wants to push in, especially as the Warlock. If you're in the open field for almost any time at all, it's pretty much lights out for you.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. I do like this Fell Hunter just going in and killing off totems, getting off the spells. It seems like it's quite strong here for Swapsy. At least they're getting some stuff going on in the early game. But both these Feral Druids just going to be sitting in stealth, wanting to make sure that they are the one that gets the jump on the other. Really, really important. So we're going to be waiting for the eyes. Likely we'll see Swapsy go pick one up. Then he can send his pet onto White Shadow. That'll knock him out of stealth. But it does seem like Swapsy has that central control for the time being, which is kind of what you want when you are looking for these kind of late game eyes as they do come up.
Yeah, Swapsy's baiting. He's just standing there. If they open on him, if he wants to, he's just going to trinket port. And then their opener is gone. And then Scrappy can open on the Feral Druid instead, or the Hunter if he wants to, depending on the positioning there. So that's what they're baiting right now with the Warlock in the middle. They want the Warlock to be the opening target so they can just use the portal to bait it. It looks like Psyhawks is finally going to start the fight here. And they are going to start on the Warlock. So he's going to immediately trinket and port. Scrappy intervenes here with a pound stun of his own over onto White Shadow. We see the disengage from Psyhawks as he's trying to get crowd control. Nice blanket silence into Coil to deny the scatter freezing trap from the Hunter. You're not able to shoot traps when you are silent. That was a really good CC chain from Swapsy. Now they got stunlocks coming through onto Psyhawks. Swapsy's looking to load out dots as soon as possible. It's really important that he gets as many unstable afflictions as possible to cover the dispel of his other dots. He's going to port back behind the pillar during the freezing trap, but the Hibernate connects as well. Triple crowd control. That actually forces Kisnu to trinket. Finally, Swapsy getting some unstable afflictions out. He's probably going to soul swap that very soon. Are they going to go after the Shaman? They've got decent raw pressure against 3 targets. They need to make sure they get dots on the Shaman, but a full clone. No trinket. Is he going to go down? Clone on the Feral Druid. Stun onto the Hunter, peeling them off of Swapsy, but he's silenced up. He's going to have to life tap soon. He's almost out of mana. His new manages to recover him. Nice Howl of Terror onto both DPS during that critical moment in time. Now Swapsy's going to pick his moment. When is he going to go for that life tap? He's running really low on mana.
Yeah, Swapsy doing a really good job so far on that Warlock, getting control of the match. White Shadow's going to be forced to pull back behind the pillar. If you look at mana, Nerve is way behind. Here comes the Tranquility from White Shadow. try to stabilize his team. Scrappy's going to try to deny that a little bit and keep up the pressure on that Feral Druid. Just not overextending, doesn't want to get stunned behind the pillar, but just poking and prodding, trying to get some damage, allowing Swapsy to get those damage over time effects on that Warlock up. Once again, Kisnu moving forward, or now being targeted here by White Shadows. Do they have a stun to do a trap? Spelllock does come in into a fear. White Shadows is getting controlled so much in this match. This is going really good for the side of TY.
Yeah, I think he used that blanket silence on the Feral Druid to stop the predatory swiftness clone. So Swapsy's like predicting these CC chains and deny him. Big swap onto Nerve. Is he going to lose his here in this position? He's down at half. He switches the Earth Shield over, and it looks like Scrappy's just going to switch off that Earth Shield, get into bear form for a moment as he's being targeted down by the Hunter and the Feral. But they have nice pressure. They got a huge mana advantage in this position. Nerve is really struggling. He's going to stone form off that rip bleed, but Scrappy is still moving in and absolutely tearing them apart. Spirit Link Totem is going to be completely useless in a second from now. Nerve is just dying to dots. He's rotting away. He's trying to recover. He gets spell locked by Swapsy. He's got a full row of dots about to fall. Can he fell flame it? He can't get in line of sight. Nerve is still just dying to a corruption tick at this point. He might just die by the pillars. Dots finally removed, and he manages to save himself. Scrappy at 10% in the clone at low health. Kisnu struggling to heal him back up as he's finally free and looking to reconnect, but White Shadow is almost dead. He's in bear form. He's got survival instincts. He trades it out so greedily at this low of health as he's ducking around the corner with frenzied regen. Now back into cat form, trying to create counter pressure, but they've got all of their trinkets. They got Spirit Link. They can just push in Trinket Spirit Link and close this game out, I think, at this point.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit deadly. White Shadows is just going to continue to make the push, though. They're going after, they're chasing Nerve behind the pillar, just allowing him to drink for just a moment here. Scrappy in hot pursuit as all three members of TY, they want to close out this game. They realize they have them on the ropes. Pressure is immense for their side, but Scrappy at the same time needs to be careful. Went down to about 10% HP earlier on in the match, so they do still have pressure on the Feral Druid, but this is just not looking good. They're just so far on the back foot. It's really difficult for them to get any kind of offense. There's the full stun. White Shadows could easily fall. Nerve connects a little bit of healing, but now you can see he's got 0 mana in the tank, and this is where the pressure from the Affliction Warlock is going to be completely overwhelming.
The stampeding roars his whole team to get across the map and away from the Warlock. The dots have fallen off. They're trying to clutch out a couple of heals. They got to be careful of that Fell Hunter that's going to be on top of them at any moment. Scrappy's right there for the interrupt as well. Nerve is totally out of mana. White Shadow trinkets out of clone. He wants to get aggressive and try and turn this around. He goes for a maim stun, but it looks like it was on DR there, not a full combo point. Charge there, scatter shot onto the shaman. Can they get a freezing trap out of it? Doesn't look like they're able to get it. Scrappy should be okay. Now Nerve is in trouble. It's so much damage coming his way. He drops his Spirit Link Totem and manages to get value. Here comes the rapid fire Cyhawks. Is he going to be able to take down Scrappy? He pops his survival instincts. It's constantly back and forth. If Nerve can somehow hold on once again, he stone forms out the bleeds, but he gets cloned up. Now his DPS are getting low, but Kisnu's into a clone. They're trying to keep up the pressure, but Scrappy's in bear with Barkskin, and White Shadow might just die to a dot tick at this point. Nerve has almost absolutely 0 mana at this point. That mastery for Shaman is paying dividends, but he gets spell locked. And will he be able to hold on, man? This is going to be a legendary recovery for Nerve at this point. The entire team at 10% health, ducking around the corner. Full Hex gets decursed by White Shadow, but Cyhawks gets left behind. Clone comes through from Scrappy, and that should be lights out as Cyhawks falls, and shortly after, White Shadow. TY with solid pressure in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And not just solid pressure, but also a really solid crowd control denial. I feel like a lot of this matchup came down to Swapsy doing such a good job with this kind of blanket silences he put out on the enemy DPS, not allowing them to extend their chains onto the healer and just basically allow that full pressure. His Howl of Terror timing, his coil timing. I think Swapsy just had a really good showing here on the Warlock.
Really good shot.
Wait, how damp was this game?
That, usually you're using spell lock. It's trying
it
to
went
interrupt the
this
cast or
damp?
something like that. And that's like the main focus of the spell, but it's also functioning as a silencing cataclysm. And there are a lot of abilities that you can't use when silenced, like freezing trap, that in more modern versions.
So it was
of
FLS
defense,
versus
these niche strategy
jungle.
moments when you have an opportunity to break up a CC chain. If you
All right, let's do some
stop a
predictions.
military swiftness clone with a
Prediction:
silence,
who will win game
you
2?
see the buff go up, give your team time to
TY,
push it,
FLS,
CC. It's these
real
clutch decisions that build
jungle.
a huge advantage in a game.
It's kind of crazy. It's 2 jungles in a row too.
Over time throughout the game, so you just want to constantly be adding those to your side.
So you guys can vote. I'm having my breakfast.
I think it's the
All
only
right,
warlock
dinner.
in the
That's actually more like dinner for me.
A warlock
But I
that
already had some
definitely
sleep.
rooting for
Kinda dinner.
Swapsy at the moment. Is he in EU? I think he might be. I think it's 2 RMPs and 2 Hunter DKs in the upper.
That's so interesting. I remember when Cataclysm was announced and people were talking about like what was going to be the arena meta. Everyone was saying every game is just Lock Shaman. Every game is Lock Shaman, but it doesn't seem that way. It Seems like there's a lot of these different cleaves that come in. You know, in the upper bracket, we have the DK Hunters. We're seeing a lot of jungle cleaves, a lot of RMP. So lots of comp variety here. We'll have to wait.
This is not Burger King. I'm having ham sandwich
Like Dalaran Sewers?
with tomato. Aaron made it for me.
I mean, you
It's
stack
nice.
up for Howl of Terror as the under
That's the
team,
thing that scares me. Like the Howl of Terror is so powerful.
but you might just be able to kill the shaman, possibly on this map. Maybe you just run him down. You've got like there's no knock advantage for either team with feral druids. So
Wait, I mean, it's kind of like a BLT, I guess.
I would have thought runes. You play like some open map, but maybe they're actually afraid of open field and a warlock free casting on them. Maybe they want to like put a snare trap down, snake trap down, root and snare them on the pillar, and line of sight them that way. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out because yeah, typically.
So I would 100% have
runes will lord around like these types of
Vegemite, but I haven't seen any soils of it.
so that they can kind of just
I have to go like a
run around
specialty
target,
soil.
but going to Dalaran Sewers does seem a bit odd, so it'll be interesting to see how they play it if it ends up working out for them.
Yeah. I think when you're turtling behind the box, one of the things, like if I ever try to pull off that strategy, the most scary thing is when a warlock
Elga, buddy, thank you for the 3 fucking year resub, man. The 3-year Twitch Prime. I love you, buddy. Thanks to 3 years of support, man.
Bearings, and I think that can be a good thing. So we'll have to wait and see how they decide to play it. I think going after the warlock is not necessarily ideal on this map. Being able to jump off the side and portal back up to the boxes, I think is quite strong defense. So I do wonder what Real is going to do here. They talked about how, you know, they're masters of coming up with strategies on the fly. We'll have to see what strategy they come up with here for game number 2, as I feel like that was a really dominating game for TY on the Grand.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done here. This map definitely Z-axis advantage to the Warlock with the Demonic Circle, so he's likely not going to be a great target. I'm kind of thinking this might be like a Feral Shaman game, possibly. Maybe they put some CC into the Warlock and just crowd control the DPS and go after the healer. That's the strategy you can do as jungle. I think it's actually pretty effective. I think more teams need to be switching off Earth Shield and kind of predicting where that is and dictating their initial target based on where the Earth Shield is and then putting their instant CC into the Earth Shield to target hitting something else. But Swapsy's immediately taken to the boxes, trying to get that portal down. They intercept him with a pound stun. Scrappy jumps in immediately to try and assist, but White Shadow's taking a lot of damage. Swapsy gets back behind the pillar. He's in a good position. Halterra hits 2, but they Tremor Totem it immediately. Silence onto Swapsy. He jumps off the side. He's getting ready to portal back up, but the Feral Druid chases him, but he can use Feral Charge to get back up, so he's got to be careful with positioning on when he uses this portal and where the Feral Druid is. So he's hugging the wall, so if he ports, the Feral may not directly be in line of sight. I really like that right there. He ports right against the wall, and he eats the freezing trap. Crazy play from Swapsy right here to deny the reconnect, but White Shadow gets there with the Feral Charge, gets a Skull Bash on the healer. It's really tearing in, getting full bleeds up. Cyhawks is free casting steady shots off to the side, getting in position as well for crowd control. Full Cyclone. Are they going to force the trinket? But White Shadow gets pounced by Scrappy. Tons of damage coming out from him. They hex Swapsy for a moment, but it's not really do too much here. They get a Monkey Blind on Kiznu, but the Cyclone comes through to deny this trap. They get a scatter. They silence the scatter, so he can't get the freezing trap. Insane play from Swapsy here in this position. Now he's going to have to do that same idea with hugging the pillar so that the Feral can't immediately Feral Charge here. Another freezing trap attempt comes through, and this one lands out of the bash onto Kiznu, and Swapsy ports immediately line of sighting the Feral Druid. Dots are not on the Feral, though. He jumps up to the Shaman instead to reconnect to the Warlock. Nice awareness from White Shadow, but they need to get dots on him. They got an Agony. They're trying to get an Unstable Affliction, but it's so difficult with the pillar. Just line of sighting him over and over. They silence the Unstable Affliction. They're really locking Swapsy down. If you stop all the Unstable Afflictions, your Shaman can just spam Dispel, and it's very easy to heal. So that's what they're trying to do their best to do, but now he's free casting. He gets 1 UA, I think, onto the Hunter. Big damage onto Cyhawks around the corner. Nerve is struggling. He's afraid of getting spell locked right now. He's just trying to use Riptides, get in line of sight. White Shadow's moving over. They might be going after Kiznu.
Oh, full
Steady
dodge on
shots.
Nerve.
Big swap.
Trouble.
He's easily going to go down here. I think Silence has got Spirit Link Totem, but the whole team is dying. Howl of Terror hits the whole team again. He drops the Tremor Totem and manages to get back to the pillar, but he gets coiled off of it. That coil pathing into a Feral Root Charge from Scrappy, and he is tearing in. Nerve manages to hold on with the Spirit Link Totem. Crazy swap onto the Shaman. Amazing recovery by Nerve, and they have no pressure on the side of Real.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Nerve could easily fall at any moment. Swapsy's all over him. He's got the spell lock available if he does need it. Nerve trying to run. It looks like he just flew for the UA. Haunt, drain soul on a Nerve, but looks like he will get away. The blanket silence coming in from Swapsy is not enough to take it down. He just goes for the UA dispel as well. And somehow, some way, Real is still in this, but a full Cyclone lands. Now it's going to be Psy, Ox, and White Shadows that are both rotting down. This Hunter could be in a lot of trouble. There's no deterrence. He goes for the feigned death, but that is it. He goes down. TY, game number 2, looking dominant once again, even on Dalaran Sewers. I think Swapsy had a field day, doing a really good job, landing those clutch howl of terrors, doing a great job at jumping off the side and portaling back up when he needed to, connecting the soul swaps with the coils, with those swaps onto the shaman, and just overall looks
So
like a really
very rough.
one-sided game.
Basically, yeah.
No pressure on the
That was also Real's map pick that they lost on.
to avoid the feral reconnects.
They'll go back to Nagram, maybe?
Finally got open. It was free. He got pressure on the shaman, so he really.
His map seemed bad.
Min-maxing every single situation that he was in. It's really important that you can switch your gameplay depending on the strategy that's thrown at you. When you're
Is Burger King actually good? I don't know if I've had Burger King like once over here in the States. In New Zealand, Burger King made a really good chicken sandwich. It was like considered better than like a lot of other places. But I swear, Aaron said that no one liked Burger King. Okay, this is actually like kind of fucked. But after like, was it Robert Downey Jr. or someone like blasted it, and that was it or something? She said.
It's like Nagrand and Ruins, I guess. Dalaran, I just feel like any map that has a Z access that allows Swapsy to just portal up and down is just it's too good for the Warlock. It just makes it really difficult for them to take him down. So I do think it's likely going to be a Ruins of Lordaeron angle unless they want to go back to Nagrand.
I kind of want them to play more all in. I feel like they're trying to play like a mid-range game, like a safe game. They're not committing all in, and they want to play like a standard match. But I feel like against these slow dot comps, that almost never works. It's like playing into their strengths, where you're just slowly getting dotted up and getting whittled down over the process of the game. You really need pressure and momentum. Put them on the back foot so they can't get you in a position where you're fully dotted. But they're avoiding Runes of Lordaeron entirely, so they think that map is actually worse than Dalaran. As we're going back to Nagrand Arena now for them on match point. Last game,
yeah, smart.
Easily their worst game in terms of performance. They just got nothing.
So for those that are wondering, they couldn't pick Nagrand twice at the start, but they can after the second match.
I think Swapsy is played. He might not be, but human. But you can play Dwarf in these situations. It can actually be really effective. It's basically like an entire go. Use a stone form to remove the rip, and you can stop an entire go. I remember Warlock's doing that before, so if Swapsy even feels like he needs to do that, he could switch to Dwarf in a matchup like this with how many Feral Druids are in the lower bracket.
Playing a lot of resilience, just looking at his gear. And keep in mind, if you do want to check out their gear, it's going to be awc.gcd.tv. See what all of these players are running for talents, for glyphs, for equipment. It's actually an amazing resource. If you are interested in Kata PvP, just to see what some of these top players are running in full gear, because I know there's still a lot of people playing right now, a lot of people trying to figure out what their best gear pieces are, so you can see exactly what these tournament players are running if you are interested. But yeah, just taking a look at Swapsy's gear, it's just resilience everywhere. So he's playing the Darkmoon card Volcano, but other than that, it's just Brazil gems, Brazil enchants, everything is just full on tank mode as he realizes he's going to be the main target in most of these games.
Just survive, and you're going to win with pressure. Is the side of TY. Survive, stop CC, get dots out, make some swaps with the shaman. Make sure you're sniping the healing stream totems. Try not to attack the air shield too much, but with triple pressure, it's going to be really tough for the jungle to recover. On the side of the jungle, I want to see them play a game where they kind of just all in the shaman, possibly. Like if he doesn't have earth shield, just start on shaman and maybe CC the DPS more and focus on turning down the healer, because this standard match that they're playing right now, it seems like Swapsy's more than prepared to deal with it.
Definitely. All right, we're going to be getting into this potential final game of this elimination series between Real and TY. TY is looking good. Swapsy on that Warlock is looking like an absolute menace, but just being in that lower bracket, this is kind of a nightmare team, right? Like, you have this team, they're obviously running a really good composition, they're phenomenal players.
That's the really interesting thing about this as well.
The lower bracket is...
The really interesting about this is that like no one knows the teams. Like this is the merging of like three different communities. You've got a classic. You actually have three communities going at once, right? You've got your retail ABC players, and technically Swapsy was a competitor in this expansion as well, but you have your retail competitors, like or ABC players. You've got your Kata classic private server players, and you have your classic Wrath community, all meeting at the same time. That's why it's so many people in these tournaments. The tournament was way bigger than retail. You've got three different communities that all could be the best, right? Who knows who the best players are? But there's three different communities at once.
Seconds left, and we're getting into this third and potentially final game of this series. TY.
So we're going to Nagrand though for it.
Over Real. I think both of us want to see Real play this one a little bit more aggressive. Like, if you're playing a conservative strategy against Feral, Affliction Warlock in particular, it doesn't seem like it's really going to be.
You think some of the privates of the kids better than of you multi-rank ones?
Play aggressive in the match, get their crowd control,
Personally, I have no idea.
try to rush someone down.
That's why these are interesting. I look at every team as being insane, right? You have to be really good to get here. So I'm more interested in seeing how it all turns out. Some of the best players on retail came from private servers too, so it's like hard to say.
And the pressure is looking way better for Real, targeting down the Shaman here as they force
The opener, and they talked about this a little bit. The opener means so much in this, and they got a good opener here. They got some pressure to work with.
They're trying to get their feet on the ground and planted to get pressure back against the jungle cleave, but they're getting CC'd so much. Freezing trap on Scrappy now. No dispels from Kisnu. He's trying to move into the middle of the map so that the Warlock and Feral can free cast as much as possible, but that also means the Hunter is going to be able to hit him whenever he wants to here in this position. He's putting a lot of faith in Swapsy and Scrappy to save him as he's trying to cross the map in the midfield at the moment. Howl of Terror is peeling him for the time being, and he's managed to reposition. I think he may have weathered the storm. The team looks so good, and White Shadow is just dying through survival instincts with that silence on the nerve into a full cyclone. Oh my god, how is he not trinketing this? How is he not trinketing? He's so greedy with the trinket right now. Shamans and Cataclysm are so greedy with their mastery. He survives to sit through the clone, but he still has a lot of work to fully recover.
Yeah, definitely a really scary position to be in, going for the greater heal, but I think Swapsy's going to be looking to shut that down if he can find a fear. Greater healing wave will land, but Disney's still in trouble. Goes for the nature swiftness, just trying to reposition across the map. Just wants to get the enemy team into the open to allow Swapsy to get those damage over time effects rolling. Howl of Terror potentially coming in here for Swapsy. Is it almost off cooldown? Needs to find those peels. Kisnu's in a lot of trouble. Fear's coming in here from Swapsy, doing the best he can. Finally, a full cyclone lands onto White Shadows, and that's going to give Kisnu a little bit of time to breathe. Dots coming out for Swapsy. Full fear here on Sio. And they get anything onto Nerve. They need to find some crowd control. He's still got his trinket, a beautiful coil, putting White Shadows behind the pillar. Great setup there by Swapsy, but I think he's going to be able to survive.
I love the coil into Feral Bearform root onto the Feral dude behind the pillar. They're really putting him behind now. Need to get a UA out as soon as
yeah, no, there's a lot of really good players.
With no UA that could get dispelled. He's not getting lucky right now. Nerve is just mana tiding behind the pillar, trying to get any amount of mana back that he can, because he's got actually a slight mana lead at this point.
It's probably not as many this time, because from what I understand, Kata Classic servers weren't, or Kata private servers weren't as good. Oh, it's a full stun. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. No way. No way. No way. Surely. How's his health going up? Full stun?
Need more damage right now. They have to win on this push. Can they take
oh, greater healing wave. But he's Zoom. But he's Zoom. Look. Trying to cross the map so just press link. Run at Kisnu. It's game over. They're still just right on top of him. Those he used the second greater healing wave was super greedy.
He's got full bleeds up onto the Shaman. It is so much damage. He has to switch to Water Shield. He's trying not to switch to Water Shield and be greedy and just live with passive.
Kisnu is, and look at him. He just looks like he's AFK.
Yeah.
Oh.
Comes in the nick of time from Swapsy.
No way. Stone form. Pre-stone form. Pre-stone form. Right before that. Insane stone form. He lived because of stone form just then. Pre-stone form. The millisecond before that stun.
Is 10% health behind the pillar. Nerve is completely out of mana. TY is looking like they might just win this game. Spiritling Totem drops down. Kisnu has his available if he needs it, and I think TY have done it. They've weathered the storm. They have all three members rotting down. This is looking good.
No link, no mana.
No survival instincts for 20 seconds here.
Nerve is drinking. Oh no.
White Shadow could just die to Swapsy. Nerve is trying to drink. Frenzied regen. It's such low health. Howl of Terror behind the pillar. Swapsy setting up for the kill. Haunt into Drain.
Dead.
In a moment. Maybe even Drain Soul if he gets a little bit lower. Soul swapping the full row of dots over. Fell Flame refresh.
Game's Drain Soul, man. Drain Soul 2, 1. No.
Prevent his escape. Nerves into a full clone. No
dead.
Trinket. I think that's it. It's KO TY 3-0.
Super interesting game.
I mean, that was a very close game, and I feel like Real, they had the right idea in this last game. Just go all in on the Shaman, try to get crowd control on the DPS, and it almost paid off for them. I mean, they had him down to 10% health. He just casted the greater healing wave in his
Look,
face,
they're winning.
In their face, and just went from 10% health to 100. That bought him enough time to get that Spiritling Totem back and get a little bit more comfortable in the match. But it's a really risky strategy, right? If you're leaving Scrappy and Swapsy open, they are inevitably going to get that pressure rolling. But I do think that that was the best game we saw from Real.
Definitely. In terms of getting pressure, it's possible maybe you have to swap targets at certain points, or maybe in that position where he's totally in, maybe you just CC him with the Earth Shield and then hit something else, because Swapsy's like out of range of his port right here, right? Unless he relayed it. I don't even know if he even bothered to relay it, but I think maybe CCing the Shaman when he's got Earth Shield and it's the only healing that he's got, and then switching targets to the Warlock when he's out of range of his port would probably be the next adaptation that I would have liked to have seen from this game. But Swapsy easily carrying here if they left him open. 1.5 million damage over the competition, keeping his team's dreams alive here in the lower bracket. He gets no second chances throughout this entire tournament, and the upper bracket is just as scary as the lower side. A lot of Death Knights on this top side, a lot of Rogue Mages on this top side.
Yep, most
All right, we're going into
heading
Death
out
Knight
from
City.
the lower bracket
It's time to see
into
some really
the
interesting
upper.
DK.
So these
Like,
teams
I want to see
are
Garen.
gonna be nice and prepared. They've had two
Because
series
I have
already
thoughts, but
this,
different
and
interpretations from different
start
plays will be
the
interesting here.
Championship Sunday as well. It's going to be DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams, Ben.
I mean,
for the
CAT is
first
just
upper bracket
simple.
series
It's
here in
really,
the region.
I gotta say,
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this one does.
CAT
play
just
out.
seems clean.
It's not a matchup I'm super familiar with, but I mean these are very popular compositions from Cataclysm, right?
Let's do
You
some
got the
predictions
Rogue
here.
Mage Priest, and then of course you
You get
have
a few minutes here. There'll be a
Hunter,
sec.
and Holy Death Knight, Resto
This is
Shaman. I think
DXB.
No Tears Just Dreams also plays the Holy
No
Paladin,
Tears,
so
Just
it is
Dreams.
Jim, I think he has
RMP.
the only one playing Holy Paladin potentially.
DK.
And that was the composition that actually won the Cataclysm BlizzCon, right? Jung Yup playing the Hunter, DK, Holy Paladin.
All right.
See if they
5
can
minutes on this
continue to have
prediction.
Success with that composition. I am really curious to see how it plays out, because I think that is just one of those comps. It's unrelenting pressure.
I want to see
with the
gear.
Death Knight,
I want to analyze this quite a bit.
They have the Paladin backing him up, as well as the rest of Shaman when they need it. I'm curious to see how RMP does do.
Yeah, I am as well for sure.
For PhD versus RMP,
Break.
I kind of
When we
expect
get there, it's gonna be
just
DXB versus
straight
No
Zerg on the
Tears,
mage
Just
with this. I don't
Dreams.
think they'll do priest.
DXB before that,
I
though,
expect mage.
we're gonna be
You're
doing
pretty good at killing
another
mages.
spell guessing series as well. You guys know the drill. We're heading into some Cataclysm spells. So if you guys know all of your Cataclysm spell book, you got that memorized, definitely play along with us. I saw
What
I
is
saw a
this?
comment in chat last time we did this, like, if
Power
you
of
know this,
Fortitude.
you need to go outside more. But listen, we're World of Warcraft players. We're all here to say the same thing, and here's the first one.
Free stamina. All party and raid members at 585. It has a cooldown of something minutes. It's
Wait,
earned at level
cooldown?
85. If that gives this away, I'm thinking it's either a warrior
Right.
ability, a priest ability.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, Imp gives stamina in Kata still. I think.
Commanding shout.
It's not commanding shout.
Stamina?
What is that? That's
that
a
an
bait.
ability?
That's got to be bait. There's no way, right? That has to be bait. There's no way it's Karaji Fortitude. I don't.
Karaji Fortitude could actually be
Unless
it.
they took a
I think it
proper
actually
cooldown.
is.
No, I don't think it is. Like,
It's not a talent. It'd be a monkey
Fortitude
talent.
doesn't have a cooldown though.
It's not blood pet. It's either commanding.
Is the cooldown a bait?
It's either commanding shout or it's Karaji Fortitude.
I'm actually gonna go with that one. I feel like that's the one I don't want to pick. I'm just gonna go with it. Karaji Fortitude. I'm going with that.
It could be a
Commanding
hunter
shot's
pet
the-
ability.
Commanding shot's the bait one too, because it seems so obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Commanding
I
shot's
think
so
it's Karaji
obvious, and
Fortitude.
I don't think it can be Power Fortitude because it has a cooldown.
I've never heard of
And then
Karaji Fortitude. I'm going
increased
with it.
stamina doesn't sound like like.
Imagine if it was increased stamina, but I think it's Karaji Fortitude.
Power
Pet ability.
Fortitude, I'm getting no outside information from this. This is just purely my knowledge of being.
I'm gonna split our eggs here, okay? We're gonna diversify
Okay.
our portfolio. I'm gonna say commanding shout. So there's this way at least one of us is right.
All right, Karaji Fortitude.
Bro, imagine if it's
Okay.
increased stamina.
That's what I think.
It's commanding shout, man.
Oh, Zico let me down!
It does
Oh,
generate rage.
The obvious one, and it worked. Okay.
I've never. I should have known better not to trust that man. My God.
585.
Commanding shout. I bet they didn't give this one the icon. Make us guess the icon for this because it's too obvious.
Wait, is that rallying cry in this version?
This ability has changed names and icons. Like it flip flops. Like one expansion, it's rallying cry.
Wait,
with a
it
different
lasts
icon, and
2
the next
minutes.
expansion, it goes
It's
back
not
to
rallying
original.
cry.
I swear.
Wait, you're right. No, they do that with a bunch
literally
of
It
stuff.
lasts
The
2
spell has
minutes.
literally been renamed the same thing, like randomly. I don't know if they like forgot.
Is
that
that
it used
instead
to
of
be
Battle
rallying cry
Shout?
or how they decide that, but,
It's
like,
not rallying
this
cry.
ability changes
This
the same
isn't
thing
rally-
prior
this
to
isn't
the
rallying cry.
second expansion.
This is a different thing.
That's tough.
Yeah, very
I was wrong.
frustrating.
This is a totally different
Hopefully
thing. This
the
is
next
not
one
rallying cry at
corrects,
all.
but hopefully
exists.
These teams coming up are in a better state than we
Yeah.
are. We're gonna head to a break.
That's a different
Here in
thing.
the upper bracket, it is DX.
That is just instead of battle shout.
versus No
I didn't know it
Tears
existed in
Just
Kata.
coming up next after this break.
They didn't realize that either. Yep. Rallying Cry is definitely a bluish thing, but all right. How long are they on break for? Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know they still had that as an option. All right, 3 minutes. All right, back on 1 sec. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you being around today.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here in the upper bracket in the European region, and we're going to be seeing some more games here in Cataclysm Classic. We got Zico back, and what's your take on these two teams? We've got DXB, No Tears, Just Dreams. It sounds like potentially we could get almost a mirror.
Oh, no, I don't think we're getting a mirror. I think we're getting, it could be RMP from...
Oh, maybe it's not Org Mage.
That's their main comp. And then it could be, I guess, Holy Paladin Paladin, DK, Hunter, or I guess the rest of Shaman, depending on what they.
That's a mirror.
But we did mention that most of these teams are teams that are playing with with just the one comp. But DXB actually has been experimenting a little bit with other comps. So I have seen them practice a lot of RLS.
I have no favor him. I actually know who's. I have no idea. I don't know enough about DK stuff. It didn't do so well on ladder.
Like any mage-based comp into PHDK is not that fun. It tends to be.
I can't open them again. No, it would get rid of all the other ones.
There's some options here for DXB, but you know, with their RMP kind of expertise, they might just like start off with that.
I like it. We're seeing the classic arena composition in classic World of Warcraft. We'll see how it works out for them. Like I said, upper bracket, it's best of 5 still as well. DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams facing off in game number 1.
Hydramus RMP was knocked out of the tournament by a Hunter Death Knight, so it's a very difficult matchup. Honestly, almost anyone can die if you're caught in the open in the wrong position. I saw Hydramus die on Runes of Lordaeron in literally like the first 2 seconds against this composition. So playing RMP could be highly risky on their side. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have anything else prepared that they try and utilize it. But like you said, is RLS really that much better? It seems like any sort of caster is going to have a really tough time dealing with this. I'm not imagining
RLS is a lot better.
Holy Paladin on the Hunter Death Knight. If they have Resto Shaman, I feel like that could actually be an opening if they have a Paladin for Mage CC as opposed to the Shaman. So they may not do that. But if Paladin's all they've got is the main comp, then maybe they will. They actually have a Priest. They're not playing a Shaman or a Paladin. They're gonna be running a Priest with Master Spell. So you thought the Mage was fast before. He's gonna die. Dude, really fast this time around with a Priest.
Are they on Priest or are they on Mage though?
Slayer comp right here.
Seems really good for Mage though. To go Mage.
It's gonna be all about the opener. It's gonna be all about who gets a better opener. I think laners usually.
I want to know how aggro.
Of PvE gear. We'll see what he decides.
We see this DK gearing
for this matchup. Presumably some trinkets at least coming out for laners on that Frost Mage, but
he's just running the fucking sap on the DK.
Get a good opener. That could be.
Stays in the mount though. It's an Orc Death Knight.
Here, but not able to find anything onto the Priest just yet.
D&D,
almost
sap,
right there,
sap again, and they're gonna open DK. No, grow DK. He actually shelled before that. That was an offensive shell. Offensive shell. Nah, bomb. I'm gonna be honest.
They're gonna continue the chain here. Big damage on this ZK.
I don't know if I agree with that shell, but here comes the trap. Full trap.
Trap connects onto Gekko, but Lovenamp in a lot of trouble. The Priest.
That's pains up.
They're outside of the blind. He gets fully counterspelled. If they just blind the Priest, they already won the game on the side of RMP. I feel like.
Here comes block. Does he steal though? He does not steal it.
Death Coil healing was a lot also, but a kidney shot, no trinket.
It's looking bad. There's IBF coming the zone.
He manages to trinket and drop
Fed out of the IBF. He's dead.
Snipe him around.
Not a great start. Not a great start.
That look easy on the side of DXB.
DXB won that one insta, but that was a troll game, I think. I don't know if I believe that's how it'll be, but that was fast.
The DK actually, I think, did a bit of a mistake there. He could have icebounded the stun, and then he would have had his trinket for the fear, but a lot of pressure. Like we said, it's all about that opener. If the PHDK gets a good opener on the mage, all of a sudden...
Kind of gear we got. Mr. Death Knight.
They were able to get the
40 strength. Stun reduction. Meta. Aggro gems. What we expected, more or less. We're seeing pretty standard gear here. Standard. All very standard. But because we're playing Orc... What talents? Does it not show talents? You can't inspect talents. You can't see which of the things he's playing. You can't tell if he's playing Blade Barrier or not.
Gets a smoke bomb, and then Lovenamp trinkets, and boom! As soon as he trinkets, he gets feared. And if you're the DK, that is the opposite of where you wanted to be feared. Like where the Hunter got feared, that's where you.
They both have stun reduction meta.
If you're the DK, so.
Wait, does he have spell sharing rune? Hold on.
The opener that blind. So, thank you production for that. Appreciate that.
That seems so troll, man.
Block in like the first scatter of the game. So if they just trade a little bit more effectively, I guess he's got pain sup is what he's thinking. So
that's silence reduction. 50%. I don't know, man.
Around the corner, Laner's got so many sheeps.
Yeah, I see it.
And I don't know if this is really anything.
DK's playing Rage of Rivendell. What the fuck?
The Death Knight, he can't really do much once he's stunned.
Bro, that's weird. I don't know.
Getting
I don't know if
in this matchup specifically.
I don't know if I like it.
Target. Now actually
He's playing full, yeah.
I would say very often.
Bro, what build is he playing?
Top damage overall.
He's playing Rage. He's not playing any difficult procs.
Magic Shell.
And he's playing, the 3 points are presumably in damage, but man, actually they probably aren't. They probably in reduction.
But I do think Laner's probably wearing. Actually, I'm gonna have a look
You can
right
see
now.
Glyph of Scourge Strike.
He's wearing. He's rocking PVE legs and 4-set PvP gear, so that's 1 PvE item.
We'll see.
And then I'm assuming he's gonna have some trinket as well. He's rocking the Thoralian's mirror, very nice trinket, and he's rocking the PvP.
And the mage didn't even get to attack, get really attacked
He's
there.
not wearing a lot
I
of
think
PvE gear at
we'll
all.
see.
He's really respecting the damage that this composition here is able to put out. So yeah, laners just opting for 1 trinket and 1 kind of main set item. And it's going to be up to Abazura. I think Abazura actually runs a lot of PvE gear on
The most interesting thing there, I think, is do we think he blood prez the opener? Or do you think he unholy prez the opener?
Half of it was actually
With the saps.
PvE gear. He's rocking PvE legs. He's rocking PvE rings. He's rocking PvE wrist, cloak, a trinket, neck.
That's the question.
No, he's not rocking the trinket. But he's rocking.
You guys think it was unholy prez or blood prez?
Zura definitely playing a lower side resilience, but that's one of the things about Cataclysm Rogue. You get the double smoke bomb, obviously, and you get combat readiness, so you can kind of choose. So in a matchup like this, Cloak of Shadows is not like that much, you know. It's just if you want to Cloak of Shadows into a vanish and get a clean vanish.
There is 0 downside. If you're gonna sit stuns, that guy sat stuns in the opener. There is 0 downside to starting in blood prez though. He gets nothing done in unholy prez.
Pretty tanky target.
You can just go on unholy prez, your first global out.
Which allows them to have more PvE gear. And we're gonna see the priest locked in again.
Yeah, locking it in with confidence here. Runes of Lordaeron, not a lot of places to hide. I kind of feel with the PHDK, almost kind of like Death Knight comps tend to play better the more you turn your brain off. Like I feel like they were trying to be really tactical. Like,
God damn it,
I don't wanna
man.
overlap this. You use pain suppression. I'll be greedy, but it's like, nah, I'm gonna stun. I'm just IBFing first global. Like I'm just gonna connect damage and run them over. And you just chain, CC breaks and stay on target. I almost feel like being more aggressive and playing a little bit less strategically is actually better. With these Death Knight types of compositions, you just run the other team over.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's all about the opener. It's all about the momentum. But I do wonder what the thought process behind the priest is, why they're specifically opting in for that. But yeah, I do feel like it's all about just getting a good opener, getting good momentum, getting in there.
I mean, there's no reason why you shouldn't stop blood. Blood prez is
basically in one scatter
a good amount of reduction against the rogue. I mean, he dances, but so it's not like a ton, but it still counts.
To avoid it is like dots from DK, death coils from DK, chimera shot from hunters, like gargoyle, pet damage. It's like kind of really, really hard to avoid. A lot of it is just instant, and a lot of it is just like passive damage. So as a mage, you really have to respect those cooldowns. And on Ruins of Lordaeron, you have to respect them even more because this is a map where you can't run.
I'll be tagging Death Knight to see. He should run on blood prez, 100%, and go on holy prez the moment he's out of stuns. Unless you're planning to trinket opener,
I want to see them just bulldoze,
which you shouldn't.
full freight train ahead as the PHDK, but they're actually turtling in the
And you shouldn't shell. You should not shell in the opener because that's not how mages work. Frost mages don't just sit in their damage like that.
So flare at the front entrance of the room. Full turtle strat here.
Spell sharding seems troll to me because you're losing 15% potential, but
really safe route. You want to make sure that the rogue doesn't.
I'd want to see him in full resil gems if you're playing spell sharding.
Get on target, and this map enables that. Also, it's one of the best aggressive maps. But if you turtle in the room like this and pop AOE on the entrance, the rogue basically has almost an impossible task to actually.
Okay, if you're gonna sit back, your pet should be running in right now.
Yeah, I wonder what's
It's fine to sit back, but you're picking at combat view guaranteed, and then you can go in with no saps, right? Simpidium.
I wonder actually.
Dismount, Simpidium.
It came down to that because the game will time out. I think at 45 minutes, at least like in the. Actual
You think they're gonna wait 45 minutes? Oh, apparently we have an update from production. It's 25 minutes.
Okay, so this is what happens. You just got word from production. If the game went to 25 minutes, it's automatically a tie and both teams gets 1 point. So I feel like if you're DXB, you could just chill, right? You could just like, yeah, let's just chill for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And I think no
They
team-
managed to make it past. Okay. He used Frenzy to run
Time's
across.
not on- time doesn't favor them in this scenario, so they're gonna have to go in and open.
All right, they've got a real opening hand.
Into a Ring of Frost there.
Offensive
Breeze
shell,
and
dismantle.
Get it beautifully done there by laners. He's got the PI. He's line of sighting the hunter.
This is
He has
very
the Sark,
aggro.
the Magic shell here, and they're just trying to survive the opener. Gekko now in a scatter shot. No one is kind of.
I don't know how I feel about shelling when there's no damage out. It's only to shell on Nova.
Smoke bomb being dropped. There's the icebound.
He's getting blasted though.
Master spell.
Forced into the ice block. There's the master spell connecting. This is what we're talking about. Mage is being very, very
Scatter.
difficult to damage.
Oh,
He
he's
gets
dead.
scattered
Game over.
On the Aura Master, Gekko not able to get out a single heal this game.
Bro, that is a fast comp. That is a fast game.
I mean, this is what we've been talking about. If you get good momentum in the opener, this is probably one of the scariest comps to fight as a mage.
Just zug, man. Don't try and be greedy. This game's not lasting 3 minutes, let alone 30 seconds. Just blow everything you've got. Hold nothing back. The other team just can't get their footing. They can't get sheeps. They're just floundering around, just trying to like.
Interesting.
get a lance off
Interesting.
With,
Aggro.
Fingers of Frost at that point.
Let's see what he changed, if anything.
DK AMS running at you immune. IBF running at you immune. And you just can't get him off of you, and they'll just run you over.
We adjust. We went Blade Barrier.
And Product Strike stacks fast early on in the game
We
against
stayed
the
Rage.
This was a much better game, I think, from their side of the PHDK. No tears, just dreams. And now it's up to
I still hate the shell.
react to this.
He stayed aggro gems.
Obviously, other
20
maps are the
stats on
game
chest though. They fixed
picked
this.
their moment, just charged out, got combat, even without the shadow side eyes.
He's got a good amount of resil for sure.
Laners died here,
I don't know.
but they just couldn't get any pressure. This trap on Gekko. They got rapid fire rolling. The master spells on the block. Priest looks really threatening in this matchup on the PHDK. And Death Knight just keeps charging in. He's got Lich up if he needs to Death Coil heal. They have Pain Suppression still, which they can use at this point. Like, they still got way more gas in the tank. And then Pain Suppression would buy time for AMS to come off cooldown. And if you Dark Sim and Ice Block as well, like if you know, like, hey, this mage is like 20%, he's gonna have to block, you Dark Sim.
I'm
block,
surprised
you get
they're
the
Horde
block as
too.
well.
A little bit.
Yeah, this was way better.
DK top
Way
down.
more damage out with this type of aggression, and they couldn't get any CC either. Laners just
Mage no dam.
to get CC.
The biggest thing for me was that they got the scatter shot. So sniping did a really good job there at the end of that replay. He used his readiness, which resets basically everything for him, and it allowed him to go for a second DR scatter shot on that aura mastery healing. So priests, when they activate their inner focus, they get immunity to silence. So Gekko's plan.
You did that
was
much,
to,
Cookie?
sit
The
through
back's in the
trap,
ground.
and go for aura mastery, big heal, big flash of light. That also has increased crit chance onto his mage, which probably would top him. But you got half scatter shot. You got readiness, half scatter shot, and these are the kind of plays that me and Super has been talking about, right? That is the maximum Zug play you could make, right? You just readiness instantly, 5 seconds into the game, DR scatter shot, send the spell book, and a lot of the time the mage is just going to be dead on the floor, you know. So I like that coming in from Snipin, who is the hunter on this team. And also for the RMP, I feel like for them, they really need to get that initial pressure extended. I feel like they got the cheap shot, they got the ring, but they need more out of that. They need maybe a smoke bomb or a blind or a sap into a blind, you know, or a redirect kidney or something, because they only got that AMS, and then the DK was on top of the mage, and they had no more CC, and then the DK could just do whatever he wanted.
I think also like an early bomb on the DK gives the mage like line of sight from the hunter also, if the mage is inside of the bomb. So it's like a 2-for-1. You stop the hunter damage and you stop healing and coming on the Death Knight. So the early bomb in Nagrand was really good. And then this map I don't think we saw a bomb at that point in the game. So maybe it's because he was waiting for Icebound. But again, it's one of those things where it's like you kind of just send it even if he Icebounds. Like just keep him snared in it and just provide the line of sight from the hunter with it almost, if anything. Because it's such a fast game. You don't there's no like surviving and then living this go and then no, you're gonna just win while the wave is coming at you. I don't think the RMP is gonna have an easy time resetting whatsoever. PHDK is gas pedaling as hard as they do.
All right. Expecting the same thing, I guess. I don't know how they want to get in there.
Like that's the interesting thing, right? Because we have 2 RMPs and 2 PHDKs in the top bracket, and the other PHDK, their name is of course Pump or Be Pumped, and that really, I feel like that really kind of explains PHDK in its essence. You either pump or you get pumped. You have a minute, and that's it. Go in, send your cooldowns, and try to make it happen. Try to get some clutch CC chains. on the enemy healers. And let's see here, what did it decide to do? Did he get
Dude, the
sap
sap happens.
the map here? And,
Didn't Frenzy in this time. Flare. Oh, that flare is really annoying.
He's gonna do it. Shadow Dance, Gyro, and Cheap Shot.
Bomb.
Smoke bomb coming out. DR Kid.
Bro, the kid. No, the kidneys is so short. That's a good. That shell I love.
Now Langer's gonna be on
That shell is wonderful. He gets full running power from that.
trap onto Gecko.
He reduces a bunch of damage.
So that's the adaptation they're making. He's gonna pop the defense
He's gonna blast here for a bit.
Is out and it's free casting onto laners. It's unhealable damage. He needs to get to the pillar immediately here.
He gets out of line of sight. Mirror images are snaring in the middle of the map, keeping the Death Knight
Love
at bay
them.
for now. Gouch comes under the Death Knight, but Sniping's going for the kill. He's double silencing shot. He's already popped
Bro,
his
it's
readiness for
actually
another rapid
insane
fire.
how
He's
short
going
those stuns
all
are.
in right now. Flare is down.
That is disgusting.
Advantage here onto him in the near future. And he magics on pre from Lovenum as he grips the mage into it as the priest is into a full polymorph, no trinket. Lovenum needs to be careful here. Any magic zone getting big value, but they're in fear. They get the psychic scream. He is running an undead priest, so he's able to will out of that, get back onto the Death Knight. They've got any magic shield. They got a full trap. It's time to push in, I think, at this point and win, but the trap ends up breaking a little bit early here. Jamusa's trying to get in there, but he gets Frost Nova.
Yeah.
Spell, move back behind the pillar. Any magic shield comes out from Lovenum immediately after the cheap shot, but Laners is having great positioning at the moment. Back
Not
behind
a
the pillar, they
Zagger
stop
for
that. He's ready.
sure.
Immediately pops combat readiness to start stacking that shield wall and reduce the damage. He's just going to be an absolute tank. They want to bait damage onto the rogue here. And Laners is now getting aggressive, moving in. They still got 2 blocks in this position if they can stop the master spells. He blinks in for a deep freeze. Is he going to get the Ring of Frost? Ring of Frost, I think, is about to connect here. They get Psychic Scream as well.
Yeah, paints up. He's chilling though. We've got Lich Heal.
Stopped all the damage from Laners in that position. Silence into scatter.
I want us to then target the Death Knight and see what Prezi's in. His globals seem really slow.
Disengage aggressively from the hunter to stay on top of the mage. Polymorphs are coming through. They managed to stop this one. Jamusa needs to get in position, maybe for a Psychic Scream. They're stacked up, but another Deep Freeze, no trinket. Smoke Bomb comes down as well. Avizor tries to eat the freezing trap, but he doesn't get it. Gecko has no trinket. Ice Block gets Master Spell. Laners is in trouble. 2 seconds left on the Ice Block. He's going into a full fear, I think, possibly here. Oh, a double fear coming up from Jamusa. And Laners, if they connect at all, there should be almost no way that he survives. He's right there on the corner of the pillar. He's trying to get around it as soon as possible to the line of sight, but he gets gripped into the middle of the map. And now Gecko pops Power Infusion to go for a big penance to try and save him, but he gets silenced on it. And this just damage is endless.
So much.
Laners. He's trying to get back behind the pillar with the ice barrier, with the mana shield, doing whatever he can towards the tail end of the strangulate. And
That looks.
is at least still alive.
Bro, they actually have a. They have a small window here.
Onto Gecko. Gecko somehow dodged it right there, and that is the only reason why Laners is still in the game. And now Gecko could actually go for his own fear with Jamusa not having that available. Avizura, though, with no shield wall, he's going to have to trinket a pet stun just to try to get around the corner. Sniping is really doing a lot of damage now on that hunter, getting on top of the enemy team. They have the fear. They need to send it. There it is. Fear onto sniping. They get the counter spell onto Jamusa. Do they have a deep freeze or something? Doesn't look like it there.
So is Lichio.
Connecting onto Jamusa.
I wonder if he's letting himself sit at really high running power.
More CC here. Lovenum could be in trouble. Do they have any more follow-up? It doesn't look like they're going to find any more, but they have good damage here still onto Lovenum. Triple DR ring actually proccing there on the priest. I don't know if he stayed around there.
Here's the Lichios.
Something, but Lovenum is taking tremendous damage. Lovenum could just go down here, but the Lichborn self-healing is
very good pre-Lich.
He's got Death Pact as well. There's no way Lovenum dies here. Laners realize
Gargoyle's out. Second gargoyle.
Here comes the second gargoyle, though. I don't think I've even seen a second gargoyle anytime I've played against the DK. How
Readiness
is DXB going to navigate this?
Readiness and rapid fire. He's got 2 rapid fires back to back on the side of Snipe in here in this position. They drop down the barrier for Laners. No ice blocks remaining. They pet stun the rogue, denying some damage, but his Shadow Dance actually comes up in 2 seconds, and they don't have pet stun to peel it. Scatter shot, double fear from Jamusa. No trinket for Gecko. Laners is getting fear, but it's actually out of line of sight of the hunter. So unlucky fear pathing. He's trying to wing clip, possibly freezing trap out. Nice
dead
from sniping, and Laners says nothing.
I think.
He's desperate to stay
I
alive.
think this might be the end. There's Gary as well.
The Death Knight trying to limit his damage as much as
Gouge,
possible,
stop the
but
poly.
lands out of the scatter, and Laners blinks around the corner. Is he actually going to survive again with mana shield?
Stop. Grip
Ice
behind.
barrier, every single thing, but
Grip
the kitchen
back.
sink, they grip Laners to try and cross, and he
He's
manages
him.
to get unsnared and back behind the pillar.
Dead.
I can't believe it. No, the death
The
coil
pillar
snipes
through
him
the-
1 second before the blind could come onto the Death Knight, and Laners.
Yeah, that looks really, really rough.
EXB facing that, potentially going down to the lower
Wait,
bracket.
what did you bet on, Cookie? Hang on a second.
Dude, sniping.
Oh, you did bet on PhD.
Dude, Hunter in Kata seems so fun, man. This guy is just dominating, man. He's just running around, just doing whatever he wants. He's just, my goodness, did you see that? This guy, so Gecko got feared. and then he wing clipped Gecko, and then he lands a trap, then he readinesses.
No
traps
accent.
him again
Nah, I
on
mean
the
he's
trap,
doing.
then
You know
he
what's interesting about this
scatter
Death Knight
shots him, then he silent shots
that
him,
I'm really impressed by?
and then he gets the
He's swapping rune forges. I'm almost positive. I can look and see, but I'm almost positive he's going to. He's not playing Fallen Crusader at all. Everything in his build is about fucking over the rogue.
Yeah, and then look at the
He's
trap,
swapping
trap,
between
you can see
spell shattering
trapped in the
and
trap, so like triple DR scatter
and sword shattering.
right there, and then like
He swaps on. I'm pretty sure he swaps on the sword shattering after the opener.
Oh my god! Even if he didn't die,
Super interesting.
That pet is enraged, and it does so much damage when it's enraged. And it lasts for like 30 seconds also. So
I mean, he misses out on a ton of damage doing
I
that.
don't think he was living much longer. And they actually oomed the PhDK.
but
I actually can't believe
he's doing that.
RNG
I think.
oomed the PhDK. That's literally wild right here on their side. They're actually maybe close to winning just on mana and pressure. Maybe they should swap Hunter when he's like he's double ready. He's readiness offensive. He has no trinket. Like, is Hunter at all a target in this matchup when he's doing this and he's disengaging on top of the mage?
Yeah, no, I think. Well, the problem with Hunter is, first of all, he's orc, but also he's. It's really hard for the rogue to connect the hunter. Every single time I play with a rogue and I tell them, "Let's kill the hunter, let's kill the hunter," they're always crying. They're like, "I'm not playing the game, dude. I'm just rooted. I'm just in a snake trap route. I'm just getting kited. I can't reach him."
So sword shattering is the second weapon.
It's a good target, but it has to be very precise, right? He has to have maybe no trinket, be out of position, and then there's also the problem with the Roar of Sacrifice, right? Because in this matchup, they didn't have the best opener. They had to open with a Garrote cheap shot right away because Abzura got taken out after he got the sap. And the reason why that's such a big deal and why they're trying to get Abzura out as well on Runes of Lordaeron is because the PhDK wants Abzura to use Shadow Dance on his first go, because Shadow Dance cooldown and Roar of Sacrifice have the same cooldown. They're both 1 minute cooldown, and rogues rely heavily on their crits. So does Frost Mage. So if you can line it up with the Shadow Dance, it's
Can
gonna
they have one sooner? Maybe. He can't really do. Not really. Maybe, but probably not.
without the Shadow Dance, so you can kind of desync them or CC the monkey, so you can desync them at least.
Bro, that guy's playing D&D
Starting with
glyph. What?
PHP, losing their map pick advantage now, even despite their game one win. The offense from the PhDK, mostly sniping, just leading the charge, while the defensive rotations are looking more clean now.
Okay, that no. Is that an accident?
They can go into Grand again, so they don't have to.
Bro, that's gotta be an accident.
That would likely be more difficult than that previously. So I'm imagining.
Hold the fuck up. Why the fuck would we ever play D&D glyph?
You're gonna hope that they don't get popped out of stealth.
Increase the duration of your death and decay spell by 50%. That's a PV. It does nothing. I mean, your pet is a value. It's 40% more damage on your pet. Your pet is your top dam. Other than Necrotic Strike, which he's playing Scourge Strike build. Bro, there's no way that's not being locked into the European meta, man. That's just a dog shit glyph. You're taking away 40% scaling on petty. Like, you could drop any other, drop Scourge Strike glyph. Drop Coil glyph. I mean, like, what the fuck is Death and Decay glyph, man? Nah, he's playing insane. It's no criticism at all. I'm curious about that glyph. I'm just curious about his decision making. I like a lot. I mean, he's building to be a tank. He's playing super exploitative. Basically, like, think about how annoying, think about how fucking annoying it is to attack a Death Knight that's like weapon swapping like really heavily. You can see the weapon he was using at the end of that game. Like, he ends the game with a, oh, you haven't seen this one? Hang on. He ends the game with sword shattering on. He starts the game with a silence reduction. And then he has 30% reduction on stuns from his meta gem. It's sick. Great. His gear is all like hybrid offense. It's basically like he's playing 3.8k Razil probably, and he's also playing Blade Barrier. So he's also very tanky. He doesn't have Death Call procs, so he has to set it. He sets at high runic power a lot. I don't know. Glyph of Death and Decay is a really good glyph in PvP or in PvE for damage, for just overall damage, but Elite is not higher level unless it's only weapon. Weapon is higher level. But yeah, it's weird. It's wild. I don't know. The Glyph of D&D meant to break out the rogue re-stealths? It's really just, I mean, kind of, but probably not. It doesn't really break it doesn't break out re-stealths. in this version of the game.
With the RMP until
Nah, it doesn't change.
No Tears Just Dreams looking like
Um,
they could potentially.
yeah, you can't break in this version of the game. Like in Wrath, I think Rogue like you could you could pull someone out of Vanish, but in this version of the game, you can't pull someone out of Vanish. So I'm not entirely sure what we're doing here with that, but because it seems like a lot of damage to be leaving at the door, and they're still playing it really well and very clean. It seems like an awful matchup for Rogue Mage. Yeah, he's weapons looking for runes 100%. Definitely. Well, I don't again, I don't know what Death in the K is doing. Death in the K doesn't seem crazy. Maybe his top dam is Death in the K or something.
You can almost immediately pop the rogue. I did a thing on like a resap. It was like the sap was about to end and he reflared right when he anticipated Avizur to open and manages to clip him with it. So it's going to be a bit of a mind game for both sides. It's very important. It could decide the entire game right here, the entire series, if DXB don't get a good opener.
All right, let's see if they can do it. DXB here need to kind of find their composure again that we saw in game number 1, as they are currently on match point here in this upper bracket game. No Tears, Just Dreams right now. Their dreams could become reality if they can get one more win. It's all about the opener. Can they get Avizur out of stuff? Can they force him to trade out an early Shadow Dance? Can they sink the Roar with the Shadow Dance? Can they deny the CC chains? And can they survive the
This time he started with Frenzy here, which forces their opener.
Gouge coming out here for Avizura into the Gouge, and he has find weakness, so he's not going to need to Shadow Dance here. They're actually going to go after the Hunter, redirect kidney shot onto Sniper.
Now expect Lovenum to play super fucking aggro now. He still is.
Not sure if
You can see.
in that chain as well, but nice blind onto
Does he
Medusa.
have a Scandion?
Getting the deterrence. He didn't get the
I
Hunter
swear that's a
trinket, but he
Scandi.
did get it now with the second smoke bomb, but Laners is in trouble, and he's going to immediately.
I
activate the
think.
Ice Bomb. He gets massive spell around the corner. Geku going for the heals, but gets scattered on his aura mastery. This could be big trouble for Laners. How is he going to stay alive here? Patient pressure coming out for Geku. He's got no aura mastery. Readiness is available for Snipping. He could easily just shut it down right now. There's the DR.
Dies.
Scatter shot coming out, and that is going to be it. No Tears, Just Dreams are going to advance to Championship Sunday. Meanwhile,
Interesting.
we're going to be watching them a little bit later at the end of the day.
Interesting.
In the lower bracket, where
Maybe that Scourge build was just kind of insane though.
They tried to mix it up. I'm wondering if they tried to swap off Aurora Sacrifice or if that was just they wanted to swap in general to the Hunter and punish the kind of.
Trying to see what weapon he finished with that. I feel like he may have
Spells and
swapped.
readiness as well, having to use it defensively as opposed to offensively. It was just so much damage. They get scattered.
Oh, no.
Try and eat the trap.
Did he finish this game with a Scandion? No.
Not able to.
He just
survive
kept spell shattering on the whole game.
Going on to the Hunter this time around as opposed to the Death Knight. And it seems like this matchup is going to be really hard for Rogue Mage Priest. It's been the comp beating every Rogue Mage Priest, I think, almost at every turn. And now we got another one in the upper side. Can somebody figure out the strat that's going to be necessary to be able to overcome this composition? Or is it just going to be a PHDK meter in the European region?
Might just be a PHDK mirror. I don't know. There's a lot of comps still in the tournament, but No Tears, Just Dreams definitely looking scary. Look at Sniping here, trinketing out, getting aggressive, gets the DR scatter shot right there, and defensive smoke bomb from Avizura is not going to be enough. And I really feel like anytime, so this is my personal.
These games are over so quick. 53-second game.
Experience versus DKs. Anytime Gargoyle gets popped, you just have to try to slow it and just get around the pillar. Get the pillar as soon as possible. There's no way you can outtrade a DK with Gargoyle up. Look at that DK damage. 193 big ones right there. And I bet half of that at least is probably from the Gargoyle.
Yep, you're gonna get blown away easily here. Not to mention also just a Hunter on top of that. But your silencing shot. I think you had to trinket a silencing shot. Like it's so much pressure, so much CC preventing you from navigating around. So it's a lot to deal with in a small amount of time, while you're also thinking about who are you attacking, who are you trying to kill, because just surviving is likely not going to be enough.
Yeah, very scary when you got all that mounting on top of you all at once. So unfortunately, DXB knocked out of the upper bracket, but like you guys already mentioned, they're down there in the lower final or the lower quarters, so they've got a chance to battle it back out. But it's getting scary. It gets scary every single week we do one of these, because these teams are just that good. So they're gonna be facing
So the way that Scourge works, is the second part is increased by the first part. So Scourge Strike is basically, it might look like a magic attack, but it's actually pure physical, pretty much, right? The second part does shadow damage based on the first part of the attack's hit. So he is yeah, he's playing a build to try and kill cloth, which I think is interesting, and it seems strongish.
Is that just zugging the hunter down?
Sounds
Probably.
fun.
I'm gonna imagine it's just zugging the hunter down, and both teams have wildly different healers, so this could be.
I mean, I personally looked at builds for Scourge-esque, and I couldn't find one where it actually did more than Necrotic Strike, but that doesn't mean it's not better at killing a cloth target. But I couldn't find a target where I could make it do more damage per hit than Necrotic. Necrotic always scales better, from what I can see. Even versus low armor, it's not high. It's just burstier, and the burst has value, and I respect it. Obviously, absorption doesn't do anything if you don't heal into it, right? And obviously, in their case, basically, like if you play against like a Ret Paladin, for example, you'll see a bunch of wasted damage when you like Necrotic a Ret Paladin to like 80k and they just bubble the entire thing off. You didn't do 80k damage. They ignore the entire mechanic. So there are situations where Necrotic doesn't get to convert into actual healing absorption. A lot of classes will immune your Obna. Maybe Rogue Mage is one of those kinds of things too, potentially.
Watching from home on which Cataclysm spell you think that this is.
2-minute cooldown.
Okay.
Wire's Paladin. Is this Blessing of Sacrifice?
Blessing of Sacrifice, yeah.
It has to.
Wait, what? No, damage which reduces the paladin below 20% health will break the effect.
We'll end it.
Yeah. Oh, I
Pretty
didn't know that
sure.
actually about Sac. Yeah, I think I'm going hard commit, Blessing of Sacrifice. That was my first thought. And it's like, you know, when I did math in school, and I would look at a problem, I would instantly get like a number in my head, and if I ever second guessed it, I would always be wrong. But if I just went with the first thing, I was always right. So I'm applying 4th grade math strats right now to this. It's Blessing of Sacrifice.
So what you're saying is that you didn't show your work.
Oh my god, Zico. I was gonna say there's an AoE one too. I was gonna say, like, is the AoE one still in Kata from Wrath? And then like
It's a prot PvE ability. Nobody has this in PvP.
I was gonna say I've never seen someone use it, so I thought they pruned it from Holy Paladin. So they gave it. They gave it to prot, but okay, we got prot Paladin talent options on this as well.
Why can I never win at this game? This game is way too hard.
Throwing this out here, I'm the only one with a point. Okay, it might have just been out of like process of elimination because I picked one and then
Doesn't matter.
But I technically still have 1 point.
A win is a win. Succeeds. We
win
take
is a
those.
Is that it for this round? I think that might be it for this round.
Yep, I think we're only doing. I think we're only doing one. I know. There'll be more chances to redeem yourself. We got all weekend long, and so do these players. It's going to be a long weekend ahead of them if these games continue to be as intense as they had been. So we're going to head to a break. Pump or B Pump versus the Workshop in an upper bracket series up next after this break.
What's the predictions in a sec? Who's playing next? NA plays tomorrow. Wouldn't the burst of Scourge Strike be more valuable for early seasons rather than stacking Necro? I mean, Necro's just damage. No, you don't have to think about Necro as it's just delayed damage, and it's a little bit higher than Scourge, but it's way more complicated than just like this is the part that that confuses me about that build. I'll go over it a little teeny bit, but basically, the gap between those two builds is bigger than just Scourge versus Necrotic, because you have to look at what he does to get that stuff. I will show you. So in order to play a build that plays, so first of all, instead of using Glyph of Icy Touch, you have to use Glyph of Scourge, right? So you're sacrificing 20% damage on your, that's not a huge deal. It's very minor. It's pressure, and the build is built around pressure. Not in that matchup. And that matchup was a burst matchup. Doesn't matter for that matchup, right? You're trying to win the game quickly. The other sacrifice that he made, I'm fairly certain, but the sacrifice you make to get Rage of Rivendell, a normal build plays generally 2 points in Sudden Doom, so you get free coils. It's good for healing too. He was playing Blade Barrier, so we're not going to worry about that. But and he's playing his normal talents on this. I'm fairly sure he had 6, right? He's not playing any points in Endless Winter. So his 3 points left are going to go like this. He's going to take all his points out of Sudden Doom and go 3 points in Rage. So his sacrifice is the value of having half kick, half Runic Power kick, and also Doom, Death Call procs. I think it'll be like 6 or 7k a minute that he gets from Sudden Dooms, and also the healing benefit. So it depends, right? He also technically has other options with that too if he was playing a different build. Because I think, let me see, can you? I mean, he could do that too for an even higher damage necrotic build. I haven't done it before, but you have like things you can do, right? So it's quite expensive. He's definitely, your damage potential as the other build is much higher. Not your burst potential, but your actual overall damage. There's no question in my mind, because I can't even get Scourge. No matter what situation I look at Scourge in, unless you're like stacking crit or something, I can't get Scourge to do anywhere near the numbers that Necrotic does in any situation. It straight up always outscales it. And to be honest, he isn't even playing to the strongest scaling of Scourge Strike either, because he's playing a Scourge Strike is weapon damage primarily, and he's not even playing the slow weapon. He's playing a fast weapon. I would expect if he was trying to get the most value out of Scourge Strike, he'd play Ashkandi, because Ashkandi is 3.8. It's an extra 200 damage per Scourge base, and that applies to the second part too, and he wasn't even doing that. So he didn't care about that. He just wanted burst, and he wanted to be tanky. He didn't get Blight. Huh. So what else is he getting then? So he's not taking Blight. That's interesting. Does he have 1 point then in Sudden Doom? I'm pretty sure I saw 6 points in Frost. Hang on.
Welcome back. We are about halfway through the day.
He adds 1 point in Sudden Doom.
Bracket series before we head down to the lower to eliminate some.
Okay, that's not as much of a loss, I guess.
Versus the workshop.
No Blight to min max into Rogue Mage.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. Very similar to what we just saw, except Pump or B Pump. I believe they play Holy Paladin over the Discipline 3. So it'll be really interesting to see how that dynamic kind of changes. I can't help but feel like maybe the Disc Priest is better in this particular matchup against RMP, just because you have the Mass Dispel, you have the additional damage.
I mean, Blight doesn't. Well, he can dispel diseases if he wants to, but I guess he chooses not to. Wait, honestly, real talk. If he knew that, he would fuck him.
I'm kind of excited to see him once again.
Absolutely.
I'm guessing they didn't pay attention. That was a bluff. That was a crazy bluff that he played. He played it all 3 games, I'm assuming, too, right? He actually bluffed them like crazy, because they could have destroyed him. So Priest can dispel, and the dispel heals if he glyphs for it. And the dispel would also completely gut his damage. He could spam dispel and spam heal, and it would completely destroy him. It was just a bluff, and they pulled it off. If they had paid attention to that one talent point, and he changes one of his glyphs to dispel glyph, it's like a 6% heal per dispel, and he also at the same time dispels. That's crazy. Only dispel magic. Is it a different ability in this expansion? Is there a purify as well?
Yeah.
Is this a Star Wars reference I'm not understanding? The workshop?
I don't know. Not
Oh.
sure. I only know
I
World of
only watched
Warcraft.
it.
I only know
only-
WoW.
Oh, it's different. Okay.
That's all you
Barely
need to
know that.
No WoW. No Star Wars, just WoW.
I don't think Dispel would matter as much
Say,
then
I
if
don't
you
know
can't
WoW
heal
or
with it.
Star Wars. I'm like 0 for 10 on the spell guesser.
Yeah.
And if it is a Star Wars reference, I didn't get it either. So hopefully
okay.
It isn't. I get pump or be pumped though. That means we need to win fast or we're gonna lose fast. So let's see if that happens here. We're gonna see the RMP locking it in, and we are gonna.
It's the same fucking matchup, but with a paladin instead of a priest. Now, the big
Alright,
difference
here we
here is
go. Gates are open.
you're
This
gonna
could be a
see
very
Dispel
fast game.
much
Flash
less
the box,
effective.
Ludix are just gonna be moving forward. See how Albrecht
See a
Mir,
server
and
plays anything
Chaz
different.
handle this opener. Looks like they are gonna be going after
Insta
Death Knight.
zone,
Kitty
he's
Shell
lost a
lands
lot of
with
health.
anti-magic
Insta
zone.
deep
on
freeze.
Clyde. Is there any follow-up?
Shell.
Polymorph? Nope. It is
Full
gonna be a Ring of
dismantle.
Frost, so triple crowd control from start to finish. This is a beautiful start here.
He
for
lit
the
shield.
Workshop. They're putting on a clinic of full blind lands, but Cervantes is going to be okay. Clyde doesn't have to trade any cooldowns in this opener, which is honestly
I mean, Server used a lot, but Server used a lot. Server has used his whole spell book. Bubble from Clyde.
So much crowd control. Finally, Clyde having to trade something here.
Bubble MD, Fed, half.
A lot of pressure here as well. Ludex going for some pressure. Deep freeze onto Ludex. Albrecht looking for the sheep here. Finds it onto Ludex. Not able to
Grips the
swap it,
grip
but
blinds.
Clyde's going to get that dispel onto the Hunter. There's the silencing shot onto Chaz. Can they find any more crowd control onto Chaz? Ludex gets impact proc. There's the scatter shot. Can they get the freezing trap? Albrecht's trying to eat it. He manages to. No, he ice blocks. A little bit of a bait there coming out from Albrecht, but he is, in fact.
He can die right out of this. This could be the aggro point.
There as well. Looks like he activated his combat readiness, so Miro is going to be a big tank. Deep freeze into full fear here. Chaz trinkets to get it. Actually doesn't trinket to get it. He gets monkey blinded into Mirlo.
Full fear, but he's pre-sacks it.
Full fear onto Clyde.
He pre-sacks it. Gets a spelled late. MCS on Clyde. Polly gets fair or gets trinketed. Albrecht though.
Oh, Albrecht's in a lot of trouble. He gets the freedom. He spells
Second block.
into a quick ice block. Chaz casting out flash heals. Do they have an interrupt for him? Doesn't look like it for the time being. But Clyde's got no divine shield and no trinket. The next crowd control chain is going to sit full. There's the deep freeze. What do they have? They're going after him. Clyde's in trouble. Smoke bomb drops down. Kidney shot out of the deep freeze. He does manage to get the
Bob Stolen did.
Silence, but this all in on Clyde is beautiful. The workshop with an excellent swap. Realizing he really didn't have any cooldowns, they start with the deep freeze.
There is a Rogue Mage, I think.
Situation. Albrecht could be in trouble. Down to 30% health. There's a
Oh!
drop here on Chaz. Albrecht,
It is.
And he drops.
No way.
Versus 2.
He has Lich. The DK has Lich. This timing is awful. He's gonna talk. He's at full HP. The DK is at full HP. No, DK's at full HP. Lude needs to not push in too much. He's a trinket tit. He's fine actually. Server's being greedy here. Server being very greedy. They don't know. Oh, he's not full HP if he gets done for. Oh, you may have waited too long. He's full HP out of this. Here it comes. If he doesn't get girded. Here it comes. Full HP. Boop. Boop.
Actually manages to heal himself quite a bit here with the Lich Born. We've seen Cervantes in these situations before.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough.
Victorious. Can he do it again? Double fear connects here onto Ludix and Cervantes.
Technically, there's a bit of lore there to Trill. It was Cervantes versus Trill, and Trill came out ahead. Technically.
Spamming out the heals now as well, making sure that Miro is 100% health. Miro with a vanish.
Okay, I think they'll kill whoever they want. Trinket and 5. They have to kill. They have to kill a Hunter, I think.
Maybe there's a chance.
But he can grip it.
Maybe, just maybe. Chaz gets gripped in. Ludix,
Because
so if he
Server
gets danced on, like,
can
here's the
trinket.
connect for the
He
stun. There
trinketed
it
the
is. Chaz
fair.
gets the cheap shot. I think that
Dead.
should be the game. Kidney shot to follow it up. Ludix goes down, but that just shows you how close this game was, right? Like,
Let's have a look at gearing.
the workshop, they pulled off that miracle swap to take down.
Let's have a look at some
Clyde,
gear,
but if they had
some
not
gear
done it,
stuff.
if they had not wanted
So-
that exact setup, they would have lost this game. So really, really close.
So
Well
we're
played
playing
back, both
Blade
sides.
Barrier.
Really
So we're playing pretty tanky talents. We're playing Rage of Rivendell. We're playing Scourge Strike build. Playing virtually the same stuff. And virtually the same gear. He's Resil gemmed. That's a Resil gemmed hunter.
And then here's that last swap. And I don't know actually if Roar of Sacrifice was available here for Ludex onto Clyde. If he had it, it would have been enough to keep Clyde alive on that push. But because they dropped the smoke bomb on the deep, even if he had it, he couldn't use it. So really nice smoke bomb there from Mir. Really nice swap there as well. And that's one of the things about RMP into Paladin specifically. and about Frost Mage in general into Paladin. If you deep freeze a Holy Paladin and you get your damage off, you can actually just solo them. Especially if you have like a trinket proccing at the same time, or if you pop your unused trinket at the same time. Frost Mage can definitely just absolutely destroy Paladins. So really nice that they got the trinket in the bubble, and then they found that window where they could catch Clyde out of position.
Let's see if he's running a lot of PvE gear. Like,
it is tomorrow.
Is he running? Because he is running a considerable amount. So, considerable amount of PvE gear. He might have low resilience, so they do decide
Clyde
to go
is?
after him. Could be really scary. So I do wonder if Pumper B Bumped will change
Clyde
that up,
got?
what exactly they're going to do. But the workshop, it does look like we are going to Ruins of Lordaeron for this game number 2.
Yeah.
Small map, and I think this is kind of the
3 pieces,
PHDK's,
4
favorite,
pieces,
the Ruins of Lordaeron.
5
And
pieces.
go
Oh
after the
god,
mage. There's not many pillars to hide. You can all in on Chaz.
5 pieces
that
of PvE
open
gear is a
back
lot of
against
PvE
Hydra.
gear and no gems.
He just makes any kind of mistake, gets interrupted for a second, they'll just immediately evaporate. So it is possible. However, I will say I was really impressed by the opener from the workshop. They basically had triple crowd control for the first 20 seconds of the game. Cervantes traded out basically all of his defensive cooldowns, allowing Clyde to sit everything. But yeah, it was really clean. I wonder if the workshop's going to be able to pull that off again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They have to go with either a cheap shot on the Paladin or a deep freeze on the Paladin. The problem is if they cheap shot ring the Paladin, so deep freeze and ring share DR with each other.
I mean, every team's tough. I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to fighting any teams.
But
They're all difficult
if you
teams.
Cheap shot ring, it's a full ring. But if you cheap shot ring, Mirror has to dance, and they're gonna trade out Roar of Sacrifice, and then you won't get anything. So they can't do that. And they can't. The other thing that you do to kind of get around that is to Nova CS ring, because Nova and CS, they don't have a counterspell. They don't share any diminishing returns with the ring, and you can do it like that as well. But there's another problem. Hunter can freedom it with their pet, so he can't do that either. So they're kind of forced to go with this kind of like micro CC, like almost like a retail Andy opener with the deep ring, and try to maybe get a fear out of that, and just try to get crowd control on the Hunter. And isolate the DK again. It's tough, but that is why they do that opener, which is, I guess, seemingly worse or like less CC on the Paladin.
Less
the other
efficient
option,
a little bit, but
yeah,
at least it's guaranteed.
Less efficient, but it's guaranteed. The other option could be to open on the Paladin, but it's so scary against this comp to go healer because, yeah, if you go all in and they go all in, we've seen what happens.
Yeah. Pumper be pumped, taking all their time here for Ruins. It looks like they will pick the DK Holy Paladin Hunter once again. And we mentioned it. These teams, they're only 3-player rosters, so it's likely we're going to be seeing similar compositions. There may be 1 or 2 teams in each region that mix it up occasionally, but really for the most part, these teams are kind of just going after it, playing their main comp, putting their best foot forward, and kind of just trying to outplay to win with a maximum level of experience. But the small map's going to be difficult. Pumper be pumped. They have multiple targets they can go after. I think going after the mage is likely the safe strat, but you can risk it and all in the priest. And if Chaz is prepared, he can fall down really, really quick. So it's a perfect map to mix it up. We'll see if they do it.
Yeah, let's see.
If we're lucky, we only play 1 series tomorrow, by the way.
I don't know.
If we're
I mean,
lucky.
it's really risky, but it would be fun to see them just go all out on the Paladin, open up with a smoke bomb, and deep freeze him, and just massive spell the bubble and just try to send him in the first like 10 seconds. Because they definitely have the damage to do so, but yeah, it's risky. Because if it
They might. They definitely might play some MLS.
Well, let's see the mages as well. Let's see. So every mage is opting for the Thuralian's Mirror Trinket. So far, every mage we've seen.
Hey, you've been selling me on that. You've been telling me I need to get it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely really good. I managed to get it on live servers. I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's definitely one of those trinkets. Procs 2,200 mastery proc, which for Frost Mage is like, it's so good to get mastery. And it has also the 363 intellect there. So Albrecht is rocking that, and he's having the unused PvP trinket. Now, of course, in other matchups as a Frost Mage, you can actually afford to use a little bit more PvE gear. But so far in the tournament server, it's been about those PvE legs that the mages have been rocking, and then just the mirror. And whenever the mirror procs, you want to pop your unused trinket as well for the giga damage. And if you can get that when there's no Roar of Sacrifice, you can get that on somebody in a deep freeze, your Ice Lances are going to be absolutely devastating. So yeah, That's what they're opting for. I think Mir. I wonder actually if Mir is doing the same thing as we saw from Avizura, just like rocking a lot of PD gear, or not. It looks like Mir is playing with unheated warning. That is very surprising. That is not something that you see very often.
Isn't that the?
Yeah, he's rocking basically the same.
It's a crit perk trinket, isn't it?
Avizura. Maybe even one.
Oh no, it's the BOE.
So I think Mir is actually a little bit squishier than Avizura was. But they're gonna need it. They need these rogues to do a lot of the damage in this matchup.
They need to solo someone, basically.
He's gonna be taking a losing trade, basically.
Really intense map here. Game number 2 between Pump or Be Pumped and the Workshop. This is not an elimination series, but the loser will go down to the lower bracket, which is not where you want to find yourself in this tournament. There's a lot of really scary teams. About 3 seconds here before these two teams do clash. And I do expect Pump or Be Pumped to play a very aggressive start here on Runes.
Yeah, let's see. The Workshop, if they can try to shut it down. Pump or Be Pumped are running in on top of Chess. I wonder if they're going to go after the Priest at all. They're going after Albrecht so far. They get a full sheep actually onto Clyde just out of thin air. So this is a great opener for the RMP. They are going after Chaz actually on the side of the PHDK. Chaz is an absolutely spicy target for the PHDK, but Ludix is also taking a lot of damage. Defensive blind on.
I don't know.
I feel like the rogue mage right now are getting ahead here.
He probably should be necrotic here, I assume.
I do think they're gonna have to abandon it, but they already commit a lot of cooldowns there onto Chaz, and Albrecht is definitely gonna be happy about that. Connecting here onto Chaz though, forced to trade out the pain suppression in that exchange with his
Trinket pains up. What do we have? We have Strang. Oh, he's dead. If he gets a 7-second Strang, it's game of.
In trouble then.
They have to.
Yeah, Clyde gets blanket silence, dismantle on Cervantes.
He's lit healing.
Clyde needs to connect those heals. He looks like he will. Got his Avenging Wrath up right now. Those wings.
We have no Trinket. We're humans now, by the way. We've gone away from walk.
Justice on Chaz. He could easily go down, interrupt onto Albrecht, but Cervantes is still so incredibly low. He's just dying in a fear. No! Has no access to that anti-magic
DK is
shell.
definitely playing different stuff this time.
There by the Workshop, and they are just so clean with it.
This time,
their crowd control, their setups
we're playing
are looking really good, and I
human.
Wonder, is this a Paladin issue?
With
I think a lot of this comes down to just the fact that they have the Paladin. It seems to be like
spell shattering.
This match.
Yeah, no, I definitely think.
And Blade Barrier.
They like Paladins, but I feel like Albrecht got a nice early sheep right at the start of this replay as well. He got a nice counter spell. They were able to shut down a lot of the heals. Cervantes had a 10-second disarm here as well into a full kidney. They already got the trinket. They already got the bubble from Clyde. So I just feel like this was just not the opener. If it feels like they didn't commit.
I assume he's playing.
If they're going healer,
necrotic too. Yeah.
Sheep sense the sacrifice. They want to sense the AMS. You know, they stay on top of Chaz. Don't ever let him get away. And that's just what you got to hard commit to. And it feels like they didn't actually commit that hard to that healer race, and they were kind of just doing goes on him. And that's, I mean, if you're a Frost Mage in this matchup, that's definitely what you want, right? The Frost Mage just absolutely chilling, free cast. Look at Albrecht's damage, and then compared to everyone else. I mean, that's what happens. You leave the Frost Mage free casting, especially at the start, when the mirror trinket proc is off cooldown, the tailoring proc is off cooldown, you know, like all these different damage modifiers that you can get, you know, power torrent, there's so many. When all of that is on cooldown, off cooldown, and it's going to be proccing in the opener, Albrecht is just going to absolutely destroy the whole team if you don't go on him.
Yeah, 100%. It's a risk you take, but I do kind of feel like if they had committed more and just traded out the cooldowns like you said, they might have been able to take down Chaz, but it's a scary thing to do, just getting out of the first crowd control, like, we'll see. What map do you think we're going to? Because I kind of feel like they're going to go back to the same thing. I think we're Ruins.
Yep.
Ruins again.
They're gonna opt to change their
what do they do?
to the mage.
We're gonna see them play again if they lose this.
On the priest and just play it a bit better.
I think it's going to be a mage all-in.
H doesn't seem crazy though. You're great.
I think the priest all-in, I actually really liked it as well.
Priest with a will
I saw them charging in like
felt
that. I really
stronger.
thought, okay, we're gonna see them just completely just throw caution to the wind here and just all in the priest. But it just felt like they got stopped and they didn't want to commit cooldowns to it. Like when you're doing that type of strategy, you're looking at a 30-second game. You know, you just gotta commit. Your piloting got cheap, you just trinket sack. Your DK got Novad, dispel him, freedom, AMS. You know, just send everything. And they weren't able to do that.
Is it though? It doesn't seem like it is. They're down 0-2 in 2010. I feel like they were not losing this matchup.
Mage,
It was a much stronger patch.
Safer route as well. But the workshop is looking pretty hot right now. You can tell like these guys have definitely been cooking, been practicing, and it's paying off for them.
Ears are hot. They're ready to go. The workshop looking good so far. Really, really clean with just their crowd control, their damage, finding it at all the right times. And that's exactly what you want, right? Like, you are an RMP team. RMP is just one of those compositions a lot of the time where the best players make it look absolutely insane because they're just landing crowd control on diminishing return. They're constantly finding the setups, getting the burst damage in those exact moments. And they just make it look so clean. And this is definitely one of those teams that is going to be able to go the distance with this composition. Pump or be pumped, long road ahead of them. They got to win 3 in a row now. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. It seems like going after the mage is a bit more consistent, but I feel like with the way the workshop's playing, they're just, they're really exploiting this paladin. I feel like the worst thing for a paladin to fight, in my experience when I have a paladin on my team, the thing that I hate the most is mage and priest together, because you're having to deal with the full fears and polymorphs and deep freezes. You add a rogue on there for additional crowd control, and it just seems like they never really get to control their character. You know, whereas the shaman's going to be able to tremor out of the fear. The priest has a little bit more protection on himself with fear ward and death spells. Just overall is a little bit less crazy. So I definitely feel for Clyde in this one.
I really feel like Clyde should just log a shaman. Like, even if he doesn't play shaman, playing shaman in CAT, it doesn't look that hard. Like, if you're already a main healer and
You're doing dungeons right now, Wixa? Okay, I gotcha.
probably has keybinds, right? Just send it.
Yeah, and they took that tech. So the secret with that, I think,
So many, right? Like,
Wixa as well. They were doing that because you have the same thing in Delve's next patch. You have a person that follows you around and you can tell them what to do. You want to heal or DPS or whatever. And it's the same thing. That tech was built through follower dungeons, tested through follower dungeons, and then taken and put into Delves.
things, right? Meanwhile, the shaman, you're just a god. You're in CC. You got Riptide. It's doing the insane healing. You got Healing Stream. It's doing insane healing. You got Herb Shield. The guy is immortal. You got like no mana issues. You're just spamming the spell. Your team is just getting topped while you're doing it. It's just like, you're just playing a different game. You know, you're just playing a completely different game. Every time you get CC'd as a paladin, it's a cooldown because you don't have heals while you're crowd controlled. And that's really the big thing about Shaman, I think, that the most underrated thing about Shaman. When you play with a Shaman and he gets CC'd, you don't just instantly die. Your Riptide Healing Stream is just doing so much passive healing still that you just live, you know?
Don't forget about having Earth Shield too. I mean, then you're chilling really hard.
Half the time you don't even have Earth Shield and you still live. And if you're really in trouble, you know what I started doing, man? I just started spell stealing enemy Shaman's Riptide, so I just have the double. And then you're just chilling, you're just hard chilling. How are you gonna die with 2 Riptides on you? Okay, that's just not possible.
There's not even a shaman in this match, and we're just there's no shaman in this game.
Yeah.
Only
Yeah,
2
we're gonna
players.
be getting back into the game really, really soon here, but yeah, it's interesting, right? Like the paladin, like you said, I kind of almost feel bad for paladins. Like there's certain matchups where paladins feel amazing, right? Like
You
what's an
always
example?
get a
Like,
certain
if
amount of
you're
loot
fighting,
for
like,
yourself,
Shadow Cleave or
Wixa?
something like that. Like if you're
That's
fighting
kinda
a
cool.
Cleave, any kind of cleave when I'm playing wizards, like if I'm playing Moonkin Mage or Warlock Mage or Shadow Priest Mage, having a paladin against cleave feels insane. Like you're so durable. But anytime there's these multiple offensive dispels, like a mage and a priest, sacrifice gone immediately, freedom gone immediately, blessing.
Playing a
protection gone
priest on a
immediately.
DK, we don't have a paladin or shaman friend. I don't know if it's a bad comp.
Yeah, no,
I mean, DK rep priest is really good. Priest hunter DK might. I don't know what it's weakened to on ladder.
right? Like,
I'm sure it's weakened to some stuff on ladder. Probably weakened to cleave.
in different
Probably
situations.
really struggles
Except
with
for
teams that
druids,
train your
like
priest down.
druids, I don't see
Is my
druid,
guess.
like, basically at all.
Like there's certain classes that can just latch onto your priest and kill them,
But
and you probably really struggle to peel. But hunter CC can be good. I don't know.
see the other team preferring
possible.
Priest, having a lot more pressure, opting for a massive spell, opting for more offense. Like you said, paladin.
But you can AFK and they complete the entire dungeon for you.
This is not something that we've seen yet, but this is
The
something
tank
that's
will
very
literally
real
just
right now on the ladder.
pull
There is a-
and kill it, and you just sit
an
back.
invasion of triple DPS happening, and paladin I feel like is very good into that, whereas a shaman just instantly flops. So they definitely have their strengths and weaknesses, but I do feel like in this particular matchup, I do think that shaman is just superior. Well-played shaman is super hard to deal with. Just a
So that makes you
extra,
think that with like a lure unlocker, doesn't even need that really.
as well, like
Just
running freeze, it's just so tough. as the
If you could find a way to just like very slowly.
pump or be pumped versus the workshop match point.
Do they do no damage?
For the workshop here, if they can win this one, they will be advancing to Championship Sunday, guaranteeing themselves a top 3 position, I do believe. So for the workshop, this is a big match for them to win here.
No, I do kind of wonder, like we're talking about the, how susceptible Paladin is to being trained and all these things. Like I kind of wonder if
Red TK Priest, from what I understand, will be good until season 11 when rogues get legendary daggers, and then it'll feel a lot worse. It'll still be good, but it won't be a lot worse.
Sitting in the back line.
I mean, I miss Red DK a lot, just apples. I miss Windwalker DK and its peak.
I wonder if they could play a little bit more of a conservative approach and just try to play like defender of Clyde and just allow him to bomb out those really efficient heals instead of just chasing in.
What are we playing later tonight? Like tonight when we queue ladder, we'll probably play Rogue DK and Red DK.
More passive in the match. Might be a line to victory. I would be really curious about that because I somewhat remember Jungyup's team doing that like back in the day, a long time ago, like playing really passive.
They're Orc again.
Variants of the DK Hunter, but on this map, I don't think that's going to be a great option. Workshop, let's see what they can do here on potentially the last game of this series.
All right, let's see what they can do.
They got a mage again.
Pump or be pumped, can pump or be pumped, put a point on the board. Who's going to be the target of choice? Right now, Albrecht in a silent shot. There's a Hammer of Justice onto Chaz, so it looks like they're going to go after the mage here. Cervantes already taking a lot of damage. Another 10-second disarm there onto Cervantes. Monkey blind onto Chaz into a full freezing trap. It's going to be
That's most of the kit.
Albrecht. Cervantes is connecting as well with the damage from that anti-magic shell, but still not able
He's still
to
blank.
do anything here. Albrecht just doing a great job. Kind of sustaining himself in that situation. Cervantes now in a smoke bomb taking a lot of damage. Huge heals coming out from Clyde, but that was his wings there who actually instantly got the spell, but he did manage to at least get Cervantes back to full.
Yeah, Cervantes actually Dark Shimmer from to blink and was able to blink behind the pillar in line of sight. So great utility there. Clyde, though, unfortunately, in the midst of the battle, does get caught into the fear. Cervantes could easily go down. Clyde's forced to use the Divine Shield, but he's still just dying through Divine Shield. Clyde just cannot keep him stable.
I think no.
Looks like they are
just
going after Mir. There's good pressure here for Pumper to be pumped. Scatter onto Chaz. He's got.
I actually like Rogue.
Kind of make the trade. Mir's low. Albrecht's low as well, but finally a full deep freeze polymorph lands, and once again Cervantes on the back foot. He's dismantled. He's on the run. Trinkets, immediate blessing.
Man can die.
Nicely done there by Clyde, but now he's in a full blind. However, I think Cervantes might be able to survive, and now it's all of a sudden Mir, the one that's in danger.
Yeah, but Clyde is one more second. Mir could fall, and Mir will fall, but Cervantes could be a cross kill. He's on 1% HP.
Nah, he's fine.
No, Clyde manages to get
oh my god. Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Second.
This is a rogue playing. So I'll give you an idea of what I'm saying. What I was thinking. So our rogue, for a rogue to use the trinket he's using here, he doesn't value resilience at all. This trinket is literally. It's just it's like a worse proc than it's just a straight up worse proc, I think, than the PvP proc trinket. You just don't value resilience. He's not playing any he's playing like 2.4k resil or 2.3k resil. So we're gonna see him like this trinket here is straight up disrespect.
Like I said, the reason he's in this
he doesn't care at all. He will change now.
But once you're all grouped up like this is just
I mean the thing of this is like the PvP trinket's higher eye level and it has a more potent proc anyway. So it's just like he just doesn't give a fuck. He's like, I'm not gonna get attacked. I'm using this. So it's a like he'll at least change and the difference here is 3% damage. If he changes trinkets, he gets 3 or 4% DR perma. He probably lives there with a 3 or 4% DR. Nah, this trinket's pretty insane offensively. 321 at he's trading 300 resilience for a worse proc because it's a 10-second proc. So the actual unheated warning proc is about half as potent as it's a worse proc and it's less uptime than the insignia from PvP. But you're trading resilience for agility, which is obviously good, but you just don't give a fuck about resilience. Heroic key. That's crit proc. That's not great. This is probably the best PvE option, but I just think that the other trinkets are good options. Anyway. Oh,
I think we're going back to Nagrand.
okay. That's long ICD though. He wants to have this up for dance. 50-second cooldown, 10-second duration. He's hoping that it doesn't proc right away and he can have it for dance each time.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
it's like it feels like. I could
But
see the
I think
merits of
you'll
small
see
map
unheated come
being a
off
big
because
map for both
it's really
sides.
not crazy
I don't-
compared to
I don't really
Insignia.
like on this small map how Clyde is just always there to get triple feared. But I guess they need these like really short distances to actually connect on the mage. My guess is that they're gonna pick Nagrand. I think they're gonna go back to like a nice comfort pick. It looked good in game number 1. Does seem like that will be what they're going for. So Workshop setting up for a repeat of that first game, but yeah. We'll see what they can do. Pumper v pumped. That was a close call, but I like the way Clyde traded his cooldowns very confidently in this one. And I think Cervantes had a really great game as well. Same with Ludex. I mean, everyone in the series is playing.
Let's have a look.
Absolutely agree with that.
Brazil Jam, DKM.
So far, Workshop though, they can taste it. They can taste the top 3 right now. If they just win this one here, they're already going to be looking super good. Pump or be pumped. They are just keeping everything the same. I wonder.
Server's playing great, isn't he? What's Server doing wrong?
I feel like, can anyone even change their gearing? I feel like Cervantes has been the main target every game. Do you think Ludex can go a couple of PB items, maybe sneak something in?
I would if I was him.
Damn, you would?
I think
Let's
so.
see.
Yeah.
What is this man wearing? He's wearing PvE legs. He's wearing.
That's it. I think.
That's it. What? That's
Oh.
it.
I think you play a little riskier. A little. Nothing too crazy. Maybe they'll gear check him though. You know. You don't want to.
Yeah,
you don't want to switch it up and then be the target of choice. Seen that happen before.
That definitely does happen, but I do feel like you can afford to drop a little bit of Rizil here. Is he socketing Rizil on the yellows?
Cervantes is just PvP gear in every slot.
Yeah, well,
Almost
he
hero.
has to. He definitely has to. But Ludex, I feel like could go a little bit more PvE gear. It might be what helps them out, or tips the scales in their favor, because they're gonna need to change something up. Workshop right now, definitely, they won 2 convincing ones and almost won that last one. So you can definitely feel the pressure if you are on the side of pump or be pump. They're gonna run in, immediately look for combat. They do manage to get it near.
Yep, I think I can turn it up actually.
Cervantes gets the Garrote into the gouge on the anti-magic shell. Albrecht looking for the polymorph, not able to find it. He gets the counter spell onto Clyde, not able to find the Ring of Frost, looking for the polymorph, and he gets it. Beautiful opener here. Cervantes already with no anti-magic shell.
I
but
think
they
he
do
stole
find the
block.
trap. Oh, I think he stole block. I think you're absolutely right about that. And I do think that they got a Chas trinket here potentially as well. If they can continue the CC chain, Cervantes is absolutely.
It doesn't look like he has
on fire right
block.
now, then.
Maybe he didn't steal it. I'm curious. It was a little too late, but still on target. Albrecht is going to be spell stealing that Blessing of Freedom and just line of sighting for the time.
He
being.
zoned, so he
Ludex
kinda
and
got it.
Cervantes
He had to
are
use
in hot
Lich.
pursuit. Albrecht gets interrupted. Clyde is there as well. Just line of sighting, doesn't want to get crowd control. Albrecht goes for the deep freeze though. Is he going to be able to find the follow up? Doesn't look like it. It's Nova counterspell. No polymorph to follow it up. Cervantes just getting soloed here by Mirror. Albrecht doing basically no damage in that setup, and this is looking good for Pumper. Be pumped. Clyde, he has his trinket still. He's got the sacrifice. He's got Blessing of Protection. I really wanted to see him throw that Blessing of Protection out immediately on a stun on Cervantes.
Mir getting blasted. Basically unhealable. No evasion. No evasion. Cheap procs.
Chaz has a lot of work ahead of him.
Oh my god, cheat that proccing from Mir. He's on 10% HP.
Dead.
Cervantes comes in on the side, and they are able to claim victory in game number 2. Pump or be pumped are starting to pump. They are taking us all the way to game number 5. It took a while, but they are online.
I mean, do you see Mir's gear?
Yeah, Mir. Mir's gonna need to.
Rating, like, Mir's gear, like this guy.
He didn't change, did he?
He's got a PVE trinket, PVE rings. Both
He didn't.
PVE rings,
He didn't
PVE
give a
neck,
fuck, man. He
PVE
literally.
waist, boots. Like this guy. I think there's a good reason why they decided to go after him in this match. I mean, you got to go after the mage during Banes and stuff. Make sure he's playing defensive, like you said. You can be a real threat on that mage, but I think
This is
during
a
these
tough
moments when you
spot.
have the
Okay.
mage and the priest playing so defensive,
This is a really tough moment now. It's a really tough moment for one very specific reason.
thing to do, and that's
So
exactly
Mir is in a spot where he needs to take off some of that Rizil.
what you want. This is
Okay, so take off some of that PV gear. But there's a problem
momentum is everything.
because it's now at a very risky time where you may not have enough damage. So I actually think the time to take off that time to take off the PvE gear was last game, not this game, because you want to know that you can actually kill without it, and you don't know that, right? That's your issue. You don't know if you can deal with that. So I don't think he can take it off. Like from his point of view, it's really, 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 really difficult because his job is to solo. That's his whole role in this matchup.
I feel like the RMP, they need to commit a bit more offensively maybe in the opener, but definitely a good catch there from Pumper Be Pumped.
He's got a
Mir is rocking
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 pieces of PvE gear. 8 pieces of PvE gear.
Gear that we saw Avazura run as well earlier in his matchup. He didn't have to pay for it the same way, but I am really curious. I want to ask Mir about it at some point, why he's rocking the unheated warning, because that trinket right there is not that common. You don't see rogues playing with that trinket very often. It is a good trinket, but there's some other options, like the key trinket. It's a lower item level, but it procs agility, and agility is a lot better than AP for a rogue, because it gives AP, it gives crit, and you also get 25% bonus if you're a sub-rogue. So 10 agility is 12.5. So he's rocking that, which is definitely an interesting thing. Usually we see people going maybe for the key, or maybe going for just double badge trinkets, so they can afford to wear more PvE gear. So there's definitely some, so that's one thing I really like about Kata. It's interesting to see kind of how people gear, because there's not like really, people are still figuring it out. I don't think there's like a certain perfect way yet that people want to go about it.
Oh, it just seems like based off what your enemies do, like
In Ace
you have to
tomorrow.
read it, right? It's a bit of a mind game. Like if you can get away with running a lot more PvE gear, get a lot more damage, of course, but you're going to be a lot squishier. You kind of just have to hope and pray.
I mean, Mir just feels like he has to
So
solo.
you know the enemy team's tendencies, you know their strategy. Then I think the other player is kind of greeting it and hiding it. You know, with their transmog is a good thing to do. But we'll have to wait and see. I like that Pumper Be Pumped is going after multiple targets here. If you see Albrecht just playing a little too defensive, he's line of sighting, you can't connect. Just keep up the damage, keep up the pressure on Mir, force him to, you know, trade out vanishes defensively, and that's a really good thing, right? Like all of a sudden you're trading out the evasions and the cloaks and the vanishes defensively. You no longer have those as an option when you want to go for the kill. So I think it's really smart here for Pump or Be Pumped.
Yeah, dude, this is crazy, man.
Reverse sweep?
Clyde, yeah, we might get a reverse sweep right now. This is crazy, because, you know, Clyde actually, after they qualified, he messaged me. He was super happy. He's like, no way, dude, we got top 6. I qualified in a sea of shamans. I'm the last holy paladin. He was super excited about it. I mean, if they can get a top 3 by winning this one right now, things are just looking good. And man, Cervantes, I feel like we haven't seen him
The reverse sweep.
in the competitive scene too much lately, but he's always just holding it down on the DK. They definitely have a great team here, and if they can perfect the reverse sweep right now against the Workshop, this is something that would absolutely shock everybody, myself included. Can they do it? Game number 5, Pumper Be Pumped versus the Workshop, Van.
Yeah, one of these teams going down to the lower bracket. Pumper Be Pumped looking to get the reverse sweep here. They're moving forward. Servana's going to be using that first aid. I don't know if that was a misplay or what, but Kidney Shot going out onto Servanas. He anti-magic cell, so he's getting combat with that. Doesn't want to get sapped, going for the death coils. Albrecht gets gripped, but gets counter gripped there by Chaz. Here comes the gargoyle. Servanas taking unhealable damage, though. Smoke bomb comes down. Clyde is forced to trade with the divine shield immediately. And that is a lot of cooldowns. That smoke bomb paying dividends there for Mir.
The trap breaks onto Chas as well here during this go, and Albrecht just trades out the ice block early. He's got full HP. He sits it as well so that the hypothermia can come back. They swap to Clyde here. Big swap onto Clyde. He's going to trinket. He's going to pop his wings. He's got nothing now. What are they going to do? They have a blind. They actually blinded Serva there. He bops the blind. They're going after Albrecht. They need to try to take him down right now while he is in that hypothermia. Full trap secured onto Chas. He's just going to trinket that. Trades out the pain suppression. Full hammer of justice connecting onto Chas. I don't think they have any more crowd control for Chas. Albrecht should be able to stay alive with this situation. Full kidney shot connecting here onto Cervantes. There's the Nova, there's the CS, there's the full Ring of Frost. That's it.
Oh,
good night for Cervantes. And the
that's not
Workshop
good.
cooking up a win at the very last.
He didn't do
moment
it. He
here
must have
in
that
the
gear
series.
on.
About to get reverse swept, but they finally found their composure. They found their targeting. And Mir, what a king this man is on the rogue. That swap onto Clyde is really what kind of opened up everything for his team there.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if Clyde maybe overreacted.
I'm sure he
in that
stayed.
situation. Obviously, you don't want to underreact,
Yep.
but
He kept all that
committed
PV gear
a
on.
lot there. I wonder if he could have greeted it just a little bit more. It's just one of those things, right? These
Oh, am I still here?
matchups are so fast paced. You don't want to
I
be
think it's on them.
guessing yourself.
Is this them or me?
But a really, really good start. You can see there's the Ring of Frost on Clyde.
Chat, am I lagging at all?
To the counter spell, the smoke bomb drops down, and that's going to force Clyde basically to use the Divine Shield.
You can hear me fine, right? I think the replay is lagging their
Like,
computer.
all right, if any
Not
other
mine.
crowd control lands on me, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to be able to heal. I got to be immune. Like, we're just going to lose in the opener. So having to commit the Divine Shield like that is kind of unfortunate for Clyde. And they swap to him. They get his trinket. And this is when you have them in a situation. Avantis has no trinket. Clyde gets Nova counterspell. Exactly what we were talking about. Into the full Ring of Frost. And there's just not a lot you can do at that point. The Frozen Orb is down. The Frostfire Orb is down. And Ice Lances are coming in. And it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. So that was a good try by Clyde, Cervantes, and Ludix, but ultimately the workshop will not be reverse swept.
Nope.
Yeah, I really like that.
You go.
I was just gonna say, I really like that they started to bring it back there in the end. They didn't just get 3-0'd. If you just saw the only first 2 games, it looked really.
Is that how the matchup should be played up?
I feel like they found their.
I mean, the paladin is substantially weaker than the priest. The priest is playing way more rushy,
found their rhythm.
but this team also played it better, I would say.
Yeah, perhaps, but I mean, the good news
But
is they have another chance. They are now in
priest with
the
trinket will is just. I actually kind of feel like better.
They're gonna be facing off against TY.
Weirdly enough, as well,
They have found
like a lot of the paladin utility is just taken away. So like your freedom gets spell stolen. You give them, you literally, yeah, you're giving them
forward in the deck,
damage.
dropping back down
They get to spell steal like crazy against
Jamek Khalid
against paladin. Against priest, I could be wrong,
elimination
but I think powered shield is actually dispel protection for you.
Do we feel like there's a fair matchup?
Because if a mage spell steals powered shield, doesn't it fuck over the priest healing?
To be honest with you, it's one of those things like Jamek.
I don't think the priest can shield. They can't have a second powered shield. So like you have the opposite effect where like suddenly you press shield on your DK who's dying and they can't spell steal it, or
O-tier is just,
they fuck up, they make themselves more of a target.
but I feel like they are one of the favorites.
So
in this
yeah,
to win this tournament. So if I was going
priest seems quite a bit better. Also pain, like, obviously like damage reduction is just important. A lot of the paladin stuff's gone, and bubble is effectively about as useful
against this
or less useful than Will of Forsaken is anyway.
Jamek Khalid is up for the challenge. Like I said, it's elimination as well. So we've already seen them win a game earlier today against Jungle, unplayable in the first series of the day. So they're going to have to
This broadcast is having some problems.
battle it out down there in the lower bracket. Before we head
Wait, is it? This is definitely the broadcast, right? Are they saying this? Is it me?
like one of the first ones you get as a arcane main.
Oh, level 85.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Wait, how to cut it again?
Arcane Barrage is not.
It's me. I mean, my computer's not having any issues.
Missile Barrage? I don't think Barrage or Arcane Missiles, or none of those are level 85.
I think it's multi-shot. Maybe.
But they said it was for you. They said it was for you, so it's got to be mage ability, right?
I think it's multi-shot actually.
I mean, I can look up YouTube.
Hunter?
No, I'm not sure, man.
I'm gonna be honest. I think they're in your head. Like,
They might be.
I mean, it's gotta be arcane missiles, and then I'm gonna look so stupid.
I'm gonna say Arcane. I'm gonna go with Arcane Missiles.
I'm looking.
No,
at
it's level
Arcane
85, man. It can't be.
I don't play Hunter.
Imagine we're both wrong.
It's Missile Barrage or Arcane Barrage.
I feel like I should pick one of these just for.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Yes! Nailed
Oh,
it.
that-
Oof.
Oh, it's the level 5. It's the rank of it.
Else, they all picked Arcane
It's-
Missiles. We were in our own heads, man.
It's the
I was trying to
rank.
get back at me though with the level 85.
No, I
What is
wasn't.
that all about?
I don't know. Listen.
It's
I-
level
I'm
85
confused,
scaling.
okay?
I see.
It says that it's the level 85 arcane missiles, not that it's
Oh, this is
required
easy.
at level 85. My bad. Yeah.
See-
Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay.
Final
it's
answer.
A C. It's a C. C is arcane missiles. D is missile barrage. A
Wait.
is arcane barrage, and B is arcane barrage with a weird color
Recolor.
on it.
Yeah.
Actually, it could be void bolt from. Actually, could it
Nah,
be void bolt?
the
Nah,
recolor.
it's a recolor arcane barrage. It has
Isn't
a
that
color on it.
Moonfire? See?
No, they have this. I think they look similar. Maybe they
Uh-oh.
even look the same.
I swear that's
I'm
Moonfire.
locking in C.
Yeah, I
I'm
was gonna
locking in
say
Oh
C.
C.
god,
It's
no.
C, it's
Okay,
C,
I'm not
it's
trying to
C.
troll you
I
again.
locked in C.
All right,
I locked
okay.
in C. You can't get
Okay,
into my head.
okay.
That's
Wait,
right. Nah.
Wait. All right.
This one was. I feel like this one was a little too easy for us, Zico.
Yeah, Sid bragging about his 1 point. Come at us, bro.
Right.
I'm so upset. What the heck is Moonfire then? It looks just like that.
It does.
It does, yeah.
It's the same icon, I guess.
I think so. Yeah.
Man. All right. Cool. Well, I'm gonna stop talking because I throw everybody off. My bad. That's my bad. All right. Well, we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's gonna be a DXB versus Jamet Cleve coming up next.
Yeah, no, I'm not. It was just stuttering for me for whatever reason. Is it Swapsy versus Cervantes now?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are down here in the lower bracket. It is the second to last series of the day as well. Loser knocked out of the tournament. The winner moving on to Championship Sunday to battle it out in the lower bracket. But the competition just keeps getting tougher and tougher down there, Ven. It is DXB versus Jamek Cleave. Game number 1 in this elimination series.
Yeah, gates are about to open here. We got DXB playing Rogue Mage Priest and Jamek Cleave. They're going to be playing that
RMP versus Kitty.
Pharaoh Druid Paladin. So we'll have to see how DXB decides to open. Laner is going to start off in invisibility and cross the map here with Avizura. See what they decide to do. Are they going to go after the Paladin? I wouldn't actually mind it if they can get cross crowd control on the Warrior.
Darwin Warrior.
At all. It looks like they will.
They can still just like not dance and then just dance on Paladin. They're gonna do it.
Trading out his trinket. They're going after Gecko. It looks like
Gecko is getting annihilated. Gecko is getting annihilated. Gecko is not looking good.
I can't believe it. Gecko's just dead.
He got soloed.
Razzle just completely soloed
He
him there.
soloed him.
Absolutely.
The Warrior didn't make
insane
it.
Pressure from that Feral Druid.
Unbelievable. That is not what anyone expected to happen this fast. That was like a 40-second long game or something.
The
Absolutely
fuck?
insane pressure coming in here from the Kitty Cleave. And I mean, we're going to see that back. Like,
He just figured it was only one person. He's fine. But feral damage is so crazy in the opener.
Work done. But I feel like usually when that happens, it's something that shut down the RM Mastery. So that's what I want to pay attention to Gecko's RM Mastery. So they get a nice opener here. The Feral gets several globals and the Warrior.
He gets gag ordered.
Look at that. The gag order silence. Gecko's already in so much trouble. Razzle trinkets out of the field. 0.1. Goes aggressive, gets a bite, and then here, what does he do to this RM Mastery?
Stuns it, pounces it.
Now the Rake stuns it, and that's when. That is always what kills Priest teams, when you stop that RM Mastery flash heal, because that's their biggest.
Why did that penance do nothing? He's just getting rotted by the dots.
Gecko is going to be in just a world of trouble, and honestly, I feel like his teammates just kind of let him rot here. As soon as Razzle trinkets that fear, I feel like that's the Rogue Mage's cue to do something there. Like maybe they can go and just stun him.
They're too far away.
Get his bark skin and then blind him, or
The Warrior gets too much damage off, I think.
Something, because Gecko definitely needed help here after getting that.
I mean, he could just paint up.
I guess you don't really anticipate that the Feral Druid is just going to solo your Priest. Like, if I was Gecko, he's probably like, I'm fine. I've got Stone Form. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to get off his penance. He's going to get off his flash heal. Like, the communication could have just been like, I'm fine. I'm away. Don't worry. Just keep the Warrior off me. I won't die. And then, that didn't happen. Unlucky. So Razzle doing a really good job getting that Rake stun off, like you mentioned. They actually had really good peels on the Warrior, though. So,
Yeah,
I do.
he got the Mortal Strike off, though. That was a big problem.
Yeah.
Gecko had Mortal Strike all the way there. So it was a little bit unlucky timing there. But we're going to Blade's Edge. A lot of people seem to like Blade's Edge into Kitty Cleave, huh? A lot of comps seems to think it's good.
Yeah. Blade's Edge is it's kind of a fun map. It's very chaotic. The only time I really don't like Blade's Edge is fighting Balance Druids because they get knocked off. And I also don't like Blade's Edge against Warlocks. Anytime I'm fighting a Warlock, this map is just not it for me. But yeah, looks like DXB, they're going to be choosing it. It's kind of like this map is an odd one because it is large in some sense, but also it's kind of small. Like if you end up just like all being stacked up on one side of the bridge, or even if you're dragging the Feral Druid and the Warrior to one side of the bridge and the Paladin has to play in the middle, like he is inevitably going to be crowd controlled. There's just really nothing he can do. Laners can go for Deep Freeze Sheeps, or he can go for, you know, Pet Nova Silence Ring of Frost, and inevitably the Paladin will get controlled. So I think this is a good map pick here for DXB.
Yeah, we'll see if they can work this into their advantage here, and see here what they can do against the Kitty Cleave. So I was spaced out. Was Asmo playing Holy Power last game as well?
Yep.
Okay. Because in the previous years he was playing Shaman.
Yep.
So he's gonna, I think actually, I'm pretty sure he mains a Holy Paladin, or he did in Wrath of the Lich King. He was a Holy Paladin main. So Shaman is actually his ult. So he's gonna be even more powerful on the Holy Paladin, at least skill-wise.
It's full form, yeah. Fully charged
But
up.
I do wonder though why they opt for a Holy Paladin in this matchup. Maybe I guess the Shaman just dies instantly.
It could be. A lot of the actually
It feels bad to leave your shaman alone, I think, is the main thing.
warriors in North America, they all play paladin pretty much.
Really?
Paladin seems to be the thing that is preferred. I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, I guess you get the freedom, you get the offensive
20%
blocks,
damage.
so you are going to play really, really aggressive. Like, ultimately, that blind on Adu, I think they could have actually just used Blessing of Protection on it. I think it was available, and they could have just completely destroyed Geku. Maybe in that moment he would have actually used like his barrier or pain suppression, but I feel like DXB this need to be a little less greedy during these really aggressive openers because inevitably
It goes on the tournament now.
cooldowns, you get so much
Someone,
control of the
I mean, I'm not sure if Was competed or not.
Oh, big opener here. The kidney shot, the trinket of the warrior right away into a full sheep. Counterspell.
They're doing it again.
And here comes the guy.
Avi's waiting there.
Zura seems to be all over the map.
Did Was not compete in the end? I thought he was playing Kata. Oh, okay.
There, but I do feel like that was a little bit of a waste there, but either way, they are going to get a better opener than in the last game, but still not looking too good. There's a triple fear coming out here from the warrior.
They're using the triple fear to kill. A classic.
But here comes the pain train. If Geku doesn't get out of here, he is going to be absolutely sent. Pain suppression trades out for Geku. Here comes
the restun trinket. Fair.
Geku could be in a lot of trouble, but does manage to duck around the corner.
That's the whole spellbook, by the way. Geku has nothing. If they can just just send everything and a stun, he's dead. Off the
He's got nothing. That next stun is going to really be devastating here.
I don't know. Oh, Bash dead. No chance.
They have Hammer of Justice as well. It's over. He even hodged him. Did you see that hodge? The BM hodge coming in there. He just sent it. It was like 3 seconds left on the Bash. He's like, huh.
Oh my goodness, this is kind of like my experience. I've like my first day of playing Cataclysm Arena. Like we got to max level, the arena season started. I was playing Mage Moonkin with Supatis, and our healer was a priest. And we played against this comp, and our priest just died in the opener every single game, over and over and over. It can be so difficult to live, and we even saw it. I mean, there was a moment in this game where Adu, you get put into a full kidney shot, and that's supposed to be the moment. Okay, priest, you have a moment to live, and guess what? Asmo just immediately sent the Blessing of Protection. There's the Hammer of Justice, just like you said. Just really seal the deal there. I don't know if I like the opener that they had. Like it didn't feel good. Like,
based on the first game, we now basically know that you need to do everything to peel for your priest. Because once the game gets to this point where you've got priest here and you've just got everyone piled up, it's virtually impossible for the priest. The priest has no ability to get distance. So it seems like the entire game needs to be keep them separated, but also save DRs to actually peel.
Yeah, I feel like the opener. So they got the.
Because I feel like that's when it gets annoying. Maybe fire also randomly. I don't know. Maybe not though. But maybe fire. Maybe you need DB here. So you need some actual AoE control. But I definitely find I feel like it's hard to just run up priest against a fire mage. I think fire is a good play actually. Just to try and keep distance. A couple of like 2 DBs later they have to go mage.
So I feel like that kind of scarred them a little bit to play like overly safe now in this next game, because their opener should have been way better. Like they should have got bubbled, I think, from the Paladin in the opener.
I actually want them to go after the Paladin. Like
Yeah, I think so too.
I guess they're maybe just afraid. Like if they go after the Paladin, they need crowd control on the warrior. Like they need a lot of crowd control on the warrior because if Geku gets opened up on Razzle and a dude just leaps across the map, like goodbye priest. There's a 0% chance you can live against that. So you need a lot of crowd control. But I feel like if Asmo and Adu are just sitting back at the beginning of the game, like you can really keep the warrior out of it. I mean, you can even just like, I don't know, start with like a deep freeze polymorph on the warrior as you cheap shot the Paladin, something like that. And just like completely take them out of the game, and just hopefully your priest can survive against the feral. I think he should be able to as a dwarf priest. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do.
Yeah, we'll have to wait. And
Wait, what's up? You surprised the row? Avi and Goku are not mathematically.
So as long as they don't.
Wait, they are literally rank 1 ladder? Hold up a second.
So they could have had a bit better opener there, but DXB first game caught them by surprise.
You're saying they're currently rank 1, or you're saying they're not rank 1?
Respect the situation a little bit.
Oh, they
too
are.
much.
Yep.
We'll We'll see if they can turn
Wow.
things around here in the third
But yeah.
game. They are on match point right now against the Kitty Cleave here of Razzle, Asmo.
I mean,
and
sometimes
Adu.
people just have bad
And they
days.
Get a sap in the opener here. I want to see them try to go after the Paladin. more.
Sometimes you just have
Open
bad
warrior,
days.
swap Paladin on the trinket. There's
Things
Blaze
things
Stroke,
don't go the way you
they
plan.
disarm it, and they get double fear. They double trinket. There's a kidney shot.
I mean, the games.
I wanna see them
You
blind
have to
and do
understand,
the smoke bomb on top of it.
from their
And
point of
there it is.
view,
Oh, we got
in this
the-
tournament,
that was
every
so
game
clutch.
has
The
been
bomb
crazy
goes through
fast.
Before the smoke bomb, and now Geku's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Really like that
Like
play
all
though from
three of the first
Avizura,
series
and
were
they're
rush
pushing a
down
lot of
games.
damage. There's a nice ring of frost there as well, peeling them
So the
things.
games just
Very
are going
controlled
really
situation. This could be
way
an
too
opportunity
fast for them.
Paladin, honestly, if they have the DRs for it and just kind of force them to be the target. But it's going to be Razzle connecting onto the priest. Razzle just walled when he opened there behind the pillar. Meanwhile, his
This looks
warriors
better.
absolutely destroyed. But looks like Asmo got a preemptive sacrifice there.
He missed the
Little
ring.
shot ring.
He
Not
missed the
great.
ring.
Asmo now
That's-
with the little pet guardian out. His ancient king's guardian is doing a lot of healing. But finally, a full polymorph connects. Asmo's going to bubble out of that one. And now they're looking for Geku then.
Yeah, they're trying to connect, but Geku, look at him. He has everything. He's got Trinket, he's got Pain Stuff, he's got Dome. Like, things are looking good. Geku has a lot of tools to survive. It's a full cycle into Avizura, and all of a sudden it's Adu in a little bit of trouble.
I mean, they
here.
can kill
Razzle's
Paladin
trying to
whenever they
stop him
want,
getting a
but-
target, but Adu just hasn't been able to hit the priest the entire game. Now into a full kidney shot.
Yeah,
and that
might be
just
dead,
the
dead,
game.
dead.
Impact stun on the Paladin, beautifully done. EXP played this one absolutely
Yeah.
flawlessly.
I wonder if it's just one of those things where they've just been offbeat for like the last 5 or 6 games. That happens, by the way. You'll have a session. If you look at your like ladder history, even if you're doing insanely well, you'll have a day where you're just like things don't go quite right, and you're just a little bit off sync with each other. Like it's part of the way things work. It would be unfortunate if they got KO'd, off of 5 rushy wins, right? They just lose. They lose to getting rushed down 5-6 times, right? Because the first series, the games are over, and the first game they won, they crushed them, and then they didn't get momentum the last 3. They just got crushed. And then the first 2 games of this, first game, Geku was greedy. I would say Geku was pretty greedy the first game. He gets DR stunned after a penance, chooses not to pain step, and then dies. Like, I feel like the first game was actually I feel like the first game they had control over, and this game they've just dominated. Second game I think Blades was a bad map, but they couldn't pick Nagra in that game, that map.
There's no cooldowns left, and they can kind of just pick their target.
So we're gonna go to a small map. We're gonna go to like,
On Geku just
honestly,
wasn't able to, like, these preemptive rings.
I don't think we'll see it,
the
but I think they should play Delaran.
I thought once that Blessing of Protection snuck through on that blind.
I think Delaran's the
smoke
best
bomb,
pre-skill
they were
map.
gonna be able to connect and just take Geku down, but Geku just doing a
Maybe not
phenomenal
Delaran.
job of
Delaran or
positioning,
Ruins, one of the
playing
two.
good cat and mouse here, and anytime a dude's able to actually connect,
Maybe it's
he just
Ruins,
gets put into
but it
a
was sitting in the
stun.
room on
It's
Ruins.
gonna be a very
On
frustrating game
Delaran, he
for
has
the
none of
Warrior.
that.
Basically,
I
if the
picked
Warrior has
Delaran.
uptime on the priest is dead. But you find yourself sometimes in this situation where you just can never hit your target, and that is incredibly frustrating as the Warrior.
Yeah, definitely. You really didn't able to get. I mean, you can see it on the damage on the damage meter as well. There, 120k. Probably most of that being on like the rogue and the mage. But they're gonna shake that off. Go to Ruins of Lord Aron, which is a great map for killing priest. It's also a great map for killing paladins. So I think no matter who's dying, I think we're in for a pretty fast game here between these two comps so far. Blink and you miss it. But we are going to see DXB locking in the RMP again. The Jmek Cleave thinking about how they want to approach this one. Most likely just going to be locking in the same thing. And there it is, the Kitty Cleave with the Paladin. And once again, it's going to be all about Geku. Can we get on Geku? Can we get the Mortal Strike? Can we get the uptime that we need? If we can take him down as the Kitty Cleave. If we cannot, then DXB is going to be able to get enough CC to force all the Holy Paladin CDs and take some down.
He's gonna sit in the room though.
It's just so
Gonna be awkward.
like so many of the, I mentioned it at the beginning of the day, but like one of the things about Cataclysm is so momentum based. Like if you have a good start, the game just looks so one-sided in either direction, right? Like if DXB has a good start, they get the control, they keep a Jew off the priest, then the game is looking flawless. It looks hopeless for Jmek Cleave, but all of a sudden, if they do manage to get on the priest, it looks completely one-sided in the opposite direction. All of a sudden, Geku isn't able to live whatsoever. So it just comes down to those really clutch plays to deny the uptime of the warrior, or for Jamet Cleave to actually get that uptime onto the Priest, by avoiding crowd control or getting those really fast blessing protections, things like that, are going to be what decides this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Asmo, he did a really good blessing of protection last game. He's going to need to kind of repeat that in this one. Make sure that his warrior actually gets on top of the priest. And we'll see what they can do here. Ruins of Lordaeron. I don't know, man. I didn't expect Kitty Cleave to be good into the RMP. At least not this good. But it is really brutal, actually. Warriors are so disruptive randomly in Kata. Like, they have blanket, like they have a ranged blanket silence, physical. So
yeah.
It's pretty brutal. And also their kick. Like, a lot of these warriors, they just charge you and first global kick you just to silence you for 3 seconds, and then they get their mortar strike up, they get their hammer.
Honestly, it's kind of a weird design, gag order, because you do just kick. You kick for 3 seconds, or if you land the kick, it's 4 seconds. So what's the point of even landing a kick?
You have to blink because you get like booted, and then you get full throwdown. He just heroic leaps after you.
You think that pick kick? I think it's very good.
It's Warriors definitely got a lot of tools in Kata, and they definitely know how to use them.
I played Inspector a lot.
All right, a bit of a slow start once again. You can see Geku just positioned so far away. There it is. Nova, Silence, Ring of Frost on Asmo. Adu just a little bit of trouble here. Full kidney shot lands. He might just die on the opener. He's just going for it. The smoke bomb comes down. Adu's in trouble. He's got the shield.
No fear whatsoever.
Connect the heals, but he wants to get on target. And Geku, I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. I like this risk.
They've connected
from the side of Jamet Cleave. If they can stay on this priest, I don't know if he's going to be able to recover. However, he's just sitting at full health. He still has his trinket, no Stormform available. It looks like he's going to be able to get away. Great control here for DXB.
Yeah, and so far here comes this kidney shot smoke bomb. It might be over before you even know it. Big heals coming out from Asmo, but he's got no
Geku hasn't used anything.
There's nothing for him. Full root connects onto Razzle. He's cross CC. Can they get a full sheep? They get a DR sheep, but I think the DR sheep is enough here for DXB.
This is a crazy.
Bring us all the way to game
this is one of those
5.
things where like the mental recovery here is huge, right? They've taken it from losing. Literally, they won the first round in the upper bracket, then they lost 3 in a row, then they lost 2 more in a row, and now they've nearly competed. This is not like a single. This isn't just a reverse sweep. This is reversing 5 straight losses.
Smoke bomb comes down. Asmo, he goes for the divine shield. Or I guess he's already used the divine shield there. We'll see what ends up happening. I guess I was wrong. He didn't get the master spell, but let's see these final moments. So here comes a kidney shot. And are we going to see a smoke bomb? We see the smoke bomb. As well, he trinkets here. Okay, so he uses the trinket, and then he runs into the fear. So you just have Geku basically sitting in the smoke bomb. It's like, okay, you want to get in the smoke bomb to go for the heals, but yeah, as soon as you do that, you're in the priest range for fear, and that's just the game. He gets polymorphed out of that, and if you're the warrior, I mean, that is just a really, really tough spot to be in. They went really aggressive. I mean, he ended up sitting the first stun and then just heroic leaping across the map at 10% health, just popping the shield wall, hoping that was enough to stay on target. But the control,
I think Ruins. Maybe I think they'll go Delaran.
Yeah, definitely. They've definitely been leveling up here, and I mean they need to, man. And they're on the brink of defeat here. This is a team that a lot of people thought was going to be a contender for this tournament. This is a team that has the potential. This is a team that puts in the hours. They have the practice. They have everything that they need to do. They just need to just get on the same page here and get going. So for them, it's not over just yet. DXB, of course, going to be having to play this game on Ruins once again. It is Jamet Cleave's map pick. So they're going to lock in the Ruins once again. And DXB probably taking their time a little bit, discussing the strats. But most likely we're going to see the exact same comps here from both of these teams.
You think they're being a bit too one-dimensional with their strategy? If you think Jamet Cleave can do something else, like maybe go after the priest, or not, maybe go after the priest. No, not go after the priest. Go after the mage. Like, is the mage susceptible here at all? I think sometimes I take damage against this comp.
Yeah, this is a comp that can kill you, but I feel like going after the mage. See, the problem, every time I play against Feral Druids, the main thing that I think about is they have very limited root breaks. So it just feels like if you live a certain amount of time, you get to a point where the Feral is just like basically like a shitty version of like a, it's basically like a TBC warrior, you know? He can't connect ever. He just, all he has is one charge, and then you blink it, and that's it, you know? Every time he's close to you, just cone him, and he's just stuck. You Nova him, he's just stuck. Pet Nova him, he's just stuck. He's just always stuck, you know? So I feel like that's the risk, right? If you can kill the mage before the game gets to that point, you have a shot. But if you get to the point where the mage is going to start dragging Razzle into the room and root him there and ring him and just annoy him, that's when just all your pressure is just gone as the kitty cleave. So it's a risky strategy. It can work though.
Well, I wonder. I feel like I would like them to just maybe go
a
after
game.
laners, go after Avisur, just have Razzle peel the opener a little bit. 'Cause it seems like Razzle's not really getting that much done on Geku by himself, and if he can somehow, allow Asmo and Adu to save a little bit more cooldowns in the opener, then they can kind of swap it all in the priest. Like, heal the mage, go after the mage a little bit, maybe force him defensive during the veins, and then make the swap on the priest. But we'll have to see what they decide to do, because it just seems like with the way this is playing out, Paladin and the Warrior sitting back, they're just getting controlled. They just cannot get on target. The Paladin's already trading out basically all of his defensive cooldowns before they even do damage to the priest whatsoever. And I wonder if like their game number 1 and game number 2 victory is giving them like a false sense of confidence in the strategy that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that you're definitely onto something there. I think that Razzle should maybe open up onto Avisura. And if he can get a nice like pounce onto the rogue, get like some bleeds up, and then clone him, I think that could be kind of a good way to shut down the opener, get a little bit of counter pressure, and then allow them to kind of lure in the priest where they can jump him. But it's going to be RMP opener here. Sap onto Asmo. Nice silencing, heroic throw there from the Warrior, shutting down laners for just a split second. Improved counterspell coming out here onto Asmo. Adu stuck in the kidney shot. He's going to trinket. He's going to enrage region. He's going to fear everything. Still has the rallying cry. Abzura is taking a lot of damage there from that opener coming in from Razzle. Abzura just ticking down to death. She's death. It's going to proc for him. He's almost dying in stealth. This is such a good adaptation coming in from the Jmek.
Killing the rogue and no.
Now, all of a sudden.
Oh, this is such a good comp for killing a rogue.
Going for the offensive dance. He has a smoke bomb. We could drop it here, but the stunts are still on DR there. They blind.
Oh,
Razzle. They
shit.
don't get the blessing of protection just yet. Asmo doesn't have it. He's going to pop his wings, though. He still has his trinket available as well. And if they can take down Avisura here on this next go.
Oh, the gag was insane.
They can still win this, but if not,
for a while. Oh, it might be enough.
Here. Can they do it? Avisura is dropping so low. He's down to 50% HP.
Had to
Full sheep onto the Warrior, but he's going to get this one. Full cyclone onto Geku. Heroic leap comes in. There's the charge.
One shot.
And that is it.
These rogues.
Find the win.
These rogues are getting destroyed, man.
Surprising everybody in this game number 5, and they will advance to Championship Sunday.
Let's have a look here real quick.
It is Jemekli bringing in the kitty, the Warrior Feral Paladin.
The Avisura is playing more balanced gear, kinda.
Mixing it up, going after the rogue. I think it's a good thing to do.
How the fuck does this belt have 3 sockets? Like, what the fuck is that?
Hit the priest. They were just overextending themselves way too much. The strategy ended up being a lot better. The Avisur just under so much pressure. I think this is where they actually get the cheat death from him. So evasion has to come through. Look at how low on health Avisur is. There's the cheat death. Got the combat
Oh,
readiness,
it's everything, man. It's every cooldown at once.
Realizing how much danger he's in. But this is where DXB completely overlapped all their defensive cooldowns and basically
it's pains up, it's shield wall, really it's nice evasion, so cheap procs, and he vanishes.
Blessing of protection, he cancels it, and that's when they can continue this pressure here on the Avisura. So that's like the one benefit of the Paladin is you have an extra physical break with that blessing of protection. Unfortunately, you have to cancel it immediately or the mage just spell steals it, but it allows you to keep up these really aggressive strategies.
Yeah, I really wonder how much PvE gear was Avisura rocking here.
Oh, in this but not as much. Not the trinket. Oh,
he was wearing quite a bit. He did definitely like in that opener, it looked like he was definitely taking a lot of.
I'm curious.
Wasn't even wearing that much.
He's wearing a lot. It's like 6. He's wearing 6 pieces. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. No wait.
5 pieces.
Is it 5?
Okay, he's wearing 5 pieces. It's not that much though, is it?
Oh, it is 5.
2 PvP trinkets.
It's all relative.
I mean,
5 pieces is like, and he's gemming. He's gemming full edgy.
I actually don't think his resil was that low.
2,700 resil, man. 2,600 resil.
Yeah, definitely. You know
it's
what
one different.
He popped combat readiness and they didn't stack it because you have to auto attack into combat readiness before it stacks. They just bled him and just let him rot.
Okay.
And also the PV gear, the 5 pieces.
Yeah, probably helped a little bit.
You wore the same gear every game. I wasn't sure if you put it
They're
on.
going to be living to see yet another day, moving themselves into the European lower semis. So we'll see that play out on Championship Sunday. They have
So we're gonna see
still
the
be
last
waiting
series
for
the
an opponent
day.
to take a look at
Thank
the
you for
bracket,
watching
how it
today.
has formed
Thank
so
you,
far.
whoever anonymous
We're
is,
gonna
for
be
giving me the
playing
chance to
winner
be
of
here
this
today.
next up series, the last one of the day as well. We'll be sending another team home, and then we'll be sending a team forward to face off against the team that we just saw win this series in the form of Jamek Cleve. So it's going to be either Pump or Be Pumped versus TY. Both of these teams are here down in the lower bracket facing elimination as well, Ven. And they've just got a couple more games in this lower bracket if they have any hopes of making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long road for all these teams down in the lower bracket, but yeah, these next two teams are really strong as well. I mean, you have Pump or Be Pumped, you have TY in the lower bracket. Both those teams are
Retail
serious
teams.
competitors, and Jamek Cleve, unfortunately for them, one of the teams that already beat them and sent them to the lower bracket is Pump or Be Pumped. So
I
we'll see a
don't
rematch
I
there
don't
on the bracket
recognize No Tears Just Dreams,
Wednesday.
the players,
So
but my assumption is the Death Knight is a private server player.
cheering for TY in this next series.
But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Well, we are going to be heading into a break. Before we do that, of course, we're going to do another spell guesser here, and we have not been good at these so far today. I think
Wait, what?
Soup is.
We've been
Oh,
really good. We just got both of Zico and I just.
Yeah,
got a
you're
point.
right. Okay, that last one was
Fine.
redeeming. Okay, my bad. I recant my statement. Okay, you guys have been
Thank you.
doing fabulous, and we're going to do fabulous on this one again.
Combustion. Lock it in.
Whoa. Ben,
All right.
you think
So
about it a little bit more?
If you think this combustion, it's combines all periodic fire effects for. Oh my goodness.
It's combustion.
Oh, they're throwing in
Retail
combustion
abilities?
retail too.
Oh, that's
This
genius.
is classic combustion. Combustion,
Yeah.
classic. Fiery combustion, I don't even know.
I mean,
don't even
retail
think that's a
combustion
thing.
is just
Improved combustion, not a thing.
Just making
And
things up.
combustion on retail, just
It's
give it
crit.
a, like
100% crit.
conversion
Yeah.
with your mastery to crit, and it basically just gives you pyro spam. This takes your periodic fire effects and combines them for 10 seconds, 2 minutes CD. It's combustion classic. Lock it in. Final answer.
I mean, you can see it's one
That's what I
word.
would say too. Going with A, 100%.
A 100%.
Is this called fiery payback? The talent, not fiery
I think-
combustion. Is that
That's
fiery
a-
combustion talent?
That's a classic.
I think they're
Oh,
trying to
2 minute
trick us
cooldown.
with all the. I don't think fiery
they
combustion
definitely
is even
are.
a thing.
I think they literally made these up on the spot.
Okay.
Ah.
Imagine
It
Don't,
actually-
don't
it
hey,
actually-
you're
it
not allowed
actually
to
is a
second
thing.
guess yourself. All right, let's see what it is. Combustion
actually
locked
so-
in.
Oh, we got it. We're insane.
Oh wow.
I'm not gonna lie.
Mm.
I think they made it really easy for you and I, Zico. Like arcane missiles.
Oh, that's kind of
combustion.
tough.
I'm going A,
A.
final answer.
No,
A,
it's
yeah,
D.
lock it in,
It's D.
Can't trick us with these recolors.
It's D.
I hope
Oh,
they- I
it's-
hope they-
Oh,
See?
Oh, it's C. Oh.
it
I thought
does
it was
look
D.
a little yellow. I could have.
Aw.
Yeah, that one's tricky though. And then they made D and C
You
so
were saying,
similar.
man?
Yeah, well, I was
You,
wrong.
you blocked that one in too, didn't you, Zico?
No, you were saying they're making them too easy for us.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's like a
And then we both
slight.
instantly got it wrong.
I could be
Oh,
colorblind.
man.
That one's not fair. Like, you know.
We're
Yeah.
not
Also,
colorblind,
you know,
bro.
gaming monitors sometimes they distort colors, so there's that too. I don't know. Either way, we're gonna be heading into our last series of the day. We're gonna go to a break, of course. Before we do that, we're eliminating one more team before we head into Championship Sunday for EU. Of course, that doesn't include Saturday's North American game. So, to a break. Pump or Be Pumped versus Thank You TY coming up next.
All right, this will be interesting. This is gonna be FLS versus I'm gonna put some predictions up for this one. Oh yeah, probably have 5 minutes. I assume. It might say game 4. That's game 1. So I assume this is PhD versus FLS. And my prediction is this is a good matchup for PhD, but we'll see.
Hey everybody, welcome to the last series of the day here for
All right, this will be
Classic tournament
fast,
here in the European region. We're
I
also knocking
think.
out another team, it's going to be either pumped or be pumped.
I could
or
see it, Choice.
TY Super Teams. Both these teams we've seen play.
It'll be explosive, I think.
Already, who do you think is most likely to come out of this one alive?
I think this is a hard matchup to call. It's a matchup that I don't see very frequently now. It's like Boomkin Warlock instead of a Feral Druid. This matchup can be rough. But as Feral, the Feral was going to be a lot more tanky. I think the instant clones to remove the Paladin healing can be a lot more threatening overall to them. So I think it could be either side really possibly taking this. It's going to be very even, I think.
Yeah, and we've talked about it so much.
I just don't know.
Like that lower bracket, it's looking scary. They've got a long
So,
ways to
I
go
will say
as
this.
well. You know, knowing that they've got quite a lot.
I think HPAL is particularly weak into this. This is not a good matchup for HPAL. You don't have a decurse. You got to deal with tongues. You got to deal with the fact that you can't bubble Cyclone. Your trinket breaks don't seem to be as effective as like an Asham or a Priest against this. You are the worst healer in the game into this comp. But you have DK Hunter pressure on a Warlock and all the Hunter CC. So I expect this game to be literally like they win in the opener or they lose. They have like about 30 seconds before the game is completely out of their control, I think. Prediction's been done. I already finished it.
Interesting matchup. Pumper be pumped. Obviously playing the Hunter DK, and it is exactly what they said in their name. Like you really have to play this composition really aggressively. I think Super T
The key here for the Hunter DK is to manage to approach port. If they can approach port and reconnect to Warlock after a port fairly quickly, they'll probably win. If they can't do that, they'll probably lose.
Seeing in the AWC Super Ts, you know, we've got Collide on Pumper B Pump. We've also got Swapsy on TY. I'm assuming they're going to be taking in that experience as well. It's got to help quite a lot having all of that tournament experience, you know, even when it's a sort of a new environment, quote unquote, like this tournament.
I also like that we've got kind of like the more classic oriented players that have been focusing on that solely, and then retail players that are trying to cross over and do both, and seeing those two sides clash with each other has been very entertaining. I'd say this one's a little bit more close to kind of like almost, you know, more retail. It's a bit of a mix on both sides. So it's very interesting to see like what compositions they think are the best, and what they've come up with theory crafting and then actual play.
Thanks, Space Buddy. Thank you for the 2-year resub, man. I really appreciate it, buddy.
It's a very interesting
and thank you, man.
Dynamic between both of those types of players moving in here.
Yeah,
so
Dalaran will be. Sorry, yeah. Nagrand's a rough one.
Great job navigating against the Feral.
I actually think Ruins is what they'll pick, and they'll keep picking.
Death Knight can be a lot scarier, especially with the Death Grip.
Dalaran's kind of awkward.
It's a lot harder to get in positions of line of sight, and the Paladin.
Nagrand and Ruins are both fine maps.
They're not able to properly
for trying to rush a Warlock.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to get pressure.
All right, here we go. They're going to be moving forward. Cervantes getting pounced here immediately. They're trying to just slow down this push onto Swapsy, who is most likely going to be the target.
They got him on his port. That's not good.
He just trinkets out, wants to get the damage rolling. Bash now onto
He's on his port already. He gets her back. Here's a trap.
From Scrappy, he gets the stun. The Cyclone on Cervantes.
That's a trinket.
Ludix getting those trinkets out of the way.
Looking for a 7-second strang to the scatter again.
He's going to get feared up with Cervantes. He does have the anti-magic shell. Looks like he will just actively trade that out. Continue to try to just get on target, but every one of those Hollow Terrors.
So you can see they're starting to fall behind pretty quick. Is a full clone.
Yeah, but Nature Swiftness is down in this position as well. They got through all of Cervantes' cool.
Here comes trap number 2 in a second.
This is really good right now for TY.
They're not hurting much, but here's pet kick, root, monkey blind, trap.
Here, Clyde with a nice little rebuke here, playing next to the Warlock, trying to interrupt them while his Death Knight is cycloned. As Swapsy ports back, Cervantes gets rooted by the Feral Charge of Scrappy.
They're still sitting on a full strangulate potentially.
In the last series, now defensively from preventing the Death Knight from reconnecting. And there's that Howl of Terror. Can Kiznu get in position for a
Howl and a stun? Server taking a good amount of damage.
Not even need it.
Clone on Clyde.
They get a Cyclone instead. Scrappy's trying to Cyclone his trinket. He's not going to find it here. Cervantes anti-magic shield absorbing damage.
That's the 7-second strang. Into it should be follow up.
Split their pressure, possibly
trap coming.
Getting very low at the moment, being incredibly greedy. Maim stun comes through. Blessing protection instantly removed. Nice purge, I think, there by Kiznu in that position, but Blessing protection got the value. The bleeds. Now they're switching back onto the Death Knight swap.
There's the pet kick again.
Are trying to keep up their
scatter. Trap.
Let's see if they can stay on target. Full trap finally landing here on
good port.
He's got no trinket. Swapsy just portals away. He's line of sighting Cervantes the best he can, but they are finally on target. And this is where things can spiral out of control, but a beautiful Howl of Terror once again. Clyde immediately trinkets out of that.
We have no dead on we just had bubble wings.
Swapsy just going for drain lives, but it's chunked down by that Chimera shot. Big burst from the Hunter. And all of a sudden the game is not feeling too stable. Swapsy's going to have to use that portal, that demonic circle, to get away. He's in the middle
Block
of the map
damage
right
seems a lot
now.
more stable than I thought it
Wants
would.
to hold on.
There's no
Bad
MS on
Venom
this
lands onto
team.
The Shaman. Do they have a follow-up trap? Scatter into potential trap here. Swapsy already kind of preemptively running, but Howl of Terror is going to be available shortly. If he can land that triple, it's going to be huge for his team.
Ooh, that pet's empowered. It's on Swapsy at the moment. Clyde gets skull bash from Scrappy. He's trying to do his best to carry the team. Cyclone on the Death Knight looking to finish.
Full
Ludix as
stun.
he gets stunned. He
Zones.
triggers the
Good
stun. He's got a
zone.
lot of
Very good
options to
zone.
silence the Warlock, trying to slow down his aggression as Clyde is repositioning away from Scrappy's potential Cyclone behind the pillar here. He's just line of sighting, trying to buy time, but Scrappy lands another skull bash into a Howl of Terror.
There's the bubble.
Lights up for the Hunter as he disengages away. Scrappy in hot pursuit, looking to close this game out. Can he drop him? No. Clyde gets a huge heal on the back end of his Divine Shield. They're going to Cyclone Ludix and prevent his damage moving forward, and then switch back onto Cervantes as we see Swapsy port away from him, looking to get a full stack of bleeds onto Cervantes. No Icebound Fortitude. We see Dark Sim. He's trying to steal Cyclone. Scrappy gives him a Moonfire before going for the Cyclone, so really good awareness on that Dark Sim. Now Skull Bashing to reconnect onto the Hunter, using that both as an interrupt but as a reconnect tool as well. He gets into Bear Form, Survival Instincts for the Freezing Trap. Playing a good defense here. Swapsy sneaks in a full fear. No Trinket, no Divine Shield. This could be it for Ludix. Cervantes doesn't have a lot for him either. He's caught into a Howl of Terror. Another fear from Swapsy. Kisney's
Yes,
in
so
position,
soon.
looking for a Hex, but he gets
So
silenced. Is
soon.
it going to be enough? Can he save Ludix in this moment?
Two,
He gets fully
one,
hexed, and I think that should be
deterrence.
easily it. Cyclone comes through, but no deterrence. He's going to die to dots. A couple more
Dots.
ticks and a full Cyclone. This CC chain from TY is just endless.
All right. TY won that one.
That's when I think you really do need that Shaman. If he could just
Yeah.
break out of those Howl of Terrors a little bit more often, have a little bit more healing in between the setups, I feel like this could be a winning matchup for Pumper Be Pumped. But
Yeah, it's the
Shaman
weakest heal
seems like such a
possible.
liability
Priest is
here
fine
in this
too.
match. He's getting Howl of Terror into full hexes, into full cyclones, and
Can't
once
defend
those
himself.
land- once enough of those setups land, and you don't have Trinket, and you don't have your Divine Shield, this becomes overwhelming damage. And I think TY that did a really good job defensively. Swapsy did an excellent job with his positioning and portaling anytime the Shaman got put in crowd control. But additionally, I feel like a lot of the stuns and cyclones coming in from the Pharaoh Druid really help set up their team and slow down the game, get them in this game-winning position.
Yeah, I really liked all of Scrappy's like really minor utility, like here the Feral Charge on the Death Knight, so he can't get back while the Shaman's in a freezing trap. Getting Skull Bashes.
Oh, he's playing Dwarf DK here.
Maxing his bleed value. I feel like Scrappy had a
I don't
really
know.
good game on the Feral.
I think we've gotten weird with these racial picks here a little bit. Because personally, if it's me, I actually really think just damage sounds good. You aren't afraid of this comp. You need to play to win. And I just don't see a world in which this trinket, like, you have to understand how major the damage, like if you do the math on how much damage you're leaving behind by using this trinket, it is giant. I mean, 30% damage in his opener. And when you're playing a comp that's trying to rush down, do we really think that Dwarf is that insane? He's also a very defensive build. I don't think he needs to be. Server's still pumped. Like, he's still doing really good damn. But I feel like he could probably play this quite a bit more aggro and probably have a better chance of... Yeah, but they have no Mortal Strike, and you're gonna bubble, and you're gonna make trades early anyway. So I feel like if I'm this Death Knight, I look at a human, I throw on fucking Heart of Rage, I get a giant opener, and I give myself a chance to win early. That's what I think. We'll see what they do though.
Pumper Be Pumped. Is it a Shaman angle? Like, just go after the Shaman.
I mean, I
Forget
think
about it.
against all these lock Shamans, I swear, it's either you train Shaman or you like swap at a critical moment. Like, you know, he's got Earth Shield and you know he's running too far away and the Warlock outranges his port or something like that. I think you can switch targets, but I've honestly felt like the best strat against a lot of these lock Shamans is cleave, is to just train the Shaman. It puts the most amount of pressure. It really limits the damage output as well if they're constantly having to clone DPS and having to fear DPS and rather than attack you. It's like offense is the best defense against a composition like this. Whereas if you play a more safe game and you're not able to keep them on the back foot, they're more focused on damage, you just get overwhelmed at a certain point. So I could say, especially with them NSing to Hex, and if he doesn't have that as a recovery mechanic, it's just way harder to heal yourself as a Shaman, I feel like.
Did he use both at NS's on Hex?
I think he did. I think the first NS was a hex and the second one was a hex. So their pressure is obviously low if he's able to get away with 2 NSs being used on hex. So I'd like to see more pressure. Although training shaman when you don't have a shaman, I don't know, because the howls are going to be disgusting. So if Clyde can play shaman and just tremor totem and then stay aggressive, and I think it could work for them. Just put all the CC on the druid. Just every scatter, every trap, just every CC on the druid. Take clone out of the equation, heal through the warlock, and kind of just run down the shaman. I think it's a perfectly viable option.
It's tough. The only thing that makes me scared is just fear. Like, imagine you leave Swasey open and just fear you over and over and over. They don't have tremor, they don't have shear, they don't have ground. It's just fear city. So that's the one problem is like both Scrappy and Swapsy have such unbelievable crowd control that they can put out. So if you decide to all on the shaman, it has to be really well done. Ludix on the hunter, I think it's really important that he's going to be shutting down.
I am kind of curious if like
It does seem like maybe on this map,
getting rid of like a rip break at the start of a game just destroys feral pressure.
for Swapsy,
I don't know.
run around, I guess it's the central tomb, but I think it's a lot more difficult for him to kind of pull off the strategies he was, where he's just line of sighting Cervantes for such a long period of time on the ground. You know, I don't think he can do that on Ruin, so I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for the Warlock once again.
I think you can also do that port in the room strat and then you play out in the open. In the middle, you just port back in the room. Either port on tomb or port in the room. I feel like oftentimes, at least when I played with the Warlock and they put their port on the tomb, they end up regretting it. And if they had a port in the room, it would have been way better for like dragging the enemy healer off of the tomb to get cyclones and get them in a spot for hex or fear, as opposed to playing on the tomb and then their shaman can line of sight, play healing stream behind the pillar. Although they're not fighting a shaman, so maybe it's a bit different
They also lose the 5 common points.
in that regard. But
So that basically, can they easily recover from like, let's say you're a feral, you open, you incarn, and then they just fucking press dwarf. How down bad are you on damage? Like how quickly can you recover? It isn't like a disease where you just reapply it instantly or something, right?
by where your character stands in the first 10 seconds.
He's human though. He said fuck it.
See what pump or
He's
beat
back to doing damn.
They obviously know by their name. They need to play a very aggressive composition or a very aggressive style with this composition. Cervantes going to be getting in early.
The question basically is, will Serva die?
There comes the first howl of terror immediately onto Cervantes, onto Clyde. What is Clyde going to do? He gets put into a bash out of that. He's forced to trade out his trinket. And that's both trinkets from Clyde, from Cervantes. This is not a good start for Pump or Be Pumped.
All right, Swaps is trying to fake cast.
Kills the berserk, so it just basically takes away the 3-minute cooldown.
Dots gets put into a pet stun. They're gonna pounce on the Cervantes. He's gonna icebound fortitude immediately on that. But
Oh, he's getting deleted, man.
next to his
This is
shaman
big
on the
damn.
Justice for one more second. He's line of sighting the gargoyle in that little corner. Drain lifing, but he gets rebuked by Clyde. Now a strangulate on the.
Oh crap, that's Link.
He's gonna drop, but the feral druid's not in it. Scrappy's trying to get back.
That's probably Trinket too. It has to be, right? It's Trinket as well. It's everything.
Killed it so fast they couldn't
It's
break it.
everything. But that was Readiness. No, it wasn't? Yeah, it was.
They're all stacked up in here. Are they gonna
Here we go.
they get a cycle?
This is the race to the finish here. We expect a bubble from Clyde very soon. We expect Swapsy to potentially die in the next chain. The next chain is about 20 seconds away. He's dying right now.
Is easily healing
A peck kick is death.
over at any moment. Any magic shield is up. The pet is empowered, and they're just running a train over Swapsy. At the
Yeah.
moment. Cervantes gets rooted.
This looks real good.
Strips Swapsy back in.
A lot of time here. Full Hodge. There's no way he's going to this.
Cervantes now.
There is probably CC from Hunter off, though.
Free. Can he get the heals he needs? A cyclo comes through from Scrappy as he's into bear form. Potentially looking
Silencing
to
shot.
finally get the full fear
Here
of
comes the
Paladin.
scatter.
Definitely think this is a game of just CC
No?
Paladin.
Nothing.
Cervantes is forced to Lichborn, but he's gonna
What do we
survive
use?
with that. Those death blows doing a lot, so they're gonna swap off the Death Knight during Lichborn, get bleeds up over onto the Hunter. They got
We might
off
need
of cooldown.
the 1 minute CDs. He gets a kick on that cast.
Away from the Death Knight.
Fair on Serva. It's half.
Damage coming out.
Stun.
They've actually stabilized. They're in a confident position. They're killing them despite Divine Shield.
They just didn't.
This is insane how much
Okay.
they have out right now. Luddix and
He
Cervantes
has the
will be in
scatter
trouble.
right here.
However, Swapsy could fall too if they get any more crowd control. They need to find it. There's the bad mana.
He MCS'd.
Silence on Luddix. He's not able to follow it up. It's super unfortunate. There's the scatter into the full trap. He's got no trinket. Luddix just has to hold on.
Insta devour.
Work ahead of him, but Luddix
Insta devour, man.
so incredibly low. There comes the death pull. I think that should be the game. Luddix is going to go down.
Something really unfortunate happened here.
Scary start there for Swapsy.
I'm gonna be honest. Super unfortunate.
Allowed them to
He readiness and went for a second trap, DR trap, to try and win the game. And it just missed. And he didn't have it for 30 seconds because of it.
Everything at that one moment was Scrappy, like getting a root to survive.
I don't know.
Melee range limiting the big
That was like they didn't get to do anything else. They never got they got one more chain, but they're all dead by the time it happened. Just a super unfortunate spot. But I think I way prefer. They had many more opportunities that game than the previous games. We're seeing how to rage. We're not seeing how to rage, man. How to rage kills him though. The damage difference between Insignia of Victory and Heart of Rage is very large, I think. Heart of Rage, I'm not sure they get. Oh, they would have had a second proc. Yeah.
You should be scared, but they actually just have so much pressure that it doesn't matter. Like their healer's in a full trap, but they're so afraid of dying right now that they can't actually get pressure during the freezing trap. And that's why I think their name is Pump or Be Pumped. It's like you have to be putting damage on the table. It's the most effective way of almost like peeling for yourself, because the other team is on the threat of dying while they're trying to win the game. They start questioning their push. They're not sure if they should go for it, and they end up losing out in the game of chicken. So Runes of Lord are going to go to them, and now it's going to be tough, I think, to reverse sweep in a matchup like this.
I mean, I don't really know. Did we like that?
Tough spot. Yeah, that map was sick.
I think it looked pretty good. Like, the only thing I didn't like about this game was the opener for Clyde and Cervantes. I feel like one of them maybe could have trinketed sooner, so they both didn't have to trinket. It seemed like both of them didn't really want to commit, and it ended up forcing both of them to commit their trinket, you know? If they had been a little bit more decisive with who's going to use what, just try to avoid that opener damage or try to just shut it down whatsoever, would have been a lot better. I also feel like I guess the Hunter kind of needs the crowd control for the Shaman, but I don't think you should allow Swapsies to run on top of your Paladin.
Yeah, getting a Howl first global, that seemed kind of troll, I think, to get the Howl on the Paladin literally first global, especially when the Warlock's the target. Like, maybe if you're not going Warlock, and he sneaks by, but like there's no way with Chains of Ice and everything, I really don't think the Warlock should be able to get a Howl instantly on the Paladin. Like, maybe if you're pushing in or something, but if you're in the middle of the map, that can't happen.
That's what I'm saying, like,
stay further away.
I feel like Cervantes should just get out of the first stun. Like, I don't know, just trinket it, something like that. Like, just make it so Swapsy isn't able to get that follow-up crowd control immediately and start getting the damage rolling, because you really have to, I feel like you have to kind of play all in, because inevitably the Paladin is going to be in crowd control he's not going to be able to get out of, so I think you really have to push the pace. Swapsy, a lot of the time in this matchup as well, is just using his silence from his Fel Hunter on the Hunter. So when the Hunter uses Bad Manner from the Monkey or uses Scatter, just getting silenced by Swapsy so he can't follow it up with a trap, which is really, really smart, but yeah, maybe that is going to enable the Paladin a little bit more to get some cast. It's kind of hard. I mean, it's very unlikely he's going to get cast off, getting instant hexed and instant cloned and feared and foiled, and it's definitely tough.
I think it's a very rough situation right now for Pumped or Be Pumped. Do they have any ults prepared? Are they just going to run it down again with Paladin? Are they going to do an all-in? The Warlock is the safer strat, but again, against these comps, when you play the safe strat, it's usually not the best line overall. They want to be making the deep run here at EHDK. It's just, I feel like it's mostly just not attacking Urshield.
It's pretty tough to get through it.
They should almost entirely dictate their strategy on who has Urshield. If it's on
No, you can't.
Shaman, go Warlock.
Yeah, they could rush Shaman. Actually, they could definitely rush Shaman. Rushing Shaman could be sick, and just off-CCing someone else.
But I really think just base their strategy on who has Urshield initially. It's going to give them a lot more momentum early on.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about it. For Shaman, you basically have 3 heals: Riptide, Urshield, and Healing Stream. So if you're not hitting into Urshield, you're nullifying a lot of that healing. If you can kill off Healing Stream, when you do get that crowd control, it's another way to really mitigate the healing the Shaman has. So these things are going to be really important. I wonder if Pump or Be Pumped is just feeling the pressure, like they don't have time, because they are on the time limit, right? Enough Halateras that the game's going to be over. Enough Instant Cyclones, the game's going to be over. So they are on a time limit. They have to make sure they're making efficient trades. They're keeping up the damage. They're staying on target. See if they can do it here. We're going to Runes of Lordaeron once again for Game 3, which Super Seas could be our final game of the day.
Would be a final fitting resting place, as it is a cemetery here. It's a very difficult map to navigate around for both sides, right? Like, even for Swapsy, he's out in the open the whole game, but so is the Paladin, and exposed to a lot of crowd control. So at the moment, it's going to be a rough ride. I really want to see them dictate their strategy on who has Urshield at the initial starts of this. If it's not Shaman, just train the blue man, AMS, get in there, play really all in. I feel like as Paladin, as soon as your breakers are gone, you don't have bubble, you don't have trinket, like, you can't win anymore. The game's over. Like, you have to win in that window where you have your breakers. So you need the fastest line to victory, which is going to be who doesn't have Earth Shield. And you just have to commit to it. You have to be ready to win the game in like a minute.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Gonna see a really aggressive strategy here for pump or be pumped, or they will be eliminated from the tournament. TY, they're looking really good. Honestly, it's surprising to see this team down in the lower bracket, but every single one of their series so far has been really, really dominant. And I feel like this might be the team to beat in the lower bracket, and the team that might actually make it through the lower bracket gauntlet and into the finals. We'll have to wait and see. Still have to win this final game here against Pump or Be Pumped. Let's see what they can do. So far, the crowd control has been really, really solid on Clyde. Such an important part of this match is
for Pump or Be Pumped. They're going to be sent out of the tournament. Swaps these guys support in the room. There's Earth Shield on the Warlock, so I'd really like to see them just run in on Shaman here. It's going to be difficult, though. They don't have like a stealth target to sneak on him, so they would see that he's coming. He can probably switch it. So it's kind of a rough start. They're trying to find the Feral Druid with the Flare and the Death and Decay. They don't hit it, so now Scrappy's going to move in. Is he going to open behind the pillar? Kind of don't mind them, baiting an opener on the Feral. You can Survival Instinct and trade for the Gargoyle really effectively right at the start of the game, but he's going to pull back, play it safe. That's going to get pulled back. You don't want that going down randomly, although you do have a lot of pets in Cataclysm. Giving one for free, might be a problem. Another thing, too, as a Warlock is you can Feldom and Imp. So obviously the Hunter's going to try and cover it with like a Hunter's Mark, but if you get unlucky on like an Imp spell on a Feldom, your CC chain's gone, and then you can just lose the game. So
Wait, can you do that?
Warlock is the main strat. I feel like it should be Shaman main strat and maybe Warlock.
I'm down for Shaman, but
This is really interesting. They don't want to make a push. They're just going to be sitting back.
I mean, he's in the spot. He's the Feral does almost delete them in the opener. They just want. I guess it makes sense.
So if you can pull the Feral out, scatter him for stealth maybe. The Monkey Blind the healer. That's going to be a lot better than getting pounced, having to like use IBF possibly in the first stun of the game. So
It's just they want to get dotted and then pounced.
the Warlock won't take the tomb, so you should be able to just do this. Wait for the eyes, pull the Feral Druid out, and then just run in on top of them without having to worry about getting pounced.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about kind of the pacing of this game. It literally can come down to who is one setup ahead. All you need is one setup to win the game. So if they can deny this first setup, it could end up winning. Cervantes gets the eye. Is he going to move forward? What is he doing? He's sending in
They
his
dismount.
Pets in combat. He can't mount again, and he picked up the eye. Did he mean to dismount?
That dismount's kind of brutal.
Maybe he thought the Feral was closer or something, but now that's one shadow side down.
He's in despawn the pit. Despawn the pit.
Pulling the pet back into the room. Is they gonna just pull the
It despawns if he doesn't it hits to him. Why aren't they killing the pit? He doesn't want to attack the pit for procs.
Gates of open.
Gates of open. Are we starting again? Just pretend that didn't happen.
Wait, what is going on right now? What are we playing? Are we Heart of Rage and we're protecting Heart of Rage proc?
There's no dampening in this game. Like, there's just no dampening. But one thing to
Let's go
also
to
keep in mind,
We're using
if it goes to 25 minutes, both teams get a point.
2 PvE pieces.
One loses. So they actually are.
It's not going to 25 minutes.
If the game goes 10 times longer than it has so far, inevitably TY is
Hey Willow, how you going, buddy?
Feel bad.
to lose.
When they're in a position where they lose, right? There's no way.
I mean,
I think he's just gonna go now.
They're
All
bored.
right.
Let's go.
It's time to start, I guess. Here.
This is so weird.
It's a pounce start. If they had the shadow side eye there on the mount, they could have pulled the Feral Druid out. So they already have to use ice.
They're whoa, wait a second. That's a very large overlap.
In the same go and Trinket in the same go, and there's a full fear on the Paladin. They're just trying
Wait,
to curveball at the Feral.
no, you can't go Feral.
He's got survival hits. He's got bar skin. Swap
I don't think Feral can die.
I don't know how you come back from this opener. That is devastating for Pump or Be Pumped.
Can you?
Yeah, they used every single one of their stun breaks. If Scrappy can kind of just kite, Swapsy will inevitably win the game for them.
I don't think attacking the Feral isn't really. He's not important. He also isn't important.
But the next stun, I think, is going to be scary. Scrappy.
That's what they wanted to do. So that was their strat.
Now that
Their entire plan is to kill Feral. They were hoping he would open, and they just open on him at the tomb.
big, a full Hax here on the
But
That's going to
I
set
think
up here to follow
they
up.
may have made a
He's just hexed into Cyclone. His team is rotting
bit
down.
of a mistake.
Position to be in. Oh, into a full fear. No! No, Clyde! He can't control his character. Cervantes is in so much trouble. Anti-magic shell comes in. Another fear to follow it up. Clyde has not played the game in the last
They
30
almost
seconds.
killed Swaps the first game.
They still cannot connect the heals. Let's see what they have. Divine Shield finally going to be landing. Divine Light being cast out here by Cloud. It's a huge heal for this team as they do get stable. But I wonder if Clyde just
Oh, nice grip.
too much crowd
Nice grip, nice route.
inevitably having to use the device.
Beautiful.
This team just has no pressure, and it looks like they're just gonna
This is nice.
Cervantes. I don't know if he's gonna be able to hold on much longer. Clyde
He's dead. Train Soul's death. Paint the pit sack, but
Is he gonna live? Drain Soul? No, the Drain Soul's too much. Completely overwhelmed.
yeah,
That was not the best game for Pumper B Pumped. I feel
that
like
was a rough game.
super dominant for them.
Well, nah, it was just a mistake. They actually, I love the bop there, but I liked what they were trying to do a lot. So their plan was basically bait the Feral to come in, go Feral, which I don't think is a good strat, but that was their plan. But I liked the idea of bopping his pounce, but I don't like the idea of trinketing. Like, bopping the pounce would have stopped him from getting the clone in the first place if he did it really fast. If he just immediately bopped the pounce at the start of the game, that would actually kind of be interesting, I think. I don't know.
Continues tomorrow in North America, or what exactly we are going to see. But you can see here, Clyde. This is when I'm screaming like, "No, Clyde, please help!" He's just been taxed into clone, into fear. Then finally pops a Divine Shield. As soon as Divine Shield lands, Spell Lock comes in, and this is one of the downsides of the Paladin. Now a full Cyclone, and it can be really frustrating for Cervantes and Ludix. Your healer's just in endless crowd control. You really can't do too much about. They do actually have decent pressure here on the Scrappy, but just don't ever get the feeling that he's going to go down. He always has his frenzied regeneration, and inevitably Cervantes just goes down. They'll have an interrupt for the Drained Soul and execute, and that will end up closing out the game.
All right. What a way to end the day as well. A nice little 3-0. TY taking that in a very convincing dub. Unfortunately, that is the end of Pump or Be Pumped. You guys kind of already covered all of it, but we're going to see them on Championship Sunday. We've got both EU and NA competing for the title of the Cataclysm Classic victor for that day on Sunday. So we've got those NA games tomorrow. But TY winning that last series of the day in a very convincing 3-0. We can take a look at the bracket where we ended off. We started the day with 8 teams in Europe. Now only 4 remain. And we are, of course, seeing who's going to make up to that grand final position. No Tears Just Dreams versus
No, they like, again, they're insanely good players, better players than me, but they had a it sounds like they were undecided on what to do, but I will be honest, Paladin does not seem crazy strong there. Paladin seems like a very limiting healer. Clyde, and it sucks because Clyde is a multi-classer, but it's hard to be a multi-classer and then also be a multi-classer on Classic. You can't, it's really hard to have multiple things prepared, especially in the tournament. Like there's like one Classic tournament per Classic re-release. And if there were more Classic tournaments, you might see more people flex classes and all that kind of thing. But because there's only one of them, and there's only been like 2 weeks since it's only out for like 3 weeks. People haven't had time to prepare lots of things, and Paladin is just super limiting. You play against Lock Shaman, and you feel really bad. I mean, even Priest is bad there, right? And Shaman's way better, but Paladin's the worst.
Couple of returning teams, Void GG. We've got Team Liquid as well. Then of course we've got
Asham's best target to kill. It's really tough. I actually think that going Lock, they won that previous game. That's the thing, right? They literally won the previous game, and they just couldn't. Like it sucks. Their comp is so sensitive, but they lost all momentum when they did like a scatter trap, silence, monkey blind, readiness, scatter half, missed the trap, and then they just had nothing for 30 seconds. Oh.
That is, of course, Ugly Bald Baby and Mud playing the Kitty Cleave themselves. So they've been a really solid team in North America. Really curious to see how they do. And, of course, we got the classic, the move, Rally and Whiskey and Absurd, bringing in some Wizard Cleaves, the Shadow Priest Mage, Dirty Dogs, Lemon Slug, and Wet. They're going to be playing Thug Cleave, Poggities, which is going to be a Rogue Mage Priest, and Vado Vado, which I also believe is a, what is it, Rep Paladin? Yeah, Rep Warrior. That'll be interesting. Rep Paladin Warrior, Resto Shaman.
Ooh. All right, we've got some games tomorrow. Well, I hope everyone is excited. That is going to wrap up for us up for today. So if you want to check out these teams and see them battle it out to the top 4 for North America, y'all are definitely going to have to tune in for tomorrow. We're going to be here at twitch.tv/Warcraft. Of course, we are on YouTube as well, and we'll see everyone there tomorrow, same time, same place. Actually, also follow us on the WoW Esports Twitter account as well. So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much. See you soon.
All right. All right, guys. I'm going to be back in a couple hours time. I'm going to get some sleep, give Aaron some sleep, and then we'll see what happens later on today. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you to Anonymous yesterday and the Best Bro Beans for giving me the chance to do this. It means a lot. I want to thank, before I go, X Space as well for the 24-month resub, Alico for the 36-month resub, Liam for the 40-month resub, Anonymous for the gifted sub, and again, Anonymous with 51 more gifted subs yesterday. I'll be back. I finished a prediction, right? I closed that prediction? I did. I'll be back in a couple hours time. Good night, guys. And again, we're playing tomorrow at we probably played towards the end of tomorrow. We're last game of the, we're playing 4th tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll talk to you guys soon.